Welcome to the Site Reliability Engineer full course by MindMajix, where we dive deep into the both basic and advanced concepts to help you master one of the most in-demand roles in the IT industry. SRE was born at Google to solve one big challenge: how to make massive complex systems reliable and scalable at the same time. Today, it's used by leading companies like Google, Netflix, Amazon, Meta, and more. With the rise of Devops, cloud computing, microservices, and containers, the demand for skilled SREs has exploded. It's not just a tech trend, it's a career defining opportunity. When coming to the salaries, SREs earn anywhere from 12 to 35 lakh rupees per annum in India, depending on experience and the company. In this full course, I will walk you through core principles like SLEs, SLOs, error budgets, monitoring, logging, and observability, incident management, and root cause analysis, and more. Whether you are a software engineer, a system admin, or someone transitioning into DevOps, this course is designed to be a practical, clear, and career focused. Before moving ahead, I want you guys to hit that like and subscribe button for more such videos. And if you want to learn SRE certification course, then check out our course where we provide you latest industry curriculum, hands-on projects, mock interviews, and more. Check the link in description below. Now let's begin with our full course.
SRE is a discipline that combines the software and both the system relay and system engineering principles. So, as an SRE, right, the site reliability engineer, the main focus was on it depends on creating the high reliability software systems. When I am saying this, actually, let us say we have two domains. Okay, one is IT operations, or maybe the system engineers, or maybe one of the guy called software engineers. Let us say we have two domains. One is software engineering domain, another is the system engineering domain. So both of these guys handles the different types of work. Some of those includes code development. Let us say the software engineering. Okay, what does software engineering have? Those guys will do the code development. The next is automations. You know automation, right? To reduce the manual work, and with the use of the code, we will automate the manual work. Okay, so software engineering guys does the code development of the microservices. We will be having the automation of services. Okay, and then we will be having the quality assurance guys, I mean the testing guys. Okay, all of this comes under the software engineering. Okay, and the next thing which we have is the system engineering, actually system engineering work, or the IT operations, we can call it as anything actually. Okay, these type of works include the system engineering or IT ops. Okay, what these guys mainly focus is on infrastructure design. When I am saying infrastructure design, let us say we have the systems in every organization. We will be having the servers or instances. Okay, in order to maintain those servers or the instances, we will be managing those workloads. We will be having the high availability. So all this work will be taken care by the system engineering guys. In the system engineering, even the cloud teams come in, the IT ops guys come in. All this type of works, all these guys comes in. Okay, so what is SRE here? SRE is a design or discipline that combines the both the software engineering and the system engineering work. And what we are ensuring is highly reliable systems. We want to create highly scalable and reliable systems. Let us say we have the Amazon. So what this SRE guys does, using these both disciplines, either the software engineering, in the software engineering we will be having the code development guys, automation guys, or else the QA guys, or in the system engineering we have the infra guys, or the IT ops guys, or the support guys. We will be using this discipline to maintain or scale the high reliable systems. Okay, is there any query on that?
No. Yeah.
Okay, so the next thing is, what is the difference between DevOps and SRE? Most of the times you will also hear a term called DevOps guys, okay, and SRE guys. You need to understand the difference between both our DevOps as well as the both the DevOps as well as our SRE domain. Okay, in the DevOps you will be having both the development and operations guy working together. Actually, the DevOps concept came in order to close the bridge or close the gap between the both the development team and the operations team. Okay. In the past, actually, in the IT industry, development guys used to write a code once after the design was provided, and then they will pass on that code to the operations guys, and the operations guys used to deploy. But the challenge that used to come is the code that was being provided by the development guys was not able to being deployed, or the errors used to, or the bugs used to occur while the operations guys was using that code to deploy it actually. So there used to be a lot of miscommunication, there used to be a lot of gap. So at that time DevOps came in actually. So using this DevOps, what this DevOps actually uses as the principles is collaboration. Both the development guys, I mean the guys who used to build the code or the write the code, used to sit down along with the operations team. They will discuss their uh, what they want to do, how it needs to be developed, or what are all they're doing. They used to collaborate closely using some of the tools. In IT industry, we have a lot of tools, either to collaborate it, like where we get the code, either using the GitHub in the SCMs, and then we used to like integration tools, okay, or the CI/CD tools, or the monitoring tools. How the code is being worked, is there any bugs or not after being deployed? So using a set of tools, they closed the gap between both the development team and the observation team. Okay, so this is obviously the work of the DevOps guys. So in any practical industry, when you see the DevOps guys, what they practically do in an industry, let us say theoretical part is done, but we will discuss the practical, what a DevOps guy actually does in a company. Okay, he will be having the code, which is actually most of the times is being written by the development team. In every industry, we will be having a development team separately. Okay, and that once the development code is released, I mean when I say released, they will store it in a tool called GitHub. Okay, they will store the code in a repository. So what the beginner of a DevOps team will do is he will integrate with a CI/CD tool. Let us consider that CI/CD tool is Jenkins. Okay, so we will be having the GitHub code repository. Okay, GitHub is one of the tool where most of the developers will store their code. In the ongoing sessions, we will discuss Git and GitHub as well, and we will do practical sessions. First of all, in this GitHub, the developers will store the code. Okay. Most of the times, it is not the DevOps guys who will write the code. Okay, we will have the developers in the industry, and they will write the code. Once they write the code, what our DevOps guys will do here is they will integrate it. Actually, let us say we have new features. It is not always right. We already discussed in our previous session. Whenever a new feature or new application is being developed, that will be being developed as a microservice. So whenever if you want to introduce a new microservice, you will be writing it a code, and here you will be having a CI/CD tool called Jenkins. So we will be creating pipelines here. So whenever the code is being stored here, or whenever the code is updated here, and automatically a pipeline will trigger. We will provide the conditions in this Jenkins pipeline. So this pipeline will trigger, and then based on the containerized tools or the deployments tool, we have the Docker and all those actually. Okay, Docker. This is the containerized tool where we will store our code in the containers, and then we will use to deploy. And then we will be having the Kubernetes tool. This is like the container orchestration tool used to manage the application. I mean, manage the containers. And then obviously it will be deployed in the applications, and from there we will monitor it through the new monitoring tools. Okay, this is obviously most of the times what this is just one of the work what most of the times a DevOps guy does. Okay, this is the work of a DevOps guy. So most of the times, if you see here, right, he will create the pipelines, he will integrate it, he will deploy it, and he will work on the logs. And so most of the times it is something like here it involves both the development work as well as the operations work. Okay, but what our comes in, our job is SRE. Okay, as we already discussed, we are a combination of both software engineering and the system engineering. Okay, so our thing is we will be creating the scalable and the highly reliable system. Okay, so the first thing is we will also do the automations. we will do the monitoring, we will do the incident management. There will be some new terms for you, don't worry, we will discuss each and everything. Let us say something like incident management process. This is one of the most crucial part of the site reliability engineering. Okay, which is very easy. Actually, it's just practical on how we handle it. I will explain you like each step by step. First of all, automation. Okay, similar to this here, not we are most of the times we don't even go and create the CI/CD pipelines and everything. But I am not telling we won't create at all, but we need to know. It is just like the uh, it depends on the organization to organization. Okay, the requirements, it always changes. Every organization doesn't have the same for each and everything, but I am telling you like what it covers for the most of the organization. First, you will be have to do some automations. You will be having multiple number of tools. Okay, first of all, you will be having the two types of OS. Okay, most of the times you will be working on the Linux in the large scale. Okay, in the Linux you will be working in either Ubuntu or in the CentOS or in the Red Hat. These are the flavors, actually flavors of the Linux operating system. And obviously everyone is aware of the Windows OS. Okay, so there will be two types of servers you will be working on, either on the Linux servers or either on the Windows servers. Okay, so the first thing is, on the Linux servers you need to manage it. First of all, as an SRE, what we said, we need to create highly reliable system. Here system means either Linux systems or Windows systems. Okay, in the Linux system you will be having multiple flavors. When you will be operating on it, like Ubuntu have a certain set of commands, or CentOS has a certain different set of commands, and Red Hat has a, but the purpose doesn't changes and the command also doesn't vary too much. Actually, they all have a similar closer relationship. So whenever we execute it, right, it will be too easy. Actually, we can discuss it. And the next thing is automation, right? While we are talking about automation, SRE uses automation to reduce the toil. Toil means manual work or repetitive work. So let us say you will be doing always some repetitive work, like you have a Linux server and you have some application launched on this Linux server. So let us say some service you are monitoring using some monitoring tool on a Linux server. You have this Linux server. On this top of the Linux server, you have an application launched on it. In order to run that application, you have a service running on this Linux server. So for that service or to know the status, you are using a monitoring tool to monitor it, any monitoring tool. Okay. So once you are monitoring, you got to know that the service went down. Okay. And you are observing that service is at least going down once in a week or twice in a week at the same point of time, or twice in a day or thrice in a day. Okay. For now you haven't found any issues actually, either in the logs or anything. So you wanted to do some automation. Okay, automation in the sense you wanted to, don't want to directly go into the login into the server, then go to the service, then restart the service or check the logs. All this is manual work. First time you can do it, second time you can do it, third time you can do it, but it is always the same repetitive work. Okay, you have many better things to do as an SRE. So at that point of time you will use this automation. So you will write some scripting. Scripting means either you will use for Linux you will use shell scripting, or maybe if you want to automate some other things, for Windows you will use the PowerShell scripting. Okay, so you will use this scripting languages to automate these services. Okay, I mean manually or without using this manual steps, either login, you will in the form of scripting you will tell like, hey, go to the system, then once going into the system check the status of the particular service, if or else, and then you will tell them to like once the status is there, if it is not loading, then go ahead and restart the particular service. Okay, then provide the logs if so and so necessary. So you will write some scripting, and automatically whenever the service goes down, this automation will trigger, and automatically the service will come up. So you are reducing that particular downtime here. So as one of the responsibility of SREs, you need to create the scalable and reliable systems. Reliable means you want to reduce the downtime as much as possible, rather than doing the right. The alert need to trigger, then you need to check. Maybe you will be in the some other work. Okay, again you need to go and you need to restart the service. It is all manual type of work. So you are doing this automation to reduce the complete that gap actually. You are reducing the downtime. And the next thing is monitoring. Okay, you always as an SRE you will be configuring the monitoring. Okay, you will be creating certain things called alerts. Are you aware of a term called this alerts, Sasi?
Yes.
Yeah, alerts, right? Whenever some issue triggers, you will be creating an alert so that whenever, let us say, high disk usage on a server, okay? Whenever, let us say, you have 1 terabyte in a server, and whenever it something happens, high usage, okay, high usage of some process or high usage of some application consumes the entire 1 terabyte in a server. So at that particular point of time, the application entirely goes down because it doesn't respond because of high usage of disk usage. So at that particular point of time, you need some alerting to let you know that, hey, something weird is going on in the so and so server. You need to take a look as soon as possible, or else the server goes down. Okay. So at that particular point of time, you will use some monitoring tools, either networking. We will be having the networking side of monitoring tools. On the application side of the logs, we'll be having the application monitoring tools. And on the server side, we will having the server like Grafana, Prometheus, and New Relic, obviously. The most using tool actually. Okay. Which we are going to discuss in even in our coming up sessions. Okay. So we will use these monitoring tools to know the status of the servers, or their how they are behaving, or their health status, so that even we will reduce the downtime. Or let us say, okay, we have this application, again Amazon or Flipkart. So in the application we will be having the multiple microservices. When I say the microservice, okay, when I set the microservice, let us say we have the jersey section. Okay, jersey section in Flipkart. Okay, and you don't know, like, and in the jersey section of microservice something went down, and you don't have a monitoring for that. And then you will be looking like, hey, what happened? You don't even know like what went wrong. It may take like 1 day or 2 days for it to figure it out. But if you have the monitoring for that particular application or for that particular microservice, you will be able to understand like what went wrong, and immediately you can either resolve the issue, or you can involve the particular team members, okay, or particular relevant team on which that particular issue handles, and you will reduce the downtime and increase the reliability. Okay, all this will be happening only if you have the monitoring of each and every part of it. Okay. And the next thing is incident management process. As an SRE, right, incident management process is very important. In a brief, I will tell you like what is incident management process, and then in the coming sessions we will go into a deep dive into incident management process. Mostly tomorrow we will go into incident management process. Incident management process is something like, let us say you got an issue or you got an alert from the monitoring tool. How you handle it, how you resolve it, which teams you will involve, how soon you handle it, what are the types of issues occur, and how the scenarios, what is the situations you first check it, how you reduce the downtime. So, and what are all the precautionary steps you will take as an SRE for not happening it going forward. So this is like the step by step process from the start of an incident to the end of that incident. That is the incident management process. Okay. So as an SRE, we will do the automations, monitoring, incident process, and one more term called error budgets. Okay, error budgets is something, what we do in the error budgets is, let us say we have the multiple teams. Okay, we don't handle everything. We will coordinate with the other team. Let us say we have some Flipkart application. In the Flipkart application, let us say that jerseys microservice is handled by one of the jerseys team. So at that particular point of time, we will discuss with the jerseys team, and we will concentrate on the something called error budgets. Okay, a term or policy. What is meant by error budget is, let us say, a 1 month period of time. 1 month period of time. Okay, in this 1 month period of time, we will come into a agreement with this jersey team. Okay, on what we will come into agreement. Okay, let us say 100% uptime. Okay, 100% uptime. Always remember, no one will provide you for 100% uptime. Okay, even the MNCs like Amazon, AWS, or Google, Microsoft, all these companies never agree. Let us say they are providing some service, they won't give you like 100% uptime. It will be either something like 99.9999% or 99.9997%, 99.998%, or 99.98%. You will always see in terms of 99 point. Similarly, as an SRE, what you will is you will come in terms of error budgets with the jersey string. Let us say the jerseys microservice, they want to be up for 99%. Okay, it is like you are not accepting for the 100%, so they can have some gap. Actually, it is here the error budget means out of 100%, it is okay for them to have that 1% downtime. Okay, that is what we are agreeing with. Here we are having that uh, acceptance or agreement. It is not like everyone will have like no, we don't provide them like, hey, we will provide you 100% uptime or 100% reliability of the service. We will come into error budgets where we will agree like, yeah, we will be able to keep the service 99% of uptime, we will provide you that. Okay, we are giving that assurance and we will try to abide by it. Let us say we are telling them for the next 1 month period of time, we will make sure this service will be reliable by 99%. Okay, so that is called error budget. So we will be having some downtime that is feasible in as an SRE. So we will always encourage also whenever a service goes down, right, or some application is having an issue, as an SRE, we will always try to increase it. Actually, let us say 99%, in the next another month we will may increase it by 0.0001%. So we can have that feasibility here as part of the error budgets. Any queries there?
No, sir.
Okay. And the next thing is, right, like as I already said, there is a term called toil. Okay, so let us say we have the we already discussed, you need to understand whenever people say, hey, let us avoid this toil. Okay, when an SRE say let us avoid this toil, so at that point of time you need to understand what is this toil. Okay, so this is like, as I already discussed, manual work. Whenever something goes on, like whenever disk usage is filling up on a server too fast, or CPU usage is increasing by a particular service. Okay, so at that particular point of time, either you need to end the service or either you need to clear the disk usage. So every time you are doing the manual work, but it is always the same work. So at that point of time, you can avoid the repetitive work, you can avoid that monitor, you can avoid that manual work. Okay, so that particular thing is called the toil. Okay, the reducing of the or uh, avoiding of the repetitive manual or the operational work is called the toil. Okay, so by reducing the toil, we will be increasing the scalability. So how we will
So,
reduce the toil? Either we will using it the automations, we will be creating or the configuring of the new alerts, thereby reducing the manual work.
okay.
Okay, just nothing. Toil is nothing but avoiding the manual or operational work. Manual operational work. Okay, you don't want to do the same repetitive process again and again, thereby out you will do the automation. Okay, so thereby avoiding the toil as an SRE. Simple.
Okay, got it.
Avoid repetitive manual work, that is toil. Okay, next we have a very important concept actually, something called SLO, SLI, and wait, sorry, SLA, SLO, and SLI, service level indicators. Okay, so something called service level agreement, service level objectives, and indicators. Okay, the next concept is SLA, SLO, and SLI. Okay, A means agreement, O means objective, and I means indicator. You always call it as service level indicate agreement, service level objective, and service level indicators. Simply everyone will call as SLA, SLO, and SLI in your daily IT work. Okay, you will always see these terms and which are more crucial for your work in daily basis. You need to understand what it means clearly. Okay, if you have any doubt, please feel to ask directly. The first thing as an SLA is, let us say we will directly go into the practical. Okay, then I will tell you like the proper definition of an SLA. Let us say you have the AWS. Okay, nowadays you will see a term called cloud computing. One of the cloud computing provider is the cloud provider is the AWS. In AWS, you will get the servers, you will get the storage, you will get the monitoring tools, you will get the containerizer tools, you will get everything actually. They will provide all the necessary infrastructure which is required. Okay. So let us say we have the AWS cloud provider and you are the customer. Okay. So what is an SLA? Service level agreement. The first thing as an SLA is, let us say this cloud provider has a service. Okay. Like you wanted to take some service from this so and so cloud provider. Let us say the service is you need some 1 GB of space from this cloud provider, AWS. Okay. Or let us say, or else yeah, you have a server or you want to take an instance. In AWS, we call a server as an instance. Okay, let us say you are taking one server and on that server you have launched an application. Okay, you have this cloud provider AWS. So as a customer, you took one of their service, which is the server. On that server, you have hosted your instance. Okay, so the SLA, service level agreement, it is between you and the cloud provider AWS. Okay, so what is the cloud provider? The cloud provider assures you the service which you are taking. Okay, he will tell you that he will provide some certain amount of, like, let us say you have the server, okay, which you are taking from the cloud provider AWS. So the cloud provider will assure you some certain amount of, like, we will provide you 99.9% of uptime for this particular service, because you don't want your application to go down, right? Let us say you are maintaining a similar application like Flipkart, and in order to manage the infrastructure, you took it from the cloud provider AWS. But what if the server goes down and the application always comes down? You don't want that. So you will have this agreement. It is an agreement. SLA is an agreement between the cloud provider and to the customer, which is the client. Okay. Here you will having an agreement to have the maximum uptime. So if it doesn't maintain the uptime, right, he will come to maintain it actually. If it doesn't maintain, there will be some consequences, because it's an agreement. It is like a documentation you will be having it while before you purchase it. Okay. So any queries here on the SLA one? It's an agreement, Sasi, nothing, right? Let us say
No,
you are
got
the
it.
cloud provider, I am the one who is taking the service. So it is something like, right, when I am taking something from you, you need to give me the assurance. Okay, like 99.99% or something, right? Let us say you I am paying you the rent and you are the house owner, tenant. Okay, while I am coming into your house, I will tell you, I will ask you like, hey Sashi, do you have water availability here? Okay, so what you will tell, yeah, you have water. Actually, you have the Kaveri water available in the Bangalore. You will be able to get 100%. You will give me some certain percentage, and you need to meet it. Okay, if you are not able to meet it, either you need to give me some compensation. Okay, because you are not meeting, because you need to bring some tankers again. It's all your own, because in the starting of the agreement itself we agreed like you are going to provide like 99.9%. That means out of 30 days, let us say for half an hour or 1 hour, if the water is not available, that's fine. But the 1 day or 2 days is like, let us say like 5% or 10%, I mean 2 days water is not there, then that is trouble. You are completely going out of your SL agreement on which you agreed on the start. Okay.
Got it.
Yeah. The next thing is SLO. Okay. Let us say SLO is the objective. So here something, right? Similarly, the same cloud hosting example. Okay. We will take the same cloud hosting example where we have the again AWS. Okay. So here SLO is nothing but it is just the quantifiable target actually. Here we are having like 99.9% is the agreement, uptime agreement, which came between the uh, customer as well as the AWS cloud provider. So here SLO is nothing but if the customer is able to meet that expectation or the quantifiable target. Okay. Uh, Here they have this particular agreement, right? So SLO is nothing but if the target, if they are able to meet the target or not. Simple. SLA is having some certain, this cloud provider assures you like I will provide you 99% of uptime. So here objective is nothing but it measures if the target is achieved or not.
Okay. Just like
Okay.
they met the conditions or not.
Not simple. Okay. The next thing is SLIs. Okay. This is indicator. Here you will be having the monitoring tools. Okay. In the monitoring tools, you will having like, let us say some application. Here you are giving like 99% of uptime, but how you will check that? You will be having some data or logs, right? Like in order to check that if that particular thing is achieved or not. Okay. That particular uptime, did they really achieved or are they just telling it by some mouth or just to blame game? You get it? So here something, right? Using the metrics, like measurable metrics, you will be having some metrics where you will be able to find out using these indicators. Indicators means metrics. Using these metrics, these logs and everything, you will be able to see if this both SLA and SLO is achieved or not. Okay. SLI is nothing but it's a measurable metrics which you will be used to monitor and measure if both the SLS and SLOs. Okay. SLA is the agreement between the cloud provider and the customer. SLO is used to see if that particular is achieved or not. And SLI is the metrics in order to measure this both SLA and the SLO.
Okay.
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 Can we move on to the next topic?
Yes.
Yeah. Remember, okay, all these are very important. What are the roles of an DevOps engineer practically? What an SRE normally does in an organization? Okay, what is all about? What are all the things we have? Like what is the toil work? In order to avoid toil, what we will do? Okay, next main concept is SLI, SLO, and SLIs. What is error budgets? Okay, everything is too important here. It is like we will use it as a daily terms. Okay, as an SRE. So you need to understand like what are all their main purposes. Every organization has their own SLA, SLO, SLS. Okay, this is just what I am giving you as an example because SLS, SLO, and SLS you need to like, let us say you are an SRE team and you are monitoring some particular service. So you need to discuss with that particular Jerseys team, okay, or some other team to understand like what is the uptime you want to provide to that particular customer or what is the customer is asking for the particular uptime. So everyone has their own requirements. Some may say like 97% is fine. Some may say like 98% is fine. So every organization has their own set of SLS, SLOs, and SLIs. So the next thing is you will see something term called observability. Okay. Most of the times this is something like you will see a separate team. Actually, even some organization even have a team name called observability. What they will do is like systems performance, right? Let us say we have the same system, Linux system or Windows system. They wanted to understand the performance of the system or they wanted to understand the application, what is happening behind. They will use some certain monitoring tools and they will monitor those logs and they will get to know the internal health state of the particular system or the application. Okay. So they will be able to diagnose the system behavior. So most of the times this is called the observability. Okay. Observability, it also comes under a SRE, and sometimes in some organization you will see it as a complete different team like observability team. Okay. As I told you, SRE always comes with different requirements in different organization. So even when you find something term called observability, and if they tell then you need to understand like, yeah, it is one of my work, just one of your work, because there will be many multiple works as an SRE you will do. So here as an observability, you will be understanding the system's performance using the logs, okay, and using the monitoring tools.
Okay.
The next thing, yeah. So again, right, most of the times, right, similarly as an SRE, I am telling you, we also need to have a complete understanding of all the DevOps tools, similar to DevOps tools. We need to have the understanding of the SCM tools. We need to understand the CI/CD tools. We need to understand the automated tools like, I mean, the configuration tools like Ansible, and we need to understand the cloud, and we need to understand the monitoring tools. Okay, because every organization has their own set of responsibilities, as I am repeating it again, because everyone uses their own set of tools. Okay, so that is why we need all the tools. All these tools which helps in automating comes under the SRE tools. The next thing is something like SRE mainly focus on a term called anti-fragility. Okay, anti, you will see something called anti-fragility. Okay, let us say you have a system where again you have an application, because that is how it works actually. You will be having a system and you will be having an application top of it. That is our work. That is why I'm telling you the same example. Don't feel forward, because that is the point of our work. Okay, let us say you have some system, and let us say due to some high disk usage or memory usage or CPU usage or maybe some other purpose, okay, the system went down. Okay, and system is having some failure. Okay, so if it happens first time, fine. You will be involving the teams. You will be working on it, and if you know the cause, you will be working on it, and you will resolving it. If you don't know the cause, you will involve the appropriate team for the cause, and you will ask them to help, and they will resolve it. So it occurred for the first time, and let us say it happened the second time. Okay, so anti-fragility refers here, right? So the system's ability to benefit from that failure. Let us say the failure happened the first time, the failure happened the second time. It shouldn't happen for the third time, right? You need to handle it, like you need to either have some permanent fix, or using the incident management process, you need to get the root cause from the application team and work upon it and act upon it to make sure the same mistake doesn't happen thrice. Actually, maybe it happened first time, maybe it happened second time, or maybe it even happened the third time, but the system shouldn't happen the same cause again and again. It shouldn't go to failure state from the same state again and again. Okay, so this is the concept called anti-fragility, which is something like a system's ability to benefit from shock and failures. Okay, and become stronger and become more reliable on over a time. Okay, this is called anti-fragility. I will give you all the notes, Sashi. I mean, maybe after once the end of the session, or maybe once after the end of the concept. But make sure whenever you have some doubt, directly ask me. Okay.
Okay.
And the next thing is like, yeah, as I said, right? In the incident management process, we will define like how we handle an incident and what has happened, like how we learn from the failures, all these things. And the next thing is like, yeah, what is the use of SRE, right? Like, let us say a system which doesn't have an SRE, and or I mean, an organization which doesn't have an SRE team, and an organization which have an SRE team. There will be always a significant difference. Okay, let us say you don't have an SRE team, so you have multiple teams, you even have a DevOps team, but it doesn't help, because always SRE focuses on reliability of the system. That means the end customer satisfaction, because without the customer satisfaction, right, if you see like the system is always going down, the application is always going down, so at that particular point of time, you can't do anything. Actually, you will feel literally pissed off, because the customer literally pissed off, and the customer doesn't come off, then the reliability of the system goes down, and obviously everything, the main is revenue. When the customer doesn't come and buy into your system, obviously your name of the company goes down, your revenue goes down, and your salary gets affected. So as an SRE, right, it completely affects the entire organization as a main or as a whole. When we continuously monitor, when you continuously automate, when we continuously follow up with the error budgets with the team, when we continuously reduce the toil work, when we increase the anti-fragility, by using the anti-fragility, by using all these, right? So we as an SRE increase the reliability of the system, thereby increase the customer satisfaction, thereby increase the revenue of the organization. You are observing, right? Like how we an SRE contributing to the entire system.
Yes.
Shashi?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So
So
this
this
is
is
how it is actually.
okay.
Are you saying something?
No, maximum this is for the like a software development team, right? And who companies deals with the software development.
It's not software development, Shashi. See, software development life cycle is a different, like where you will design. It's all different actually. See, here you are mainly focusing on reliability of the system. Like you will be having the software. I mean, you will be having the existing application. Okay. Let us comes in
Okay.
practical actually. Too practical, I will tell you. You have your application. Like you are an engineer of the Flipkart application. Okay. The first thing what as an SRE you need to do is you need to monitor the servers. Okay, you need to monitor the load balancers, you need to monitor the application. Okay, you need to monitor the entire Flipkart application, and if you don't have any alerting, you as an SRE will create an alerting for that Flipkart application. And then you as an SRE, whenever some issue comes up, you will learn from your mistakes and you will make that mistake doesn't happen again, either by collaborating with the teams, and if you have the solution you will work on it, and you will get to the bottom of the root cause. Okay, and or else either you as an SRE, you will create the automations to reduce the toil of the work. Okay, so what you are doing, you are either using the SLA, SLO and SLIs, you are reducing the toils, and you are increasing the automations, you are learning from your mistakes, you are organizing or you are configuring the alerts, thereby reducing the downtime. So everything is going for the reliability of the system. Here you are not directly writing a code and you won't directly develop a microservice. Okay, you mainly focus on the reliability of the system. You will need to understand the code, because either you need the Python language or either you need the mm, JavaScript. It may occur, but it doesn't completely based on the actually programming. Here you completely focus on the monitoring and automation using the scripting. Okay, and also the incident management process.
Okay. Got it.
Okay, clear on that? Because
Yes.
make sure you need to understand what you are doing. Okay, that is what the first point. That is why I'm telling you. That is why I clearly explained on the practical steps on what a DevOps does, guy, and what our SRE does. Because you need to have the practical. Because if you go into the interview, right, I want you to tell like you joined as an SRE. Okay, because there will be SRE level 1, SRE level 2, SRE level 3. In every organization, I think you will see the level 1, level 2, level 3 guys, right? Even in the system
Yes.
admin 1, system admin 2, system admin 3. If the system admin does the prior triaging and if he doesn't know, he will escalate it to the level 2 guy. Similarly, you can tell something like whenever you are attending for interview, right? I want you to have the practical knowledge rather than the theoretical knowledge. Because when you are going for the interview, I will ask you only for the practical experience. I won't ask you like, hey, tell me what is anti-fragility. I won't ask you that. I will ask you only like, what is your practical experience? I will give you a scenario. Okay, let us say something happened. Let us say here SLA, right? They will ask you like, what, tell me what is SLA. They won't ask you that. They will ask you in such a way that, hey, let us assume you are working with one of the site experience team. Okay, and you have this so and so service where you want to uh, monitor continuously. So what is your SLA agreement with that particular service or with the particular team owner? So that is your practical question. Okay, so you need to tell it based on something like, yes, when I am working, like we have coordinated with this site experience team, and when we are working with the site experience team, we used to get so and so issues, and upon the agreement, SLA for that so and so service is like 99.1%. They may ask you like, why 99, why not 100%? You need to tell that as an SRE, we always won't give for the 100%. We will try to achieve like as near as possible. But even the Google and Amazon never provide for the 100% service, because it's not possible. You can't assume like what type of error comes, but you will learn from that mistake and you will conquer it, and you will do the automations, configuration of alerts in order to meet that SLAs. Okay, you need to give such type of answers. It is not like, hey, SLA is like agreement between the cloud. No one will listen to the a proper theoretical part actually. So that is why I always focus on the practical type of thing. Okay, it is like you have worked on SRE part. Okay.
Okay.
And most of the times, right, like if you want to understand the SRE evolution and everything, SRE evolution mainly came from the like initially it was implemented in the Google actually. Okay, in order to like Google has a lot of large scale systems. Okay, they have their own data centers. Data center in the sense uh, there will be two types. Okay, when we will discuss the cloud computing concepts, I will tell you more clearly. For the bigger organizations, rather than buying from the other team, what they will do is they will be having a huge amount of capital. So a term comes as the data center. In the data center, they host their own servers. They manage their own servers with the infrastructure guys and the networking guys and the service level guys. So they have their own data centers. Data center is nothing but a building. In that building, they have their servers, their own servers. In that own servers, they will manage it and they will configure it and they work on it actually. They utilize their own servers. Okay. But in order to use it, like there will be large scale of systems. You won't even believe it. In some MNCs, right, there will be like 10,000 plus of servers actually. Okay, either those Linux servers or maybe the Windows servers. But in order to manage this, right, and if you are a big company, you obviously will be having the capital. But if you are a small company, right, obviously you will go, you don't want to put all the budget at the start itself. You will be going to the cloud providers like AWS or Azure or Google. Google for uh, their services actually, in order to get less budget and less cost. Okay. So
Okay.
yeah, that's what we are discussing. Actually, this SRE, because of this, Google guys have a large amount of servers. They brought this concept of SRE in order to maintain the high scalability and the reliability of the system. Incident detection or incident reporting. So first of all, we have the monitoring systems, continuous monitoring of the systems, right? How you are going to detect it, as we discussed, through monitoring tools. Then you will get that alerting. Then, or through user reports. Sometimes detecting on an incident not only happens through the monitoring systems. Many of the teams, they even though they don't have, right, let us say some Flipkart is gone down. So not only, even if the alerting is not there in your place, sometimes we will be having sometimes called the business owners. Okay, that means they will handle on the business side. So these business guys will even give you the information like, hey guys, my customers are informing you that one of the particular feature in a one of the site went down. So that means here you are gonna detecting the incident not through the monitoring systems. Here you are gonna detect the incident through the user reports. Okay, or sometimes even if you don't get it, let us say you are randomly monitoring or randomly looking at some page and you only or your one of your team member or colleague recognize it that it went down. So even before the monitoring systems triggers in, your internal reports, that means either from your team end or your many other things, or maybe the user reports, that is the customer, somehow you are getting notified. Okay, so because of the incident detection also, it is not only monitoring, there may be some manual work also. However, it may get detected if the first point of is you need to get the incident be detected. The next thing is triaging an incident. Triaging an incident, right? If you want to triage an incident, obviously you need to first of all prioritize or categorize the incident. Okay. And the next thing is like assignment. Here, assignment, you will get more information once we go into service now. Nothing but, right, some incidents you may resolve, some incidents you may not. So at that particular point of time, you need to route those incidents to a particular specialist team, either it the tech teams, product owners, or whoever it may resolve it. You need to inform them so that they will work on it. So that is why here we are mentioning as assignment. That means once after you categorize the incident, you need to assign that incidents to the particular specialist teams or their individual so that they will work on it. First thing is you will get the alerting either through any means, either through the monitoring systems or user reports or your internal reports. Then you will need to triage the incident, which is prioritization or assignment. Then you need to response. We already told, right, communication to the stakeholders is the most important. Always remember this term, stakeholders. When people say stakeholders, don't think what are they are. It is always the product owners or tech owners or managers, all these guys actually, the vice president of this particular product, of the particular wing, all these guys. You need to bring them. The next thing is resolution. Whoever you assigned this incident to, they will resolve it, and you need to keep a track of it. And you need to understand if that is a hot fix or a permanent fix. Hot fix is nothing but temporary fix. And then you need to understand if it was done a permanent fix, either by deploying something or either by releasing some change. And the next thing is communication and reporting, as we continuously say, status updates. And the next thing is root cause analysis. Root cause analysis is nothing but a document, RCA. Shashi, are you able to see this, Shashi?
Yes.
So here, if you see, right, this is just one of the template. In my organization, to be frank, the template doesn't even look like this. It will be a normal Word sheet or Excel sheet. However, people may categorize it in different ways, right? Everyone has their own ways. But whatever the requirement will be same. See, issue details. So first of all, here you need to write date issue reported. What is the issue, date, and name, your name. Okay. Describe the issue. You need to describe the issue in a single line. Here I told you like 3-4 lines of the issue, but you need to mitigate it and tell like uh, website is down uh, as the servers are not responding. Okay, simple. So that will be your description of the issue. Then you need to explain the source, like where that alert trigger from, either New Relic or some another monitoring tools, or is it due to some user reporting. Okay, rate how critical is it, a P1, P2, P3, and why you are justifying it, why you are telling it is a P1, P2, P3. You will justify your answer. Okay, next, describe the cause. Then you will tell like what caused the issue, will it cause again, possible root cause, and then you will tell like suggested solution, like what is the thing you done for resolution, and any testing was done or not in order for that release, and what is the results, will it impact again or not. So this is one of the, right, when you go for just once after this class is over, you just go and search for root cause analysis template and see like is that same whatever we discussed or not. Similar, see, define process, gathering necessary data, verified root cause with data. It will be the same actually. Everyone will have the same requirements. Whatever they ask will be the same, but the pattern will be different. Okay. It just we need to document like is the incident went well or not, what is the reported time, end time, how fast we resolve the issue, what are the necessary steps taken so that the issue doesn't repeat again. Okay. That will be all covered under the postmortem. Okay. Which is very crucial, and you need to understand all this as part of your incident management process. This will be the sum of the tools which we are going to discuss in our coming thing. You will have some monitoring tools, right? You will get it from notified here. Then you will have some tool called OpsGenie, which it will alert to you like, hey, some incident is triggered. Then you will have some tools called ServiceNow or Jira to log your incident. I mean to create an incident to track that issue. Then you will do the communication either through Slack or OpsGenie. You will document your RCS, everything through Confluence page, and fixes everything again Jira or ServiceNow. Tracking your incident or logging an incident is most of it is through either Jira or ServiceNow. Okay, documentation will be done in this Confluence to keep a track of it. It is just like how people use Google. Organizations use Confluence to document their processes and runbooks. And communication is Slack. Slack is nothing but WhatsApp. How you will do the chatting and everything. Similarly, people will create groups and they will discuss in that Slack. It is nothing but Teams. I think your organization uses Teams, right? Microsoft Teams.
Actually, we don't use any of those things. It's a
Oh,
small one.
what you use? Yeah. Anyway, it's the same thing. Okay.
It's a basic
In
thing actually. They are
uh,
trying to implement some SAP and some open source CRM, Sugar CRM. And I'm just
okay.
a basic system admin. That's what.
Okay. Not an issue. Anyway, let us leave that. Okay. Anyway, it's not our cup of
Yeah.
tea. Our cup of tea is SRE. So, okay. So, all these tools and how we communicate. Yeah, we will discuss this all step by step. Okay. It will be very interesting, Rishi. Actually, all these concepts, it will be really good. It is just, uh, even if you understand the basics, it is fine because all these are organizational most advanced tools actually. Even if I tell all these tools in your organization, you may not get to use like at least 2 or 3 tools, okay? Because every organization has the different set of requirements, but some tools are too crucial which you need to understand, like ServiceNow, Jira. You need to understand the in and out of it. Even we don't even have the access, but I will try to tell you like as much close as possible, or I will try to provide you as many documents so that it will be very easy for you to understand. Because it will be something like, you need to go through the process in such a way like you have the hands on it. Okay, so that will be the
Okay.
most crucial steps, because this will be the main actually. In every organization, people will to be frank, I will see people coming with 3 years 4 year experience, and they don't have a experience of ServiceNow or Jira. uh, it will be really troublesome, to explain, uh, because organization will least expect this. Like, have you worked on ServiceNow or not? Have you at least do you know about Confluence or not? So even though people will ask about this Ansible, Docker, or Jenkins or GitHub, but the basic should important. These basic tools, only when you work on a practical basis, then only people will get access to. Okay, because most of the guys will tell you only teach you this Ansible, Docker, Jenkins. It is everywhere you found it. Even if you go to YouTube, you will find these common courses. But ServiceNow, Jira, Slack, Opsgenie, or Confluence, no one will tell you the basics. These are the most organizational basics, okay? Which is very crucial. If you don't know this, even when you tell like I worked on practically, people won't believe you. Everyone will think like, hey, this guy just went through YouTube courses and he's coming and telling his face experience. We don't want that. Okay, so this is how you will do a incident management process, what you will do about the root cause, how you will categorize a P1, P2 issue, how there will be multiple factors in an organization. Okay, any queries on this
Okay.
incident management process, P1, P2, P3 categorization and everything? So in order for you to know about AWS, you need to understand what cloud computing is all about actually. Why AWS and what we are gonna do with AWS and what we are gonna do in AWS services, how we are gonna use it in our industry standard, in our daily job role and everything. Okay. We will discuss most part of the services in the later part of the course. Currently, I have started cloud computing because in AWS, one of the service we need is EC2. In EC2, we are gonna take the instances or servers, and from there we are gonna troubleshoot, use it, and everything. Okay, that is why I have started cloud computing first. Then we will go into the AWS service. Then we will go with Linux and everything. Okay, this will be our going forward agenda actually. So coming to cloud computing, right? Why cloud computing came actually, and what is its necessity, and what are its advantages and everything actually. Before you see, right, in our industry actually there will be mostly three types actually. We divide the industry into three types. The first will be MNCs. Okay, the Amazon, Google, the Accenture, all these guys actually. Okay, and the second will be middle based companies where you will see like having only 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 companies around. Okay, and the next ones are the small based companies or the startup ones, which you usually see only 2 or 3 companies around in the India or somewhere around in Australia, something around. Okay, if you see in these three company, everyone have their own capital, right? It is not like all the MNCs capital and the small startup companies capital is same. MNCs have a huge million billion also of capital actually, but whereas in the startup based companies their capital is less. So let us say I am me Hussein, I want to start a startup. Okay, when I want to uh, do a startup, or when I want to create a startup, so at that point of time, let us say my capital is only just 1 million. Okay, 1 million is not much, but I'm just saying as an example. And let us say the MNC capital is, this is the startup capital, and this is the MNC capital. If you see, right, there is a lot of difference between the startup capital and the MNC capital. Okay, so in as a startup capital, what I need to all take care, first of all, I need to see what type of application I want to design, how many employees. I need only just 20 employees initially. Okay, be it be developers, QA guys, designers, and maybe some other ops guys. Okay, let us just assume these guys. Okay, as of now. As a startup, I only need these guys. But whereas in a MNC, right, you have a lot of capital. You need a lot more guys like managers for managing all those. You will be needing the service owners, product managers, everyone. Okay. So at this point here, if you see the employees are increasing in a MNC, the capital is high, whereas in a startup the capital is low, the employees are low, whereas the requirement is also low. But when you see compared to a startup and MNC, even the resources also there will be a lot of differences. The resources that require in a MNC are huge, whereas in a startup is very less. Okay, so let us say this guy want to develop an application, but his only budget is 1 million. So first of all, he needs some servers. He needs some database for his application. He needs the backend points. He needs the monitoring. There is a lot of dependencies. Okay, when you see an application actually around it. Similarly, MNC also required all these things. But when the MNC has the budget, there will be some considerations actually. So as a startup, right? If he want to take a building, let us say uh, he want to have some servers. Okay, so let us say if the startup itself he want to create his own servers, he want to manage his own servers. So the first thing he need is a building. Okay, in that building he need the servers installed or server setup. In order to manage that servers, he need the ground level people, workers. Again, he need the infrastructure like ACs, those manageable things, generators and everything to manage that particular entire building. Okay, and the next thing which he need is obviously the networking engineers and the infra engineers which need to set up and manage those servers. If you see, right, even the budget is increasing beyond these developers, QA designers. Let us say manpower, even the manpower is increased if you want to create his own servers and if you want to manage his own servers. And even the building cost, even the rental cost, okay, even the power cost. So this 1 million won't even be suffice just for starting the servers and managing the servers. Okay, but his entire capital is only 1 million. But an MNC can manage, he has 100 million capital. Okay, even if he take 10 million for managing a server, owning a building and everything, he still have 90 million for the rest of it to take care actually. Okay, so at this point, so what the startup capital, there is a concept that which came is cloud computing. So what cloud computing means is we will be having the set of services. Okay, the computing services means you will have the servers, storage, databases, or the networking, or the necessary software which you need. Okay, or there will be some other things like internet, everything. Okay, so all these services will be provided via internet, over the internet. That means you don't need a building, or you don't need to rent a building, you don't need to maintain your own servers and everything. What cloud computing offers is, over the internet you can access a variety or range of services, just like networking, storage, databases, everything actually, even the softwares and everything. Did you got that?
Mm. Yes, yes, sir.
Shashi, this topic is actually, yeah, every topic is important. I always tells that, but one thing you always need to remember, remember the concept, Shashi. Don't always
Yeah.
remember the theory, and it was always waste actually. Remember the concept, like what is cloud computing, and the next thing you should always remember is about the one good thing is this no one will ask you actually like what is cloud computing, tell me blah blah blah, you won't get it. But when this cloud computing concepts and everything which I'm going to discuss, in the future, if you want to take up for a certification, there will be certifications actually. As you grow up on your career, you need to have some certifications in your resume. Similarly, AWS offers the certification starts from the uh, this AWS Solution Architect, AWS Cloud Practitioner, AWS DevOps Engineer certified. There will be many types of certifications actually. So you need this cloud computing. It has a good weightage actually when you write the exam over it. So understanding this cloud computing concepts is necessary. We are gonna discuss is all about EC2, okay, one of the service in the AWS. So coming to the AWS, right? If you see, it was one of the most evolving cloud platform when compared to other cloud platforms. There are many cloud platforms as we discussed, Azure, Google Cloud Platform, and as well as Alibaba or many more cloud platforms that are available. Even IBM provides their own cloud platform and everything. But AWS is one of the most famous cloud platform when compared to everything. if we see, right, as per the 2022 market and everything, or the latest reports, AWS has nearly 32% share market when compared to others. Even Azure only has 22%, or Google Cloud Platform has 11%. So AWS stands with highest number of share market when compared to others. And it also even have like 1.45 million business actually around the world. So even the customer base is also very high for AWS. Okay, and also around like 69.28%, which having the revenue around $10 million, also use AWS. So that is why AWS is very prominent when compared to the other cloud services. It was very easy, user friendly, and all the documentations are very clear, even if we want to refer out for any troubleshootings and any other steps. So AWS is also the one which we are going to discuss in the upcoming sessions for our training purposes as well as the practical sessions. Okay, today we will discuss what and all AWS, like what is the EC2 instance and what we are gonna do and everything. Okay, so as you go, right, AWS we can access it very easily, and you can see here we all call it as the computing services. Here if you see, there are multiple services actually. Yeah, in the all the things you can find out EC2 or VPC, storage, networking, anything, whatever you want to configure on the applications, Elastic Beanstalk, storage, notification services, monitoring tools like CloudWatch. You will find a number of services that are offering by the AWS service. AWS Cloud Platform. Okay, so one of the main important you need to understand is, let us go through the UI. Okay, the UI we will go through, like here this is the AWS. If you want to switch on to the home screen at any point of time, you can click on this AWS icon. If you want to navigate to any of the services, you can click on the services navigation button, and if you have the idea on the service, you can directly search out here in the search bar. Okay, and one of the option here is you can even change out the themes and everything, just like how you do it for your normal local browser. Okay, and here if you see, there is one more option here. Here is your account ID. When you create it, you will get your account ID, and here is your account. If you want to go and look at your account, you can click on that account and you will be able to see all your account details. Okay, and one more thing is here, see, all the details you can find out here. And if you want to see your bill, right, we already discussed AWS is like a pay as you go model. Like it will only charge you like whatever the amount you are gonna use it. So if you want to track your billing and cost management, you can click on this billing and cost management, which will be on your user profile. See, user profile, and the option is billing and cost management. Okay, here you can click on the bills. In the bills on your left side, left navigate bar, you will see an option called bills, and you will be able to find out the billing period. You can even change it the billing period also from the upper bar. In the January, I don't have any bill, and you will be seeing it in the USD, that is US dollar. Okay, so this is where you can check your bills, and you can even enable some CloudWatch. Here is a monitoring tool which we will go into discuss in our upper classes. But the purpose of the CloudWatch is, if we integrate with this bills, whenever this bill reaches some certain target which we set, like you want to get alerted when the bill reaches $2 or $3. So if we set up this, then you will get notified like, hey, your bill is reached $2 or $3 for the services which you have utilized, and you will get notified so that you can take appropriate action for it rather than the bill gets exceeded. Okay, so you can always come here, you can check the bill and cost management here, and you will be able to see whatever you want to need. Okay, is that clear till now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and the next session, not session, next topic, right, here if you see, there is an option called global. Okay, here if you see a number of some names like US East North Virginia, US East 1, Ohio, North California, Oregon, our Mumbai, Sydney, Tokyo, Ireland, Paris, Stockholm, and many more regions actually. If you see, there are a lot number of locations or something you call, but what we call as per the AWS is, this is called a region. Okay, US East North Virginia is a region. US East Ohio is a region, and US East 1 is the code of this particular region. You will have the code name, right, or something like roll number or something. Even when we used to do the BTech, I think we all used to have the roll numbers and our name. So even the roll number represents our name. Similarly, US East 1 is US East, North Virginia. Okay, so this is the code name of this region. So what is a region? So currently, I am in the, if you see, right, you need to understand one thing. Here you are seeing a option called global. You are not able to click anything. Even if I click on North Virginia, I am not able to go to that region because billing is for the entire AWS. It is global. It is not only for a single region. Okay. So what if you want to navigate into, just go to AWS. I'm going out of the billing management section. I'm going out to the services section. Now, if you see, you can select the regions. Okay. So currently I'm selecting one of the region. See, you can navigate to or switch to any regions and you can work there. So what is the region that I am all discussing about? Region is nothing but a geographical physical location. Let us say we have this, in India only we have one of the region called Mumbai. Okay, in Mumbai we have a data center and the data center is in AWS. That means in Mumbai there is a building. Okay, this Mumbai geographical location is the region. So in that region you may have multiple data centers. You get it? Mumbai is a region. That means in the Mumbai area you will have multiple data centers. Okay, so this is nothing but geographical areas. When you are calling it as a region, that means in this particular region you will have some multiple data centers, either that one data center or two data centers or more than two data centers. So in this particular region you will have multiple data centers, and in the data centers you will be having all these services available. So that means if you are accessing or if you are working in North Virginia, that means you will be able to access the resources from the North Virginia region. Okay, and if you want to access the resources or the data center resources, then you need to switch to Asia Pacific Mumbai. Okay, and the only one thing you should remember every time is you should whenever if you are trying to switch, right, let us say you have used some services in today Mumbai. Okay, you need to make a note of it, and even if you switch to another region and even if you want to work on it, you need to make sure that either you need to take care of all the resources, either you need to stop it, or if you are sure about it, like you have done something, if you forgot about it, the billing will automatically track about Mumbai. If you forgot, you have launched it, or if you have configured some resources in Mumbai and by mistakenly you went to North Virginia and thereby you are doing again some practice or something in North Virginia, then the resources, the billing will automatically do for Mumbai. So whenever you track or do something, particularly fixed to one region, in any companies, right, the one most popular region, any company, I'm telling you 100% sure, they mostly use this North Virginia, which is the most reliable region actually. Okay, and if it is UK, they most of the times they will use this Europe, Ireland. Okay, and they will also use this Asia Pacific Mumbai and something, but North Virginia, Ohio, as well as this Ireland and London are the most important regions. Not important, that means you don't need to remember or anything, you can work on any one of the regions, but in most of the companies if you work practically, right, if you have US clients, mostly their services and everything is launched in the North Virginia, and if you have a UK client which you are working for, their services will be mostly in the Ireland region. Okay, so you can remember that one particular thing. So region is nothing but a geographical physical location where you will have multiple data centers. Simple. Okay, any query on that region part?
No,
No, right?
no.
Okay, so the next thing is availability zone. Now you just discussed about region. Okay, the next thing is availability zone. Okay, so what we said about region, a geographical area with multiple data centers in it. Okay, so what is an availability zone? Availability is nothing but this data center in that region or group of data centers in that region. You understood the difference? Region is geographical area, that means the entire area which is having multiple data centers. But what is an availability zone? You may also call it as in a short form like AZ. Okay, most of the times you will hear the name as AZ going forward. So AZ is nothing but availability zone. So the data centers which we have in these areas, right, that is nothing but availability zone. Okay, and why we will be having multiple data centers in a single region? Okay, it is mostly for the reliability and fault tolerance. There is always a term, I think we already discussed in our previous class while we are discussing this cloud computing. So fault tolerance is nothing but, right, there may be some cyclones, there may be some other issues, or maybe some tsunamis or some other thing happened, or maybe some power cuts due to heavy rain. Okay, so at that particular point of time, if you are accessing from one particular service, let us say from this one particular region, if you are accessing, right, let us say in this US North Virginia, let us say we have three availability zones. That will be like availability zone will be represented something like, you have this code, right, US East 1, it will be something like 1A, 1B, 1C, or 2A, 2B, 2C. It will be some format actually on that, we will directly check it out, but it will be like that, US East 1A or US East 1B. Okay, availability zones will be represented with A, B something. Okay, so US East 1 is the code of the region, and the availability zone code will be US East 1A, US East 1B, or US East 2A, or US East 2B. Okay, so that will be like that. So let us say you have a region, and what we are discussing is, let us say you are in US East North Virginia, and you have your resources. But what AWS offers us is, it will tell you like, hey, for your services we will provide you 99.99% of no downtime offering. Okay, they will offer in something like that. So at that time it needs to make sure that there is no fault tolerance. Oh sorry, it needs to ensure the fault tolerance. That means it needs to make sure that there is no downtime, and its application should be up despite any failure or any issue. So let us say in our North Virginia, or let us say in Mumbai region, we have two data centers. In Mumbai, maybe Mumbai, I'm not aware of the places. Let us take the Hyderabad. Okay, let us consider Hyderabad as the region, and in Hyderabad, let us take two of the availability zones. Let us say one availability is in Kokatpalli, and the other availability zone is in Gachibowli. Okay, so let us say in Kukatpalli, some storm or some cyclone came, and immediately the services went down. Let us say you are trying to access one of the services from that particular availability zone or data center. So at that particular point of time, your application won't go down, because in your region there is one more availability zone which is in Gachibowli. So obviously your application will be still up, because of uh, it will be able to provide the your data will be transferred to that particular availability zone, and your application will be still up actually, it won't go down. Okay, that is the main advantage that is being provided by the AWS, and it will ensure that you have the fault tolerance, and it will ensure you have the high availability, and it will make sure that all your deployed applications are still up, even if any availability zone still goes down. Are you clear? Like why we have a region, and in a region why we have multiple availability zones, and what is its purpose of an availability zone? If you are okay, then we can
Yes.
continue on to the next topic.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the next thing, right? As of now, there are currently something around 33 regions. Okay, and four more regions are coming up. That means AWS is planning to uh, get into like four more regions. They want to launch it actually. Like you are seeing here, right? Like I will directly show you. Here if you see currently here you are only able to see only few regions. Okay, and it is also telling like there are 12 regions that are not enabled for this account. See, even in Hyderabad we have a availability Hyderabad is the region, and in Hyderabad we have the availability zone. So again you need to go and request from AWS, like you need to click on this manage regions, and if you want to utilize it more, then you will be charged for that, and then again you need to get the access from their customer care, and then these regions will be enabled for you. Okay, anyway we don't need all those things, we just need one region, and that is more than suffice, which is a North Virginia or any other region. So what you can do is, like here if you see, right, currently all the regions are nearly around 33 which are there as part of AWS, and four more regions they want to bring it up in the going forward, which they have plans for. And AWS something around like approximately 105 AZs we have around, and 12 more AZs they are planning out. Moving on to the next topic, right? Currently, now we are going to discuss about a topic called instance, which is nothing but EC2. Here, if you click on services, you will see something called virtual servers in the cloud. So that means virtually you can access all the servers from the cloud, and that service name is called EC2, which means Elastic Compute Cloud. The full form is Elastic Compute Cloud. So what is an instance? So if you want to understand, right, instance is nothing but a you can call it as a virtual server or server, which you can use it directly without having any physical server. You don't need any physical server or anything. Virtually you can use this server, which is, you may call it as an instance in the point of view of AWS. And it offers all the computing things, that includes it has the own storage, it has the own memory, you can configure it, you can have the RAM and everything. Okay, and here if you see, you may have a number of things here, like instances, which is nothing but the virtual servers which we currently discussed. Auto scaling groups is like, once you configure the auto scaling, that means scaling up or scaling down, which we discussed yesterday. Whenever some traffic is coming up, if you configure this auto scaling group, then the instances will increase and the instances will go down when the traffic is not there. Dedicated host is, we will discuss it in the uh, instance types. And elastic IP is, there is one thing you should understand upon. Okay, one is called public IP and the other term is called private IP. Sashi, remember all these concepts. Okay, everything is too important actually for you to, whenever you are gonna work on it. Okay, because you
Okay.
need to understand what is public IP, what is private IP, so that you need to properly read it out actually. Like, let us say you are working on something, let us say you are troubleshooting something. So at that particular point of time, right, you need to at least know what it is about. I don't think no one will ask you like in a anywhere like, hey, tell me what is this or what is that. Okay, but you need to understand like the basics, like what is this private IP or what is a public IP, what is this instance means. If anyone is telling you like go into a server, at least you need to know like, yeah, instance and server are both are same. It's just he's talking about the AWS point of view. So it's just all the basic terms, but you need to understand or know the classical difference actually. Like, everyone has their own so when it comes to public IP, right, when you have an instance, you will see something public IP and private IP. Okay, public IP is nothing but uh, it can be seen by other devices on the internet. That means, uh, with a public IP, let us say you have a Google. Okay, so in the google.com, there is a public IP behind this particular domain name. So you actually won't type HTTPS or something public IP and then you won't access it actually. Okay, but you use the domain name called Google and then from there you are gonna access it. Similarly, for every instance there is a public IP and you can access that instance or anything through that public IP. So it is accessible by everyone over the internet. So public IP is nothing but that can be seen by the devices on the internet, or that can be actually accessed by the people, and you can use it to communicate and interact over the internet online. Okay, but private IP, it is only for your local network. If you work on an organization, right, you have your own company organization, they will use their VPNs. Okay, or they will use their Zscalers again for the private networks, or they will use some Azure virtual desktops, or actually AWS workstation, I think it's called actually Amazon workstation or something, or AWS workspace, I think the name is called. So all these they use it for their private networks in their organization, because they want to virtually protect or they want to provide the security for their applications and systems. So any critical applications, right, you won't be able to access directly over the internet. You will be only able to access if you are in that particular network. Have you ever faced a situation or have you ever seen such case actually, Sashi? Like, you are not able to access the resources directly over the internet, but you need to either connect through the VPN or some particular private network in order to access it,
Right. I heard that some of my friends use VPN to connect to their servers, to their
right?
office.
You will use VPN, right?
Right.
Then that's fine. Then I don't need to explain everything about this public IP and private IP. So I think you have that basic idea on that. So similarly, right, currently we are discussing about this elastic IP. So elastic IP, right, what is elastic IP? Let us say public IP. When you launch an instance, right, a public IP was already automatically assigned by the particular AWS instance. But whereas the elastic IP, let us say you terminated the instance, or the instance is automatically deleted, or it happened something. Okay, so at that particular point of time, you will even lose that IP address. But if the IP address is configured in some server or some application, that means you are getting a new IP address, and the linked IP address and the new IP address is doesn't match, and the application will face reliability issues. So in that case, they will take a elastic IP. That means you are taking a static IP. That means the IP will be fixed, and you won't be able to change it out. I mean, even the a new instance comes up in that place, the IP will be the same, and the configured IP number will be the same, and your application will be still up. Okay, so this is one of the most advantage of the elastic IP. Key pairs, right? Coming to key pairs.
So elastic IP is nothing but a static IP.
Yeah, that's it.
Then why can't they keep it as
That means you
static
will have a
IP?
fixed IP. Even if the IP goes down, you won't be able to. Um, Let us say you have an application pointed out to some IP address here. Okay, so if you have an instance, and if you have this public IP address, the IP, whenever something happens to the instance and the IP address goes down, then a new IP address comes in, but the application already has a separate IP address, so it won't match. Again, you need to configure everything from the start. In order to avoid this, elastic IP will charge you. It will give you a separate IP. You can own that IP, and you can configure from it. Okay, even
Okay,
if
got it.
something happens, and you can still have that own IP address, and the AWS doesn't take it away. Next. Yeah. So the first thing, let us launch an instance. Okay, now we are going to launch an instance, and from there again we are going to check out each and everything. Okay, like what and all we have in an instance. First of all, you got right. I went to services, EC2. If you want to do it again, again behind session, you can do it right away, or you can again practice it later part of the day also. Anything is fine with me.
Yeah,
But make sure you have all this, like how to do it,
yeah.
and make sure in which region you are trying to do. So first of all, I am giving my name, test server. Okay, here name means you need to give the naming of the server. Then here it is asking an option for application and OS images. That means OS, operating system image. What is an Amazon mission image? Okay, Amazon mission image is nothing but the pre-configured templates. Here you are seeing, right, browse more AMIs. AMI is nothing but Amazon mission images. That means this is a pre-configured template which you have the all the components that you need to work on a server. It is just a template. So all the pre-configured components, whatever it is needed for a server to work, it was already configured and providing it as a template by the AWS, which is nothing but an Amazon mission image. It is called it as AMI in AWS. So the first thing is you need to click on any one of the template or any one of the image. Here if you see, right, this is an Linux mission AWS, which was offered by the AWS. Here it is Mac. This is for the Mac users. This is Ubuntu. Ubuntu, Red Hat, SUSE Linux, CentOS. There are many flavors as part of a Linux. Nothing meant all these are Linux only. All this comes as part of a Linux, but just flavor changes. That's it. Okay, just like the children. Maybe you can think of it like that. The commands and everything changes, but just it is the Linux command line where you may have some small changes in the commands, but the process and everything is same. Okay, so most of the times Ubuntu, Red Hat, in major organizations, right, you will see this Ubuntu, they will work on the Linux mostly. Okay, and CentOS is also the second, I think, from what I observed actually. Ubuntu, CentOS, and Red Hat. So let us work on the Amazon Linux. It was like similar to CentOS. So once you select on the template, the next thing here you need to observe is Amazon mission image. Here if you see, read it carefully. Okay, this is the Amazon mission number 64-bit. You will see, no, right, in your configure also 32-bit, 64-bit. 64-bit you have more predefined feature, so we will be selecting the 64-bit. And the next is AMI ID ARM and the virtualization is HVM, ENA enabled. Root device type is Elastic Block Store. Here Elastic Block Store is where the your storage is gonna store. Okay. You need to see, right, like where whatever the data or whatever the storage or the files you are uploading, you need to have some storage where you are gonna upload all those. So that EBS, that means Elastic Block Store, is your storage service for this particular AMI. Okay. Architecture is 64-bit. We are selecting it out. If you select any other than that, other than this one template, you will get a lot of chargeable. Okay. So make sure you will only select this free tier eligible. Next, instance type. Okay. So if you see the instance type, right, I am clicking on it. Here, if you see, you will see in something like here, this is T2 micro, T3 large, C5 large, C5 4 large. And if you go like that, you will get a lot actually, like M4, M5, C6. See, there will be a number actually. Yeah, you won't even be able to remember anything like that, G4D metal or something. But how you need to configure, this is one of the most important. Instance type. First of all, what is an instance type? Instance type is nothing but the first thing you always need to remember is for every application, right, the traffic that comes is different, or the load that comes is different, the throughput that is manageable is different, everything. Every prerequisite is not same for all the applications. For every application, always the changes, whatever the configurations and everything changes. Let us say some application need some 10 GB of memory, 10 gigabyte of memory. Okay. Or the CPU processing is like some 2V CPUs or some 3V CPUs. Okay. So our the storage space is required is like some 100 GB. Okay. Or some other application it requires 300 GB. Okay. Or just some application just it only requires 10 GB or 1 GB. Okay. So every time it is changing, the requirement is changing. Based on the requirement, the amount you pay also get changed. Okay. So at that particular point of time, let us say you have an application which is running, and let us say you got some high number of traffic and everything. So at that particular point of time, you need to observe what type of instance type it is. That is how much processor, how much memory, how much storage it is allocated for that particular application to run. Is it matching or not? Then how you got to know? How will you even able to know like what is an instance? What are all the instance types are available? Okay. So this is the one. This is the instance types. You can just go to AWS documentation and you can search instance type. Here you see, right? General purpose, compute optimized, memory optimized, accelerated computing, storage optimized, HPC optimized, instance features, measure and instance performance. Till HPC optimized is the instance type, instance features, and these are just the features and everything. So first of all, general purpose. What is a general purpose? General purpose is nothing but for most of the applications, right? If you need the balanced computing, memory, networking services and everything, this is just if you have a normal web server where all the memory, storage and CPU is accessible. That means you need to ask the client for requirements. If he says like for his application he needs high CPU and less storage or less memory, then you need to come to this page, refer like what is this. Like general purpose offers a medium, a balancery computing, that means CPU, memory usage and the networking resources. Okay. And again here you need to understand in every instance there will be 4 types. If you see here, you will see 4 types called 5 types: nano, micro, small, medium and large. Nano is the very small one, which you will have the less number of resources. When it comes to resources, I am telling you about CPU, storage and those memories. Micro is bigger than that. Small will have some more resources. Medium, some more have more resources, and large will have more resources than that. See, just like how you see it here, how the CPU credits and memories and storages are increasing. So that will be the same. The first one is nano, second is micro, small, medium, and large. Remember this, it is very crucial. In any organization, to be frank, you will see this T2 and M actually. I will show you one more. Most of the organizations mostly use these actually while as we are working in the software industry. They will use this T2 small or T2 large or T2 medium. And the next thing they will use is M4. M5. They will use this M4, M5 largest. It is nothing but, see, you just need to understand what the client requirement is, like how much CPU he want to use it. Then you need to understand which purpose, like does it comes into general purpose. Then you need to come to the instance types here, like what are all you have. Mostly it will be like T2, M4 or M5A. Okay, these are the most important which you mostly see in an organization. Sometimes you will even see the T3, T3A. These are not that much mandatory, but anyway, it is just you will have the documentation in hand because you can't even remember it. So once you have it, you need to understand like how much T2 Nano is offering, or if you are looking for some large instance capacity, you need to understand how much M4 large is offering, how much CPU you are getting, and is it okay for your work to continue or not. From there, you can take the general purpose. Similarly, the second one is compute optimized. If you want high number of CPU for your work, and the memory is secondary. If you want high CPU and memory or storage is secondary, then you can select this compute optimized. Again, in compute optimized, you can go to the C4 or C5, and from there you can select it out. There will be some high computing resources, okay, which sometimes it needed in an organization. So at that particular point of time, let us say some gaming. At that particular point of time, it needs high processing speed, right? So at that particular point of time, gaming industries will select this compute optimized. Next is memory optimized. If you similarly need, as the naming convention says, if you need high memory, then go for these instances. Okay. Similarly, accelerated computing. This is more provides more computing than the compute optimized. If you have some graphics, you know, right, graphical, if you are working for some graphical company, or if you are working some data pattern matching or some other high processing which is required, then you can go for this accelerated companies, and you can select these instances, and from there you can launch that particular instance. Again, we have storage optimized. Obviously, storage means you will get high number of storage, and from there you will work on it. Okay. Next is HPC optimized. HPC is nothing but again high performance computing. Again, if you have a large complex project which needs very high uh, processing speed, then again you can go for these instances. Again, you can check the variants out, and from there you will work on it. Okay, so this is how you will select. You won't need to remember it, but you need to understand like what are the 5 types you have, like general purpose, compute optimized, memory, accelerating, storage, and HPC optimized. And you need to understand general purpose, do the balancing of all the computing, memory, and the storage, whereas compute focus more on the processing, memory focus on the more on the memory, and accelerated high is like high computing, and it uses in the graphical companies and everywhere. Storage provides you the more storage, and HPC is with for more complex processing applications. Okay, you need to understand these differences, and then you can go into these different types of instances that are being provided, and from there you need to select out like how much they are offering the credits, and you need to get the client requirement. And once you got it, that is when you need to click on this, and based on your client requirement you need to search it like M4 or something, and you need to select it out. Okay, but currently we are in low budget and we only need the free tier eligible. Just click on the free tier eligible. And the next is what we discussed, key pair login, which is used for the securely connect to your instance. You can see, right? You can use the key pair to securely connect to your instance. Ensure you have selected key pair. You can't launch an instance without creating a key pair, or if you already have a existing key pair, that is means let us say you already created one key pair for your instance. So even when you are launching a second instance, you can use that same key pair. You don't need to use the another key pair. Okay, you just need to mention that key pair here. So currently I don't have any key pair here, so I'm just creating the new key pair. And here you will be seeing two options like RSA, and the other is like ED2 some encrypted. This is nothing but the encryption formats. Okay, like you will see the messages, right? You will be having some encryption messages like ABCD something for some security. So this is just those encryption methods for the key pair, either RSA or EDU. So we will go with the RSA always, and the PEM on dot, and there will be two formats. One is private file key format, and the another is .ppk format. Okay, and you need to understand what this .pem and what this .ppk does. So first of all, right here SSH. SSH means secure shell. That means you are connecting to a using SSH protocols. There will be protocols called RTP, SSH, HTTP, HTTPS. You will some even when you access some websites or applications, right? This is like HTTP protocol or HTTPS secure protocol. Similarly, SSH is secure shell, which you can use this SSH protocol to connect to the Linux instances. Okay, so what is this? So using this OpenSSH, right? You can directly connect it. If you are from a Windows, you can connect to the Windows instances or Windows or some Linux instances directly using this PEM file. But if it is a PPK, let us say you will be having some tool called putty. Okay, using this putty also you can directly access the Linux servers. You are in a Windows laptop, and if you want to access the Linux instances from the Windows, then what you will be using is putty. Okay, so at that particular point of time, what you can do is you need to download this .ppk file, and then you need to create the key pair. For now, we will be directly accessing from Windows to Windows, and there will be no issues, and that too from the AWS. So I'm just clicking this .pem file. You need to provide the key pair name, test key. Okay, and I'm downloading the create key pair. And your key pair, you always need to keep it close, or else again not an issue. But if you lost this key pair, right, you won't be able to access the same instance. So you need to have that key pair to access the instance. But if you are accessing for a new instance, if you don't have a key pair, then you can create a new key pair. But if you already have an existing key pair, you can just give that existing key pair in that same instance. Okay, so I have already provided the key here. The next is VPC subnet firewall, which we need to discuss this actually like while we are discussing the networking settings. But I will actually give you like what is this VPC and all about. Okay, first of all, VPC is nothing but we call it as a virtual private cloud. Okay, this is nothing but apart from the AWS in your organization, if you have a work, you will work in a separate in your own defined network. So that means you are defining your own network and you are working in that network. It is like your virtual network which you are creating for your own organization out of your AWS purpose. Okay, so in that in that VPC, in that virtual private cloud, you will see some other option called subnet. Let us say subnet is nothing but it is called a network inside a network. Okay, it will be complicated as of now, but we will discuss it closely going forward. But for now, I want to launch out an instance, so that's why I'm giving you just a brief. Firewall is nothing but it will allow the traffic in or not. It will decide that it is like firewall rules. Okay, here network, if you don't have it, it will actually like that. Okay, if you don't have automatically when you create an instance, a default VPC is assigned. If you don't have it, you will get an option like create new VPC. You can just click on that and a default VPC will be assigned. Here there is an option called create new subset. Here I am not giving any preference, so automatically any subnet from this down will be allowed. And the next thing is auto assign public IP. Yes, automatically the public IP is assigned, which we designed. And the firewall security group. Again, we are telling we don't need any pre-configured or anything. You can just create a own security group from your end. And the security group it name as launch wizard one. Okay. And the description is so and so. Okay. And here it is a Linux instance. So SSH type needs to be allowed. Okay. And the port of SSH is 22. And source type is 0.0.0. That means you are telling him to allow the traffic from anywhere. So that means any user can allow this particular instance once it is launched. And the configuration storages, you don't need to do anything. It was already pre-configured when you select the root volume. But if you want to change it, you can change it out. But anyway, it's not needed for us because it is only for our practical session. Once after everything is provided, you need to click on this launch instances. Got it right? First of all, we need to understand, we need to give the name. We need to know what is an AMI. Then we need to understand what are all the types of instances that are available as part of there. Then we need to provide the VPC, subnets, security groups. Once after that, everything is provided. You need to configure your storage and then you need to directly launch the instance. Once it is launched, you can click on directly this or you can directly go to the instances. Anything is fine. Here, if you see, this is my test server. This is my instance ID. This is the running status. If it If any issues, right, you will get to see in the instance state either suspended mode or terminated or some issues having something or stopped. You may able to see all the status of a particular instance here. And what is your type? We selected T2 micro. Status check. It is checking like if the instance is healthy or not. And we haven't set up any alarms. So in the availability zones, right, we haven't selected any particular availability zone specific. So what it selected in North Virginia region, it launched in the US East 1D. Okay. Similarly, a proper public IP was assigned to us. This is our public IP. This is the private IP, which we can only access it from our network. They can't able to access out of that network. And you have this VPC and you will be able to see all the details. If you have configured the status and alarms, you can check it out here. The monitoring part, the AWS will automatically monitor for us like what is happening in that particular server, like once after everything is done, and you will be able to see the CPU, network, storage, and everything here. Okay. Similarly, security, network, storage, like what is available, like what type of it is an EBS volume. And then tags, if you can provide, like just I provided tag server, test server. Obviously, what you will see, the tags are more important actually going forward. So here, right, Sashi, if you see, right, there is
Yeah.
the option called man tags. Here you can even click on the manage tags and you can add new tags. This is nothing but you can define like environment. It is just to identify like what it is, prod.
Right.
Okay. Next, you will add new tag, something like team, testing team, or QA. Okay. So once it is there, so whenever some guys are trying to access or work on this, right, first of all, they will come to this tags and obviously they will check out like who this belongs to. Is it a production server? Actually, if it is team QA, it is not a production server. It will be like a testing server. My bad. Anyway, you can modify it, but tags are most important to recognize like who this server belongs to. You can always manage the tags from here. You understood, right?
Right.
Now you launched your instance and all the checks passed. Now you need to launch the instance. Click on launch instance. Shit, not launch instance. Connect instance. You can click on this connect. And here if you see EC2 instance connect. Session manager is for Windows. Okay. SSH client you can connect from the direct your putty and everywhere. And EC2 serial connect also it is you need some authorized access again. So as an AWS, whenever you see this, directly go to EC2 instance connect, and if it is a Linux, you directly go and click this. As a username for every AWS account, it will default come as EC2 user. Any account, even in any organization, most of the times you will see this EC2 user. So connect to it, click on connect, and your instance will be launched. So you have seen your instance here, right? EC2 user. Now, tomorrow we will see the commands, like how you work on a Linux. Sudo so is nothing
Okay.
but some root. Anyway, tomorrow we will discuss this Linux actually, like how you can work on a Linux. Today we just checked on. See, remember the topics, Sashi, it was very important. First of all, you need to understand what is AWS. Yesterday we already discussed all the cloud computing concepts. Today we discussed public IP, private IP, elastic IP. What is public key, private key, and what is an this key pair, and what is a change and how the code deployments are all done, and what is a snapshot and how we can revert it back, and what are all the instance types, and in the instance types what you can all find out what is an Amazon mission image, how you can launch it. Okay. So always try to remember only take the free time instances, and once your work is done, right, you can click like this. You can go to actions. Sorry, you can go to this instance state. You can either stop this instance, you can reboot this instance, or you can terminate the instance. So if you want to stop the instance, right, you can stop it and you can again resume the same instance tomorrow. And if your work is entirely done, just go ahead and terminate that instance. That means the entire instance will go down and it won't charge you anything at all.
Sorry. Uh, can you
Okay.
repeat that instance state again?
Instance state, if you have your work stopped and if you want to continue it again tomorrow, then just stop it. Okay.
Okay.
But If you don't want that server at all, and if you want to work on a new server, always do this terminate instance. But the
Okay.
best part is always this reboot instance. What will happen, your team will ask you, like, in most of the software industries, whenever they want to resolve the issue, they will perform an option called reboot. Even infrastructure engineers will do that, support engineers will do that, production engineers will do that, even our
Okay.
SRE team will do that, even the DevOps engineer do that. Okay, so they will tell you like two things. One is to first of all, we need to troubleshoot, which is not an ideal process to direct reboot instance, because if it is a production environment, right, it will impact very high. But there are some cases where the entire application is down. So even if rebooting the instance doesn't matter. So at that particular point of time, what will people do is, rather than troubleshooting it, to bring the application up, they will immediately reboot the instance. So even if someone tells you like, hey Sashi, can you please reboot this server? Okay, so immediately what you need to do, you need to get the server IP address or server, you need to come to the particular AWS account, you need to go to the instances, and you need to check the status. You can see sometimes the status checks will be like 0 of 2 checks failed, 0 of 2 checks passed, or checks failed, something it will be like that. Then immediately you need to come to the instance stage, and you need to click on the reboot instance. Once you click on the reboot instance, then the instance will get rebooted, and you need to wait till the instance status is again healthy or running, and even the status checks are failed. Then only you need to inform your team like, hi guys, the reboot is completed. There is always a best way that you even need to log into the instance and then check out and see if the instance is accessible or not, and then inform to the team. Okay, this is the practical. They will directly ask you like how you reboot the instance. So you need to go to the instance state and you need to reboot the instance.
That means this server is not available again tomorrow.
No, it's not available. Now see, it is terminated. I can't even
Right.
connect it. The connection option is disabled.
Okay. You need to create again to use another server.
I need to
Right.
again create a new instance. Yes.
Okay.
But if you
Okay.
stop it, right, then you will be able to start it again.
Okay. Then there will be no charge for that. I mean, if we stop it.
No charge for. No.
Okay.
Stopping a instance. Give me 1 second.
We are in a free trial, right? Just asking about that.
Yeah. Anyway, it's not a problem. You will have something around like 750 hours session, and stopping an instant
Okay.
doesn't charge anything.
Mhm.
So you can always use the. I will tell you, okay, that pricing charges also before we close this session.
Okay.
Pricing charges.
No,
Give me 1 second,
for
okay?
now we yeah,
Because
for now we didn't create any applications or anything, so we can terminate also because it's a quick
it is
process to
just a
create a
testing
server.
session. See, till
Yeah, yeah.
now, as long as you go into a pure organization, right? You always just
Mm.
terminate the it. Even if you stop it, also it's not a problem because it doesn't incur any charges.
Okay.
Okay, so anything is fine.
Mm.
Either you stop it or either you start it. Okay, and
Mm.
the next thing you need to remember is make sure on which particular region you are trying to work. Okay,
Right.
and anyway just terminate it because I think it is best for you to work on again and again. If you just stop and start it, right, you will be working on the same instance and you won't work on
Mm.
other templates also. When you work on the different instances, you will be able to see different scenarios, you will be able to get different types. Okay, that is one of the best thing. You will even get some hands-on practice. First of all, let us launch an instance. Actually, I am taking the Amazon Linux. Maybe going forward, tomorrow or day after tomorrow, we will take the Ubuntu as well, so that we can cover two types of commands. Actually, I'm just keeping the same 64-bit ARM, and I'm taking the free tier eligible type. And
Are
keeper,
you
I am
sharing that same?
sorry.
I see in only Notepad. I think the AWS page is not visible.
Okay. Oh, okay. 1 second. To launch an instance, currently I'm taking the Amazon Linux AWS AMI, and the architecture I'm keeping as the same, that is 64-bit. And the instance type I am selecting is the free tier. I want to create a new key pair because the existing key pair we downloaded yesterday is a .pem and which we directly used it. But today I want to use the putty. Okay, putty is used to log into all the SSH instances remotely. Okay, so I will tell you like how to do that and how you can download that putty. Do you have putty in your desktop, Sashi?
No, I will download it later.
Yeah, sure. So I'm downloading the .ppk. Okay, this is like putty private key. Public key will be in the server. Private key will be with you as we discussed yesterday. In order to authenticate with the server, private key need to match with the public key, and then you will be able to log into the server. So in the putty, we need the .ppk. So we are downloading the .ppk today. So I just created the key pair, and it got downloaded. And I already have putty in my. I hope so. Yeah. You can download it directly from here. Putty download for Windows 10. You can download the latest one, okay, for the Windows. Can you download it parallelly so that it will be helpful?
Yeah. Okay.
So you are able to launch it, right? Like when you click on Putty, are you seeing the same screen as me?
Yes.
Okay, then fine. So I'm keeping the VPC and security groups, and I'm opening the network to 0000 so that everyone will be having the access. There is no blockings or anything for that. And the next is I'm directly launching the instance. I'm going to my instance. We need to wait till the instance state becomes running, and the statistics need to be like 2 by 2 successful. Yeah. Now the instance state is running and status is initializing. Now it carries on the check for us, and then it will tell you like if it is healthy or not. In the meanwhile, I am copying the IP address. I'm going into the putty. In here, you need to take care of few things, okay? In the putty configuration, if you see here the template for SSH, we are connecting to a connection type called SSH, secure shell. Okay. For the Linux server, we are trying to access with the port number 22 and the SSH port number is 22. So the first thing is you need to take the public IPv4 address and paste it in the host name. Once it was done, now before doing anything else, the first thing you should always remember is if you are using this server repeatedly, let us say this was the port number, and in most of the organizations, you there will be having a bastion host or jump box. Okay, you will use that bastion host or jump box for secure connection to the other servers, because in that bastion host you will be having your own network and you will be easy to able to connect to the other servers. So similarly, let us say if this is the bastion host IP, and you can't always remember the same IP address or name, right? So at that particular point of time, what you can do is if you see here there is an option called save. So you can give this IP address some name whatever you want. Let us say I'm giving it as test. Okay. Shit, what happened? I'm giving it as test. And the next thing is, after giving this, you need to give your private for in order to get into this particular server. Okay. So what I have done, I have clicked on SSH. In the SSH, I have clicked on auth. In auth, I have clicked on credentials. Okay. See again, connection, SSH. See, first I have clicked on connection. Then I have navigated to SSH. Then I have clicked on auth. In the auth means authentication. In the auth, I need to provide my credentials. So in the private key, there is an option called browse. So I'm just clicking on that browse. In the downloads, I have already my test1 AB, right, which I just did. So I have provided that path and I shouldn't open it because I want to keep it for ongoing sessions as well. So at that point of time, just click on save. Okay. So even if you just cancel it, now email lagging into the putty. I don't need to give all the details again. I just click on test, and if I click on load, you will be able to access the server. Sashi, you understood the process or you want me to repeat it again?
Yes. Got it.
Got it right?
Right.
Now, here I have logging in as the EC2 user. So that is what we configured in the AWS. AWS default username is EC2 user. So as I have already given the key, see, I was able to log in, sorry. Okay. So this is how the Linux UI looks like. And now we are going to work on the Linux. Okay. So first of all, let us discuss what is a Linux. Okay. So we are always familiar with the Windows. This is the Windows laptop. Okay. You always familiar like how the Windows is easy. You can always go to the file manager. You can click and you can open the files just at a tap. but Linux is not like that. It will somewhat look complicated when if you are a beginner, but it was a one good thing for always freshers. Actually, you can always know what is happening in application. The troubleshooting process is easy once you got to know the commands, and you got to know in which directory which configuration will be available and which feature will be available, and how you can check the services. It will be too easy actually. And even when we check out, right, I think we will I will tell you like parallelly how you will check it in the Windows and how you will check it in Linux. Anyway, we know like how we check in Linux, but even if you go in the forward organization, most of the times you will work only in the Linux servers. Okay. And coming into the Linux, right? It was invented by, it was created by a person called Linus Torvalds. Okay, Linus Torvalds. Somewhere around 1991, this guy created the Linus Torvalds. Okay, it is very cost efficient. It is high speed, as well as it is open source. Do you know open source? Linux is open source. Open source means the source code will be there, right, for the development of Linux. It is available for everyone in order for it to take a look and see how it can be developed. So that is why in today's present, if you see, Linux was more efficiently developing and increasingly rapidly using by the entire organizations. Because as the open source is source code, which is free, so most of the companies have taken that source code and they have developed their own Linux distributions, or it is called as distros. Okay, which means they have developed their own products, Linux products. Let us say Red Hat Enterprise, that is one of the Red Hat team developed. And we also have Ubuntu, OpenSUSE, CentOS. So different types of CentOS flavors came because Linus Torvalds created this Linux, which is in 1991, and he made this source code as open source. That means everyone can easily access their source code and they can develop their own products. So that is the main reason the Linux is developing very quickly in our present generation. Okay, and Linux stands for lovable intellect, not using XP. Okay, this is the definition for Linux, but no one will ask you like what is the definition of Linux even in your company or even in interview. It's just for knowledge. Maybe you can, if you want to keep it in mind, you can keep it out. Okay, and the next thing is, so how Linux actually this guy Linus Torvald created. There is one more software called Unix. Okay, Unix software is similar to Linux, but the only thing is it is proprietary. What meant by proprietary? Okay, means you need to pay if you want to use the Unix. Okay, and it was somewhat more complicated when compared to Linux. So at that time, what Linus Torvald took is he has seen this Unix, and from there he started working on the and creating on the Linux. Okay, but Unix we have still it around like 1960s or 1970s. We have the Unix software itself somewhere around. Okay, Unix we have around 1960s, 1970s, but at 1991, Linus Torvald saw that no, we need some more efficient and we need more cost effective. So what he did is he has created this Linux for the use of Unix, and from there he made his open Linux as open source so that the source code is available for all the developers. So because of that, in today's generation, the Linux become more efficient, so that if you see we have a lot of flavors or distributions, or we also called as distros, so that everyone was efficiently able to use. Even we are today using this Linux because of that particular guy, because he made the open source code. The system sometimes may go off, okay, because sorry, not system, the because of no activity, right, it may go down the terminal. So at that point of time, what you can do, Sashi, if it is not responding to any of your command, here if you will see putty inactive, that means you are not able to respond. So on the top you are seeing this white, right, white, you can just click on it, and if you see it as inactive, then you will see a option here called restart session. You can click on that and a new session will start out. And if you don't see any inactive status here, but still if you are not able to click, then you can just click on this duplicate session and a same duplicate session will open up. You can just again log in into it. Okay, It won't happen
Okay.
for you in your normal organization. It will only happen in your normal AWS account when you are practicing. So it is fine. So you won't face this issue in going forward in your organization. Those are more efficient and there will be more networking. Here you are open to open source and we haven't configured it properly with all the VPCs and so on and so, right?
Okay.
And the next thing is, right, so once you got to know, and one of the thing is in a Linux, we are telling it as operating system. But in order for the Linux to operate, right, there is a brain. Just like how what our brain does, it will give instructions to our entire nervous systems and it will tell us like what to do, what not to do, and everything. Similarly, for Linux, it has something called kernel. Okay, kernel is the brain of Linux. Okay, so it will tells like how to interact. For example, software, hardware needs to interact with software, right? In every operating system, hardware, software. So this Linux will tell like how, sorry, this kernel will tell like how this hardware should communicate with the software. So this manages it. Just like our how our brains will tell like which action need to done by how. So similarly, it will tells the same. Okay. And we don't even only have a kernel in the Linux. It also has the many other components like collection of some software packages, utilities, and everything. And together it makes a distribution, nothing but Linux. A combination of this kernel and other software packages is combined called as a distribution, and that was it which makes as a Linux operating system. And the next
Okay.
thing is like characteristics of Linux, right? Similarly, how we discussed the characteristics of cloud computing, its advantages. Similarly, it will be good if we know about like how Linux is useful. So Linux is open source, okay? As we already discussed, Linux is like one of the wonderful tool or wonderful operating system, which once we go into the hands-on, right, you will be able to know, you really love it actually, like how you able to do it. And the features are also, it was too good, like you will be having the directory separate, so you can find out like whatever the information you want in that particular directory and everything. And multiple users can access a single system. It is not like only one user can access only one system. And Linux is very secure. Let us say, right, I have the private key. Without private key, you won't be able to access my system, even though if you know my public IP address. So similarly, the next thing is, right, multiple programs or multiple applications we can make it run in this particular EC2 server. And the next thing is, if we go into dictate, and there are some advantages of Linux, that is like most of the file formats we will be able to do it. Yeah. So any time of the file format like PDs, VF, CSV, everything we can upload it and we can manage it here in the Linux. And the next thing is like it is free of cost, as we already told. Linux, you can use it freely without costing anything, just like how I am using it now. And the next thing is, right, you can use it day by day for all your application processes, managing and everything. And even if it crashes, right, again, we can get the information safely and securely. And one of the thing is like, even if you want to create a user in the Linux, it won't ask your entire information like what is your address or what are you from or where are you from. Tell me about yourself. It won't ask all about it. Just you just need to create the user and you just need to provide the password and the user can actually access this particular instance. Okay. So even the user, it ensures the privacy of the user and it doesn't collect more user information. The only information disadvantages which I felt about the Linux is, or the most of the beginners is, whenever they see the Linux, right, there will be like multiple commands. They need to read it out and they need to know when to use which type of command. So once they get to know, the Linux is very easy, or else they feel it's complicated. Now we need to work on or how to work or get our commands and everything. I will even provide you notes for that so that you will be able to practice more clearly and everything. Give me 1 minute.
Yeah.
Yeah. So moving on, right? Our next thing is like directories. Here, if you see, Shashi, the first thing is just to see this Linux screen, okay? Don't see anything else. So first of all, if you see a small symbol here, right? that symbol is called tilt. You can see it here in beside one in your most of the times in your keyboard. Okay, this tilt means that is in home page. Okay, tilt means home. Okay, that means home directory. You are currently in home directory. See, currently I have typed a command called pwd, means present working directory. The command name is, whenever you are stuck somewhere and you don't know which directory you are in, even though you went to there, so at that point you need to type a command called pwd, present working directory. Then if you see here, it is telling like you are in home, and what is your username? EC2 user. You got it? So whenever you see this tilt, that means you are in home page. Okay. So currently what I need to do is, first of all, here I am a EC2 user. There is a command called sudo space hyphen. Sudo means super user. Okay. So I'm telling you like I am giving high permissions. So when I type this, I will become a root user. So here I can access everything and I can check everything. So the command, the super user command is sudo space hyphen. Here UC2 user has some restrictions, but root user, as we discussed, just like how administrative user have access. So when you give the sudo space hyphen, then you will become a root user. So now I am a root user, but still I am in the home directory. See, if I type again pwd, and currently I am in root, I am a home directory, I am in the root folder. The next thing is, I want to go to root directory. Everything will be in the root. How there will be like drives, you know, right? Like C drive, D drive, E drive, F drive, G drive. How we will have it in the operation. But all those drives, you will see it in a something called my computer or something. This PC. In this PC only, right? You will see like overdrive, C drive, E drive, D drive, E drive. Similarly, how this PC works in Windows, similarly we have this root directory in Linux. So CD means change directory. Whenever you want to navigate to any one of the directory, what you can do is you can just click CD and you can give the directory name. Here directory is slash, that means root. Tilt means home and slash means root. Remember this. Tilt means home and I think this is forward slash equal to root. Okay. So next, again, the next command is ls. ls means list. So I am telling like whatever the folders you have or directories you have, list them out. I am telling it to that. Okay. So when I give this ls command, it is going to list all the commands in this particular root directory. Okay. So these are the basic. First of all, you need to know the pwd, which means present working directory. It will tell you in which directory you are currently in. Once you got to know like which directory you are currently in, the second thing which you can do it out is you need to understand in which location you are in, that is either in home directory or either in root directory. And you also need to check out if you are a which user, normal user, or if you are a super user. If you are a normal user, what you can do is you can enter this sudo space hyphen command so that you will become a root user. Once you become a root user, you can give the ls again. Now you are in the root directory. Once you give the list command, it will tell you like what are all the directories it is part of. And if you want more detailed information like what it has, you can even type like ls-ltr. See, it will tell you like at what time it created, at what time it have it, and if it is the there and is permissions. And one more thing you can check it out is like if you want to see the hidden directories, then you can give some command called ls-ltra. So it will give and tell you like what are all the hidden directories that sometimes present in a particular directory or file. Okay. Now if you see my entire system is messy. So if I want to clear the screen, I need to enter the command called clear. Okay. For listing, ls we have, ls-ltr we have. For more detailed listing, we also have ls-ltr. Okay, and if you want to clear the screen, you can click on enter clear. Okay, now we are discussing all these things. So now we need to understand, here we have some certain directories, right? So these certain directories may increase in some Linux systems, may decrease in some Linux systems, but you will see these directories as common in most of the Linux systems. But first thing you need to understand is what of this each directory does. Okay, so the first thing is, I will make it go through the, yeah. So first directory is where. Okay, if you see here, you will see a directory called where. See the last one. Let us go to that. How to go into a directory? Cd where. Okay, cd/where. That means I am in the where directory. Now let us check if it has any files or folder. See, yes, it has. Okay, see, it has the directories. That is again where has some DB, cache, account, games, FTP, library, local, log folders, so and so. Okay. Similarly here, let us go back again. In the where. So what this where folder contains? What where contains is, you will be able to see the all the logs, all the databases, tools, and everything. That means, let us say you have an application in particularly launched on this server. Let us think this particular server is a web server and you have an application running it. So whenever the application is running it, right, let us say it generates the log. So whenever it generates the log, the continuous logs or some continuous information which is not about to be printed, that gets showed in this pool directory. Okay, but if there is some log information, let us say whatever that is happening in the application that you want to troubleshoot, that you want to know, so you need to go to the cd directory where log. Okay, here you will see all the log files. Okay, so here you can go and you can check the access logs or error logs and everything. Okay, I am telling it again, for any application, if you want to troubleshoot and if you want to check the logs and if you want to know what is happening, the database logs or the information that are not yet printed out, so all the things to check the logs, everything, the first thing you need to come is where folder or where directory. Okay, so this was the main important of this where directory. And now you are in which position, so you can again check pwd, and now you are in where directory. In the where directory you are in log directory. Okay, but you need to go into the root directory again. So at that point of time, you can again just simply give cd space slash. That means you are again in the root directory. Okay, or else you can do one more thing, cd where log, uh, let us say slash. Okay, so now currently I am in cd where log. Rather than going into the direct cd to root directory, what I want to do is I just need to go one step back. Now I am currently in log4 directory, but I just want to go one step back. Then what you can do, just enter cd space dot dot. Okay, so as you see here, I came back again from the log directory. You got it? If you want to go from two steps, so simply what, currently I am in log directory, but I want to go into the root directory. So what I can do is simply I can give cd dot dot slash dot dot. That means I am telling it to go 2 times back. Okay, so I came back to root directory. I came back from log directory. I came back from where directory, and I came back to log root directory. Okay, so whenever if you want to go one step back, you can give 2 dots, and if you want to go 2 steps back, you can give dot dot, separating by a slash. And if you want to go 3 steps back, then you can give, again you can add one more slash and 2 more dots. Is that clear?
Yes.
Yeah, good. The next thing is binaries. Okay, so if you see here, you have an option here called uh, bin folder slash bin directory. Let us say I'm currently in the root directory. So here you will see something called bin, sorry, cd bin Okay. So in bin, if you see here, you have a lot of files and lot of directories. Okay, mount, df, dir, join, so and so. So all these systems or software, right? It is mostly usable for running of your software system. This operating system that needs to progress, right? Or to operate. So this bin folder is necessary. These commands or all the commands or compilings, everything whichever that was compiled in this bin folder, it is necessary for the running of this entire operating system. You won't do much here, but just to, it is better to know what bin does and what bin contains. Okay, so let us go back again. Cd dot dot. I am again into root folder. I am clearing it, and again I am looking out what are all the other directories we have. And the next thing is boot. Okay, here if you see, we have some certain directory called the boot directory. So system will reboot, right? The system will reboot, right? For the rebooting or all the configuration or the kernel configuration, you can get everything under the boot. So I'm just going into the boot and I'm entering the ls, and if you see, these are some of the system boot configurations. So boot directory contains the boot configurations or sometimes the kernel or information. Next, again I am going one time back. Next I am checking out another directory. Let us take out dev. We have dev. Again I am going into the dev directory. So here dev means not development files or anything. It is just the you know, right? We have the drives, disk drives and everything. Partitions, input or output, SDA. Most of the times you will see these partitions actually. So what are all the disk partitions, drive partitions and everything. So you will be able to find it out in the device. You even won't do much even when you go into the practical sessions in the device drive also, but it is necessary to understand it contains some virtual or the physical devices or the disk drives. If you input or something, all that information will be stored in the devices and you can find it out in the devices directory. Next is etc, the most important after the var directory. How we have we just discussed where and how you can find out all the log folders, pool or the database logs and all the information. And it is very, how it is very crucial for the application troubleshooting. Similar to where we have etc. etc is one of the most crucial directory in the entire Linux file directory system. So what we have it in the etc. So in the etc, right, you will have the entire configuration files. Let us say you want to configure some application, okay, or the controls, if you want to do some automations or if you want to write some shell files or scripting files or something else out. So all this you will store it out in your configuration file here. So whenever if you want to see if there is any fault in your code or if you want to see if there is any fault in the configuration which you have done for the application, you will come to this etc directory, you will check with that relevant name, and from there you will start your troubleshooting. Okay, where will have the logs, use it for the troubleshooting, and etc will have the configuration of that particular application. Is that clear? You need to blindly remember this etc and log files what it does, sorry, etc and where directory what it does.
Okay.
Okay, so again I am going one step back, and the next thing we have is like again ls after etc. After etc we have the home directory. We already told you, right? Home. If you go into the home, cd home, ls. So what you are seeing in cd home, ECT user. If you remember, if I click on the cd tilt, now I am tilt. So here, right, home is where all your users will be available. That means without home, uh, that means let us say you have a single user, but what we discussed, one of the most important feature of the Linux is multiple users can work on a single Linux system. So if you even create a user, let us say user add Hussein. Okay, I am even here. cd home ls. So if you can see the details of the Hussein here in home, That means all the users whoever created, that will be in the user directory. And one more thing you should always remember is there is one thing which we are pointing out particularly. Let us say we are again going into home, ls and to space hyphen space. Currently I am a root user. If I want to switch as a EC2 user, what I can do is this. Means you can give the space hyphen and then you can give the username. Then you will log in again as your user account. So currently again I am in the home directory. Okay. If I enter this, I can see like yeah. Anyway, tilt is home. So this is who user directory. Again, let us come back into sudo space hyphen. So there is, let us go to home again. Sorry, this is, we are in the home. Tilt is home. So let us again ls space hyphen ltra. Here, if you see, there is one option called .ssh. So we discussed regarding key pair, right? Key pair is what? You will have the private access with you. I mean the private key .ssh key, which we already have it here. Okay, test one lab, which we are able to use it and we are able to authenticate it. But we told you one thing, public key will be stored in the system, right? So when the public key and the private key matches, then you are able to log into the system. So how it is happening? So that public key will be stored in this .ssh folder. Remember this. So whenever if you want to give access to the user, right, newly created user, I will tell you one practical class maybe by the end of the Linux. That will be very helpful for you, like what you can do in a normal organization, how it is done. Okay. So what that will happen, you know, when you go into the cd.ssh folder, which is in the home directory. Okay. I'm just entering the ls. And if you see in .ssh, you have something called authorized key. There is a command called cat, which is used for you to see what information is contained in that particular file or any file. If you want to see any information in a file, you can just give a command called cat in front of that file. Okay. So immediately it will show you what is there. So automatically you have the public key here, and you public key is stored in the system here in the authorized key, which is in the .ssh, which is in the home directory of the root. In root, we have the .ssh directory. In the .ssh directory, you have a file name authorized keys. In that, you will have the public key stored in it. If anyone asks you where is your public key stored, you can immediately tell them we have a authorized key file which is stored in the .ssh directory that you can direct in the home directory of the root user. And private key will be always with you. So whenever the private key matches with the public key, so that is when you are able to access this entire Linux system. Clear
Okay.
or any doubts on that? Very important. Okay.
Yeah.
You need to
Yeah.
understand what this public key particularly does, where it is stored, and how you use the private key. So first of once you logged into a instance, right? If it is Ubuntu or something, you will get this as a user. So the first thing you need to is whatever you do, first always enter this command sudo space hyphen. Remember this command, okay? Sudo space space hyphen. Okay, the first thing in any system, any organization, practically once you do it, first the thing you want to do is just click this command. Don't even do anything else. Sudo space hyphen. So here you are becoming from Ubuntu user to root user. Okay, this is the first command. Once you log into a Linux instance, the first thing you need to do is sudo space space hyphen. Then next thing is you need to see in which particular directory you are part of. Yeah, so currently in the next step, once after you checked which particular, like you have become a root user, the next thing you need to see is this tilt. This is called tilt. Okay, you will see it either on one or beside one. Okay, this tilt means that you are in home. The next thing we need to see is you need to go into home root directory. Root is slash. Okay, so in order to go into any directory, there is a command called cd, change directory. So you need to type cd, which means you are willing to go into the other directory, any directory. In any directory, if you want to navigate from one place to other place, you need to enter this command called cd. So what is the root? Root is also known as slash. Okay. home is otherwise also called as state, and this is called as slash. So when you enter this, you will become part of root. Okay, in root you will have multiple directories. Okay, so in order to check any list, okay, like what are all the part of any particular directory, does it have any files, does it have any more directories or anything else, okay, you need to list out. Then you need to enter a command called ls. Okay, see, when you enter ls, you will have a multiple directories listed out. So first thing is you need to enter sudo space su space hyphen, so that you will be able to become a root. After entering that, if you enter ls, then you will be able to see the list of files or directories in that particular directory. Now, if you are still doubt on which particular directory you are part of, then you have a command called present working directory, pwd. If you enter this, it will list you out which directory you are part of. So it listed you that you are in part of root directory, pwd. Okay, if you are in any complicated directory, let us say you went out to some cd slash home or so and so. Okay, so at that particular point of time, if you want to list out like which particular part or something you are in, then if you enter pwd, it will give you a clear picture on where you are. Okay, the next thing is currently you are in home directory. If you want to come back, you need to enter two dots. Okay, that means one step. If you are entering twice, then you need to enter something like cd dot dot slash dot dot. Then you will come twice steps back. Okay, if you want to come thrice, then again add two more dots. Okay, this is how the system works. Then the next point is currently you are in root directory. Here, if you want to find out some of the most important directories are, which you always need to remember is, first of all, it's the etc directory. This is the one. Here is where you have the system configuration files. Okay, so if I navigate to etc and if I give the list, here if you see, all these are the system configuration files. So if you view these files, then all the system configuration was done in the files. Even going forward, if you want to do some automation or scripting files or do something, you will come to this etc directory and you will configure everything here in this etc. Okay, the next thing is cd var. Here in this var directory, you will have all the logs whichever you want to check for your systems and applications. Okay, which is very crucial for your going forward troubleshooting process. So whenever if you have something queries or something else like some system went down, some application went down. So at that particular point of time, what you will do is, in order to collect the data or in order to check the logs for troubleshooting of your application, you will come to this var and you will go into this particular any of this we will go to these log files and we will go to this libraries or we will check those and everything. Okay, even sometimes to clear the disk usage in the system, we will use some of the folders or directories here in this particular var directory. Okay, when we discuss like what is how the practical disk usage clearing and everything, then we will check this particular like which directory we can go ahead and clear, because there are many configuration files. Okay, there are many important files in each and every directory which we can't easily go ahead and clear it out. We need to select some particular directories, we need to select some particular log files, some particular world files, and from there we will go forward like how to clear the disk usage so that it doesn't impact the system configuration files or it doesn't impact the system backup files and everything. We will select such files and we will clear the disk usage. So even the importance of knowing the directories and their roles is very very important when you comes into the Linux system. The next important is cd user. Okay, here if you see, you have a directory called the user directory. Here in the user directory, let us say you have some files, your own files. Okay, that means whichever you want to. So let us say you are working on some development and you want to store your development code or something, some of the files which are related to you. Then you will come to this cd user and you will store your files here. Okay, and one of the second important one is home directory. Here you will have the user information. Let us say you have created some users which they can mutually access this Linux system. So at that point of time, if you want to see who are all the users that are part of, then you can come to this home directory. Okay, other directories you may see the temp directory storing for temporary data, boot for boot information, sys for system kernel information. There is a lot actually based on the directory name itself you get to know. But the main things is the first you need to mostly remember is etc, home, user, where. Okay, sys all have the system data and TMP has the temporary data. Media is for the media data and lost and found for the lost or backup data. So these are all you can actually keep it up. It's not that much crucial. But mostly remember what etc does, where does, this boot does, sys does, or TMP and user and where does. Okay, these are the most important directory file systems directories. Once after the next is done, now let us just clear. There is a command called clear. If you see our entire screen is filled up. If you want to again do it from the start, you just need to enter a command called clear, CLEAR. Once you enter it, your entire screen you will start from the top. Okay. One of the main important, it is used for the secure access actually. Okay. So this is your one of the scenario which you got to, we will perform it today. The first thing is you need to provide access to a user in a jump box. Okay, because the first thing you need to do is once the user got the access in the jump box, then he will be able to perform the actions. Okay, so some people who have already has the access, they will add you first. Okay, so once you got the access, then you need to access the other people once you got the ticket in service now. Okay, so the first thing is this is our scenario today, and let us see how we will do it. See, right, I went into the root access.
Yes.
And the first command that we should always use is add user. This is the command which we use for adding a user. Okay, add user, and username is Sashi. Okay, enter, and let me give the password actually. So the password should be something around like I have given some password. Again, retype the new password. You can provide the details actually. First of all, see, when I clicked on the username, it prompted you for new password. Then it prompted you for new retype new password. Once after you have confirmed these two, then we'll ask for you more details. You can provide these details. Even if you don't want to provide, you can just click enter, 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 enter. Okay, and last it is asking, is the information correct? Yes. Even if you are working in an organization, there is no need for you to provide all these details. Okay, so there are two types. Okay, how you can provide the access based on your organization, how it works. I will tell you both of the ways, but first of all I will tell you like the first way is how you can give the password. Sometimes you may think if we are giving the password, then the password we will get to know, right? Then the user may feel some security crisis. Not an issue. Most of the organizations, what you will do is once after you give this password, right, you will securely send him to via some private chat, and then once after he checks it out, you will delete that private chat, and then you will ask him like, please change the password for your username again. Okay, that's how again that will become secure. This is the first method. Okay, uh, once after you are there, where we can check the user access, like if the user was created or not, cd home, because user are all created in the home. You can see the she is available here. Okay, so the next part is, so you have provided here, one of the important thing is you need to provide the sudo access to this user. Okay, because going forward, if you are about to create some directories or something out of it, you won't be able to create. It will ask you for sudo access every time, right? Here as your root, you are directly doing it. If you are not a root, here before this command add user session, you need to add sudo everywhere. If you don't have sudo access, you need to add sudo add user session anywhere. If you are running some other command like top is fine actually. But if you are running make directory or remove or maybe some other command, if you don't have the root access, you always need to add sudo before it. It was the main. Sometimes or else the command won't get executed because the user doesn't have the privileges in order to execute it. So everyone, if you always see, everyone will execute sudo in front of every command. Okay, but in order to avoid that, rather than using, let us give the sudo access to this particular user. Using that sudo, yeah, you can anyway it's root, not giving also not a problem. The next thing is user mod. Okay, there is a group called -ag sudo and username is Shashi. So here if you see this, right, first of all sudo, this is just giving the privilege to perform. Even if you can remove it, not a problem, because we are in the root account. Next, user mod, that means you are trying to add this Shashi user to this sudo group. Once you add this Shashi user to this sudo group, obviously you will get the sudo privileges. You get it? Already sudo has the root privileges. That means he can do execute everything and he can work everything. Whenever you use user mod, that means you are trying to add a user into a group. Wherever user mod command is used for the user to add into a group. Okay, here -ag means without deleting this existing user. Let us say this Shashi is part of another group, maybe some development group or operations group, but here using user mod you are trying to add into this sudo group. Okay, which means without deleting this Shashi from other development or production group, add him into this sudo group safely. That is the use of here -ag. Okay, sudo user mod -ag sudo Shashi. That means using user mod command you are trying to add Shashi safely into this sudo group. Is that clear, Shashi?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Now, the next thing, right? Remember this process. I don't think you will be having a runbook particularly for this because this is organizational private. You can just remember this process closely and you can note it down. The next thing is now the user is created and he got the sudo access. So in order for you to check that and confirm, okay, the first thing now you need to do is sudo space, su space, sorry, su space, hyphen space, Shashi. Okay, that means you are trying to switch the account from root user to Shashi user. Click enter. Now you are a Shashi user. Now you are working as Shashi. Now what you need to do? See, this is only the first process. From your account, first you created a user called Shashi. But how will Shashi connect to that instance? Remember, what is a key pair? A key pair will have the public key as well as the private key. Public key will be stored in the system and private key will be with you. That is how we are accessing till it now, right? Even when I am giving the private key which I have with me. Okay. So what you need to do when the public key meets with the private key and the authentication matches, then you are able to log into the server. So what here you are trying to do? First of all, you need to provide the user access to this gem box or to this Linux server. So what you did, first of all, in order to provide the access, you need to give the user access. Sorry, you need to create the user. And after creating the user, you need to give him some uh, sudo access. So there you have provided it. But that isn't enough. Even though you have created the user, the next step is for the user to log in into the server. You remember this, right? Hope clearly. See, first step, creating a user. Second step, providing him sudo access. Okay, but still that doesn't work out, right? Even after creating a user and providing a user access, the user from his end, he need to enter that particular gem box. User need to access that Linux system. So how he can access it? Only with the key pair process from the public key and the private key. Okay, so in order to do that, there is this call. The first thing you need to check is so what you are going to do is, first of all, there is a path called .ssh. Okay, here in this .ssh, you will have, this is a .ssh is a directory. Okay. Next, here you will have something called authorized keys. Okay. This is a file. See, first of all, you need to create a directory. The next process, create a directory, then create a file. Okay. So first of all, what you need to do, how to create a directory, mkdir, and the directory name is .ssh. See, note it down if you need it. Step-by-step process, which is very crucial for you to, again, if you go into the organization, you can directly perform the process. No need to again work on it or touch on it or take the KTs and everything. The process will be the same. First of all, after doing this, you just need to create a directory called .ssh, secure shell. Now enter. Now again ls space -la. I am listing out. A is using for showing out all the hidden files and directories as well. If you only enter ls, you won't be able to see all the information. See, so you need to enter ls space -la. Now I am going into that cd.ssh. Okay. Now here again I am seeing if there are any already directors being present here. There is nothing much. So you need to create the touch authorized keys, which we already discussed. For creating a file, we use touch command. So here you use the touch authorized keys. The next thing is we use vi in order to edit that. What you will do? See, in order to write something, for example, here it is. The first thing you need to enter is I. That means insert. Okay. The next thing is you need to take the key. The key which we used is test1ab. Okay. Check it out, Shashi. Private key you already downloaded because from the putty, but you need the public key as well. But how you can convert the public key? There is a tool called Puttigen. Open Puttigen. You already have the private key, right? Because when you downloaded it. So what you can do, there is an option C. If you are doing it for the first time, what you will do, you will generate both a public key and private key from here. Okay. So what you will do, public key, you will paste it here, and private key, you will provide it to the particular user. Got it?
Yes.
Or if you already have the private key, what you can do, you can just simply load. You can click on that. You can open that. See, private key got here, and you can just click on the save public key because you need the public key. Desktop.
Okay.
No desktop downloads. AB pub. Okay. So that's it. Now what you will do? You will take this public key. You will take this public key. You will copy this format, and then you will paste it here, and then you will save it. After saving it, that's it. You can tell the user to log in, and the user will be able to log into the particular server. Remember the process from the first of all. Here in the Puttigen, there are two cases you need to understand. One, if the user already has the private key with him, what you will do? The first thing is you will make it for a say, public key. You will load it and you will create a public key on your own. Or if it doesn't have, you can even create a random public key or private key, and you can give the private key to the user, and you can copy this public key to the particular .ssh authorized keys, and you can save it. Okay. Then when the user is trying to log in with his user ID, then he will be directly able to access to this server. Again, repeating the process from the first. First of all, create the user, then provide him the sudo access. Then you need to access that Linux system because of the key pair. authentication. In order to do that, you will create a directory called .ssh. After that, you will create a file called authorized keys, and then you will paste the particular file, which we call it as the public key, and then you will inform the user to please try authenticate, and that's when he will be able to access it. There you will do two processes. You will give some extra authentication to these two directories, because the next step is, I will tell you, it is like a step-by-step process. So this is the one of the process for adding a user with the password authentication. But without password, how you will do it? Okay, without providing the password, what is the second method? Now you have given your own password, and that user password you will provide it to the user, but it doesn't always work, right? The next password is without password. How you will do that? Again, I am going to space hyphen space root. Sorry, exit. In order for you to get out of a user account, the one command is exit. See, now I am in SRE account. Now I came back to root account. Okay, even if I want to exit out of root account, I will go back to Ubuntu account. See, you got it right? How I am doing it? What is the use of exit command? It will be very useful for you going forward.
Yeah.
Always enter exit when you want to come out of a user. If you want to go into a user account, then it is space hyphen space user account. Now we have already checked how the SRE user can manage it. Now the second thing is how the SRE user can authenticate without password at all. How you will, so till now we have even discussed like how to add a group user, but how to create a group, you need to understand that also, right?
Right.
If someone says you to create a group, then how you will do that? Clear? So currently you are in root directory. So the first thing you need to do is you need to know a command called group add. What is the command for user adding? It is user add. Similar for group, it is group add. These guys are very easy actually. They will only give us direct simple commands. Make directory mkdir, group add, all this. Remove directory rmdir. It is
Okay.
too easy actually if you want to remember this simple command. The next thing is group add, and how you are doing for user add, username, for group add, group name. So example, group add grp. Okay, let us take grp as the group name. Enter. So the next thing is like in order to add a user, again you can use the user mod, and you can give the username and -ag, and you can give this group name and then the username. Okay, sorry, user mod -ag, and then you can give this group name and then the username. So then Kiran will be get added into this particular group. Let us just do that. User mod -ag. We have this group. Last time it was sudo because root access we are providing, but this time we are taking this group, and the user we are adding is Kiran. Okay, Kiran is already part of the sudo account, but in order to again safely add him into the grp group, we are taking as the -ag. Okay.
Okay.
And how, where you can check this, like this particular user was added or not. That is again one of the thing, right? Again you can go to the cd etc ls, look for something called, it will be like a b c d group, cat group. Are you seeing this, Kiran? I went into the etc. Before, for sudoers file, we went into the sudoers in order to check it. But in order for you to see in which group you are part of, what you need to do? You need to go into the group file. So again, I just clicked on cat group name. Similarly, you just need to check like if there are any similar names, and from there you just need to check it out. Okay. So when I click this, you just always come to the last. Okay, so here if you see, group is the group name and Kiran is the part of it.
Okay. Hello.
Okay, here nothing
Yeah.
but this is the group name. Here this is the encrypted password. Okay, this is the users list actually. Okay, this format will be like group name. This gives the encrypted username and the password, and then this will be the users. Similarly,
Okay.
again, here directly the username is available because he is part of the sudo account, and then the encryptor's password or the username list. Anyway, you don't need to know all of this, but you need to understand where it checked and where you need to check the group, if the particular group was created and if the particular user is part of that group or not. If someone tells you like, hey, can you check that if user is added into this so and so group in your organization, then you need to come to this etc and you need to check the particular folder. Okay, and all these numbers are just the group IDs actually. How the user has a normal roll number in our previous college days, similarly like A1, A2, A3 or A4 or something like that. Similarly for Ubuntu group, the group ID is 100. Similarly for the GRP group, a random, this will get assigned random. Okay, 1003. So group name, then some authenticated password or something, and then you can find out the group ID, and the last is the list of the user.
Okay.
Any doubt on creating a group and adding a user to a group?
No. As of now.
Next, if you want to know Kiran is part of which particular group or Sashi is part of which particular group, there is a command called groups. Okay, when you enter this, before if you see Sashi, we only added to sudo group, but Kiran we added to two groups, that is sudo group and sudo and as well as the group name other group. Okay, so the
Right.
command to check user Kiran which part of the particular group is groups. 5 types of HTTP status codes going on. Out of these 5, the first one is like 1xxx. I will tell you. Okay. Next will be like 2xxx. That will be something around success code. Next will be like 3xxx. Redirection. 4xxx. Client error. 5xxx. Server error. Okay. So
Okay.
here you see we have 5 types of status codes which we are going to discuss. There are more number of status codes, Sashi, but most of the times the important ones are like you will be able to see most of the time these are the status codes. Okay, server error, client error, and redirection error. Status and information no need because whenever the status comes, it's just some information for you. Success code is like yeah you are able to get the request response, so there is no need to worry about this as long as you are success. Redirection means when you are trying to access something and the response it is redirecting to a, let us say you are trying to access some HTTP Flipkart. Okay, you are trying to access the Flipkart.com, but when you are trying to access the Flipkart.com, let us say it is redirecting to Mintra website. That means you are trying to access this particular domain, but the redirection is to a separate website or separate whichever it was not expecting actually. Okay, at that point of time, that is when the redirection error occurs. Okay, so that is one of the redirections cause. The next thing which we are going to discuss is the client errors and the server errors which we need to going to troubleshoot in a practical organization actually. Okay, first of all there are, what is a client error? Okay, so client error occurs due to, right, it is always due to the human, from the human side. That means whenever you are trying to access something which was not able to being given by the server. Okay, either it be some mistake or some mismatch or some authorized access or what it may be. Okay, let us say from this particular browser 400 error when it occurs. 400 error occurs when the user or the client, okay, I am trying to access it from this particular browser, but it was no, I am not able to get the required information or I am not able to provide the required attributes which it was either not there or which may be the administrative access which I was lack of, or there may be many other causes, but everything is because of the client, which is because of the me. Okay, so at that particular point of time, these common client threads occur. If we go into the deep, we will see a lot of client errors. The first client error is 400 error. Let us say this is the Flipkart website. Here, if you see, whenever you are trying to access this particular URL, okay, if you are trying to access this URL, if you see something like 400 bad request, okay, it will directly show you up on the screen. So at that point of time, that means the server is cannot able to process the request. Okay, so you are trying to access, but server is not able to process due to malfunction syntax. Okay, so why it is? Okay, let us say, for example, you are a user and what you are trying to access is something called TVs and electronics. Okay, these TVs and electronics you already have in flipkart.com. So when you are directly providing the URL, let us say the TVs and electronics element is not at all there in this entire website. Okay, so that means you are requesting something which was not even available in this particular website. Okay, so that is misconfiguration syntax, right? So that means you are not even asking something which was even present in that application. Okay, or maybe we can also call it something like this. Okay, let us say you have this board and you need to fill some details, like let us say this 560049, you need to check it out. So without doing this, and if you add sometimes in some websites, most of the time what you will do is it will ask you, like it will give you, because there are some fields which needs to be filled out, but without filling those fields you are directly going and accessing the website. Remember this clearly. So it is all about the syntax. There are some fields which needs to be filled when you are about to order, or when you are about to fill some registration form. Maybe take the example of the registration form. Okay, so in the registration form, when you are about to do, you need to fill all the details actually, or else the registration won't get completed. But what is the user doing? He's not filling all the required fields. He's directly clicking submit. Then obviously a 400 error will trigger because of the malfunction syntax, which means the user is not properly filling out the details and properly submitting. Okay, that is when the 400 error occurs. Let us say in a normal application in your company, a 400 occur error, actually you won't see directly, but mostly you will see because of some tools, you may see 400 error occurred, 400 error occurred, bad syntax, so and so. So at that time you may get to know, like, okay, some particular user is actually committing the mistake. Actually he's not able either know the process, or it may be a bot and he's trying to attack. So these all may be the cases. Okay, so that is when you should understand. Okay, so this is what a human or a user error is. So 400 error, some user is trying to do some malfunction syntax. He is either not properly giving the details, or not either properly filling all his required fields. So that is when a 400 error occurs. Okay. Next is 401, unauthorized access. Okay. Let us say you have a website. Okay. There always be websites won't be public. In your company, there will be websites for your internal use, which is private. Okay, for those internal websites you won't be having the access. You will be only having uh, won't be having the access, but in order to get the access you need to create a service now ticket. You need to tell you what it is needed for, and then again you need to tell, like, once after you got the credentials, right, that particular credential should have the privileged access, and only with that credentials you will be able to log into that application or with the website. If you don't have that privileged credentials in order to log in into that website or applications, it will throw you an error called 401. That means you don't have the valid credentials in order to authenticate that website. Okay, that means you don't have any valid subscription. That means you don't have valid access. Okay, you got it. Whenever you are trying to access a website without the proper credentials, that is when a 401 occurs. Simple.
Okay.
Next, the most common error which you always see is 403, forbidden. Okay, so most of the times this is when happens, um, as I said, actually, not for the 400, but for the 400, 403, it is what? Let us say in the flipkart.com, I am trying to access something called Apple. See, at this point of time, if you see something called unfortunately this page you are looking for has been moved or deleted. Okay, something this is called the 403 forbidden. This means there is no particular element which you are trying to access. See, I am trying to search an apple in the flipkart.com, which is utterly not possible actually. Maybe it's possible in the Flipkart grocery, but not in the flipkart.com. Okay, so I am trying to search out for something which was not even available or present in a website. So what it is going to do is it is telling you, hey, you don't have that particular 400 is about the malfunction syntax where the user doesn't fill out properly. 401 is unauthorized access when you're trying to access something, but you don't have the access for the website. 403, just let me quickly check, but 404 anyway we started, so let us continue it. Okay. 404 is the one which we are currently talking about. That means when you are trying to access the resource, but it was not even being available. That means whenever the user is requesting something from the server, so the particular source is not being available. So obviously you will get a 404, that is page not found. Okay. So unfortunately the page you are looking for is either moved or deleted. That is page not found. Okay. So most of the time this is because either the particular resource is not available in the particular URL you are accessing. So and that is the reason the issue occurred. Okay. So 403, just let me quickly check actually. I think it is also related to some access. So let us say again this Flipkart application, right? So again, in this Flipkart application, let us say you are able to access the entire website. But in order to access one of the top nav, let us say this beauty top nav, okay? When you are about to click, if it is popping some particular privileges, that means you are not able to go into this beauty nav. Sorry, beauty. Okay. So if it is asking for some prompt, that means you don't have the particular access only for this particular point of this top nav feature. Okay. So the server was able to give you the result, but as a user, I don't have particular access for me to get those results. You get it? See, I am requesting something, but the server is about to give the result, but the server got to know that hey, this particular user doesn't have the privilege or access in order to access this particular feature. So that is when the 403 forbidden error will occur. Okay, that is means even this also same similar to the 401 actually, just like unauthorized access. Here it is something like server will give you is about to give you the result, but then it recognizes like hey, this guy doesn't have the proper privileges in order to access this, so let us not give him the result back. So that is when it throw you a call, you will have lack of privileges to access a resource, and it throws you a error called 403 forbidden. See, in the name itself, you can sound 403 forbidden. That means you don't have the particular access. 404 page not found. That means the resource or something which the user is trying to access is either moved or something deleted or it's not available. See, when you try to access, right, I even directly showed you how the error looks for the 404. Similarly, for the 403, it will be like when user doesn't have the particular level of access. Okay, 401 is like when you are not about to fill the particular fields which is necessary, either the registration form or submission form, whatever you can take it as an example. 402 is entirely for the lack of access of an entire user. Is that clear, Sashi?
Yes.
Let us just go to next 500 errors.
Mm.
Okay, so all these errors, right, you will be able to see based on the tools. You will have your own networking, sorry, New Relic, Gray Log. There will be multiple tools actually based on the organization which uses. Okay, so when it throws the errors, right, then you will be going into the server, uh, then you will go into the var log, and then you will check the access logs, and then you will check the error logs simultaneously. In the error logs you will get to know which particular error it is occurring and what is happening. So that's when, right, you will be able to troubleshoot like what is happening based on that 400 error. Hey, this is something, and that doesn't happen. So obviously you will log into the server, and from there you will troubleshoot it out. Okay,
Okay.
so next is 500 internal server error. Now we are discussing about the 500 status codes. Okay, so 500 internal server when it occurs. Let us say again you are a user. So now what you are trying to do? Now at this point, right, I am trying to go into the Myntra website. Okay, in the Myntra website, I am trying to access the cloth section, shoes section, belt section, and many other multiple features in that particular platform. So at that particular point of time, you will have the server database, right? Obviously, the server will have the database for it to store the information, retrieve the information, and everything. Okay, so at that particular point of time, you will get a error because of some unforeseen issue. Okay, whatever the issue may be. Okay, so at that particular point of time, if the issue is happening on the server's database end, so that is when the internal server error will come up. That means whenever the user is trying to access something out of a website, and because of some unforeseen issue on the server's database end, you won't be able to get the proper response which you are trying to get. So that is when a 500 internal server will occur. This is on the database server error. Okay, so the error which occurred on the database server side when you are trying to actively perform some searching or some navigations or some ordering or whatever it may be. Okay, so some if and some any unforeseen error occurred on the database server, that is when this 500 internal server occurred. Is that clear, Sashi? So that means you need to either troubleshoot on the database logs and everything to order to know the understand. It is just right if you know like what is the issue and where it is occurring. Obviously, you can go into those particular directories and you can troubleshoot.
Right.
Okay. Next, you need to know a term called gateway server. Okay. Most of the times you will hear this like what is a gateway server. So in companies, right, typically they will configure the servers. Like you will have the multiple servers for many types of works. So you will even have a gateway server in an organization. So how that will work is that will work as an intermediary. That means a bridge, okay, between either two protocols or either two networks or either the type of the services. See, remember it again. You will have a server which acts as an entry point or either an intermediary. Okay, that means entry point means either a starting point or an intermediary between two different types or any number of different types of networks, services, or protocols. That means HTTP protocols, HTTPS, all this type of protocols. Okay, so what it is doing? When I already said as an intermediary means as a bridge between the types of networks. But why it should act as a bridge? In order to facilitate the communication between the different types of technologies. See again, gateway server is nothing but it acts as an entry point or intermediary between the different types of networks or services. Okay, in order to facilitate the communication between them. You get it? Just like let us say if you have two systems and the two systems communicated in two ways, but you need a gateway server in the between them so that the first server, whatever it is communicating to the server B, it should be able to understand and that work can be done by this gateway server. Okay, so let us say right now, the next is 502 bad gateway. You will even see this. So I told you because of this gateway error, because of this 502 bad gateway. So the first thing is right. Let us say again the server, again which you have a the gateway server itself. Take it as an example. Okay. So received an invalid. Let us say you have a gateway server acting. Uh, let us say you have a Flipkart server. Okay. And for the payment, in order to process it, you have a gateway server. Okay. So you will get a 502 bad gateway when the received a invalid, like if you received an you have this gateway server, the payment server which we discussed about, and if you have the Flipkart server, so you will encounter this issue when only because of if you received a proper improper response from the upstream server. Here are the upstream server means the Flipkart server. See, you have a Flipkart server and you have a gateway server. Let us say this gateway is for the payments. Okay, so when user is trying to access something, so the payment gateway, then the proper information was not able to retrieve from this upstream Flipkart server. Okay, so that is when you won't be able to process the payments, and because of that the communication was interrupted between these two servers, and that is when a 5 not by bad gateway will occur. Okay.
Okay.
So that means this gateway payment server is trying to retrieve something from the upstream server, and a invalid response triggered. A proper response didn't triggered when a 502 gateway is paused. Okay, see it again. Here this was because of the database server issue. Okay, and that is why it expected, because some while the users are accessing some content or some processing searches on any of the platform, if any issue occurs, that is when the database on the on the database server, if there is an unforeseen issue, that is when the 500 internal server occurs. But here you need to understand again, if let us say the Flipkart is acting as a gateway, okay, for processing of the payments, okay, which we told as the gateway payment, okay, that is the gateway server. Let us say that maybe on the big billion days you have a mm, high number of sellings, high number of purchasing, a lot of happened during the big billion days, right? So at that particular point of time, let us say uh, the normal Flipkart server is experiencing issues, okay, with our gateway server. So at that particular point of time, you will get an invalid response from the payment server. So that is when you will get a 502 bad gateway. Shashi, you want me to repeat it again?
No.
Okay. Let me tell you again, okay? Mm, delete everything. Just only concentrate, okay? 502 bad gateway. Okay. So you have the big billion days, Shashi,
Right.
for Flipkart. So what will happen in big billion days? You will have a high usual number of traffic. Yes or
Yes.
no? Because high
Yes.
number of users will buy because of either of the offers or either because of the requirement, whatever it may be. Okay. So let us say because of the high usage, okay, the let us say in the big billion days, the TV offers is going on. Okay. So whenever you are trying to access something, you are sending a request. Okay. So you are expecting a response for that. So that is what all it is about. You are trying to request something in order to buy this particular TV. Okay. But what is happening? So whenever this Flipkart server is there, right, it is trying to communicate with the payment. Let us say in the TV offer, you are directly clicking buy now, buy now, buy now. Okay. But this Flipkart server and the payment server, sorry, buy now server. Let us take that, the Flipkart server and buy now server. In the Flipkart server, you are ordering it. Once you add it into the cart, what you want to do? You want to buy that product. Okay. So when you are trying to buy that product, you are clicking continuously on the buy now, buy now, buy now. But it is not able to go into that. Okay. That means you are encountering an issue when you are trying to communicate with that. Okay. So the processing of that ordering is not being done actually. Okay. So that is when a 502 bad gateway error occurs.
Okay.
Okay. If you want me to give any other example also, yeah, maybe we can, is that fine, or
Uh,
do you want me to?
yeah. Got it.
Okay. Hmm. Next is 503 service unavailable. So you can just directly tell it from the name. They always in the organizations, right? A term called maintenance will be going on. Okay. When will a maintenance will going on? Either the servers are updated or some deployment is going on, right? Or any other change request to uh, get bug fixes done. Okay. Change to get the bugs. You will always heard a term called going forward, it's called a change, CR. Okay, that is called change request. That means whenever people wanted to do some deployment, okay, either be the features or any fixes, or either be the maintenance of servers, that means either be the patching, or if you want to install any service or anything. Okay, so at that particular point of time, the server won't be available because the production server needs some downtime, and the entire team, what they will do is they will do it in the out of business hours. That means when the business doesn't have the proper traffic, or the customers are not being actively working on at that point of time, what they will do is they will do these particular activities. So this will occur when such activity is going on. That means either the server, even this also occurs when the server is overloaded. if you are trying to access, like if too many much traffic is coming into it, or if the any other team or any other internal team is performing some deployment fixes or anything, so at that particular point of time you will see a term called 503 service unavailable. You can simply try to access the server and you can check it out. This was very easy actually. The 503 service unavailable, you can directly check it out by accessing into the server. Or you can even ask, like if there are any active deployments going on, you can check out for the changes in the service now, which we will discuss going forward, like how the service now looks like, and how the change request need to be created and everything. So once after it's done, right, then the 503 service unavailable will be resolved, like either the deployment after got finished, and if the server is up, and if there is no overloaded maintenance, so that is when the issue will get resolved. Okay, sometimes this issue even occurred because of the high CPU usage, high memory usage, high disk usage. That means the entire disk is full and it is not able to process anything out. That means it is even overloaded at that particular point of time because either the CPU usage or the disk usage. Okay, so that is when this particular issue occurred, and that is what we call as a 503 service unavailable. Okay, next is session 526. This will be like something called invalid SSL certificate. Okay, so let us say it is nothing actually. What you will do, you will just go, and whenever if you see, right, if the certificate is expired, okay, always for everything you will have a certificate associated with it on the particular website, and if the certificate is expired for that particular website, you will see this particular error called invalid SSL certificate 526 error. So what you need to do, I am not sure if I will be able to show you for this. Connection is secure, certification is valid. See, this is how you need to check. Even in your organization it will be the same process. Okay, you will have your own website, click on this, beside flipkart.com, click on this connection is secure and click on certificate is valid. If it is expired, then it will show it's expired, and here you can see the details. See, issues on July 31, 2023, and this expires on Saturday, August 31. If this certificate is expired, then the Flipkart website will go down and you will see that 526 error. Okay, so again we need to renew that certificate, and once after the renewal of certificate is done, then you will be able to access the website. Yeah, let us launch a normal instance. Is the key pair we were using. Test one. While launching the instance, okay. So what we are going to do in our class is we are going to take a server. On the top of that server, we are going to launch a software called web software, either it be Apache or Nginx, and then we are going to do a small. We are going to create a small web browser, and using that web browser we are going to troubleshoot the Linux issues, just like how the application works. Okay, so that is our concept today. But most of the times if you see, right, you will be accessing the anything using HTTPS or HTTP based on the thing which we discussed. In order to allow the traffic in the web service, like anyone whenever it is using, we need to give the open network. But while in an organization, it won't be like that. There will be strict security groups and measures, which we will discuss in our upcoming classes. But in order to do so, here if you see, right, allow SSH traffic, because of SSH itself, we were able to authenticate the Linux servers. One more thing is we can give the allow HTTP as well. But let us give this in the manual process so that you will know how we can give it more quickly. So I am launching the instance as of now, but I will tell you like how to give the HTTP in the inbound rules. That means we are allowing all the traffic, like whoever be able to access it. First of all, let us launch our instance. So coming to the concept, right? So first of all, right, there are some few web softwares, okay, called HTTPD, okay, Apache or Nginx. Okay, there are also many more like JBoss and so, but let us ignore these other softwares. So concentrate on these two, okay? HTTPD, Apache or Nginx. Sorry, HTTPD. Okay. So most of the times, whenever if you go right, this software is used to whenever if you install this software on a so and so called as a web server, sorry, so and so called as a server, then this software make that server as a web server. Okay. So whenever if you see or say someone like, hey, can you please log into the web server and see what is the issue? So the first thing you need to understand is there is a particular web software being installed on it. Okay. So whenever there is an issue, you always understand there will be multiple types of softwares. One of them are Apache or Nginx are the most widely used. Here sometimes you may see Apache or sometimes you may see HTTPD. Both are same, so you don't need to worry about it. Even if you see both the names, it is fine. But sometimes you will only see singular names. Some people may call it HTTPD. Some people they use Apache. So whenever you see the same name, you just consider it as the same. So HTTPD Apache is the same name, and Nginx is the another type of the web software. Okay, so whatever it is, what is the main use of this web software? So when we install it on a server, it makes our server as a web server, and it also handles all the requests from the web browser. You are requesting something out, right? When you are trying to access the Flipkart website, you are trying to access it from the web browser. So when the client is accessing from the web browser, so this software handles the request and gives us the particular content whatever we want to visualize or we want to see with our own thing. Okay, so that is the main feature of this softwares which are called Apache, HTTPD or Nginx. Okay, so there are also some more software called JBoss, so and so, okay, which you may see in your the normal organization. So first of all, let us concentrate on these two web software which are mostly widely used. So let us launch our instance. So first of all, this is a normal instance as of now. First of all, we want to convert it into a web server using installing the software. I am taking as the root access sudo su space -u or sudo space su or su space hyphen. So there are many commands you can become as a root user. So let us the first thing that we can do is first of all I have logged into the AWS console. Now this is a normal server. Now we need to launch it as a web server. So anything right as we are doing it in a normal thing, let us update our yum command. Okay. So it's already completed, it's already updated, so there is nothing to do. So the next thing we need to do is we need to install our software. Okay, so yum install httpd. Okay, so or else you can even do like if it has a Ubuntu server, what will be the command that is going to replace yum? Sashi, can you please tell me?
Apt-get.
If it is a Ubuntu, what is the command that gonna be if you want to install any software or if you want to install any service? This is an Amazon Linux, or if it is in CentOS, we will use yum. But if it is some other flavors, what are we gonna use in place of yum?
Yeah, apt-get install HTTPD.
Perfect. Okay, so apt-get is the old command. You can use apt. Okay, nowadays people use apt.
Okay.
Okay, anything is supportable, not an issue. So let us do that. And it is asking for installation, yes or no. Yes.
Does this Amazon is having the same command, or it won't recognize that?
Which one? Apt-get.
These are
Apt-get it won't recognize. Only in Ubuntu it will recognize and some other flavors. But in Amazon Linux and this one, it is always right. You just need to remember this few, which I already told you. Let us say
got it.
here now you are using yum. Okay, so just remember app. Okay, so either these two commands are either used to install any of the services or remove the services. Okay, in any of the flavors. Let us say you tried with M and it didn't work out. Let us say your organization is other than using Ubuntu, but you already aware of app. So you can use any of the commands. Next say there are two more commands to check the status of the service, start a service, restart a service, stop the service, which we already checked. That is systemctl and another command is service. Okay, so again you need to remember these two commands. See, there won't be any much commands that will be different. Either that will be installation or that will be on the checking the status or restarting the services. Here if you see you need to remember this systemctl. let us say systemctl, you are trying to do this checking the status of a service and it didn't work, then you can try this service. Okay, and there won't be any other commands that will be much different, so you just need to remember this few commands and you can just change it out whenever it is needed. Is that
Okay.
clear?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So in some other flavors, right? Currently what I installed, it is HTTPD. Okay. So you can also install Nginx if you take another server. You get it. I just took the HTTPD one. You can also install
Okay.
Nginx in your web server if you are going to try it out. Okay. So how you can know like it installed? What is the command? It is systemctl. Okay. That is HTTPD. Whenever if you want to search it out, you can use first of all service status. In most of the flavors nowadays, service status HTTPD is not working. But you can use systemctl, and if systemctl doesn't work out in CentOS, I think it's still service status HTTPD. So enter it. So what is you are seeing? Always you will be able to see the status. HTTPD service, Apache HTTP server, it's loaded, but the active status means what is the status? It is still in inactive. So in order to inactivate, so first thing you need to do is start the HTTPD service. Start HTTPD. Again, you can click on the up arrow. When you click on the up arrow in your keyboard, you will be able to navigate between the commands which you previously entered. So you don't need to do the manual effort again. So I'm just clicking on the status HTTPD. If you see here, active running. Just to ensure it, I'm just enabling. There is also a command called enable, which you can also do. It gives the same. There is not much purpose actually. So if I check it again, it was still in the active running state. Okay, I just started the service and I just enabled it. It's not much, it's just an insurance. Okay, nothing much. You can just start it and leave it out. It doesn't make much bigger difference. So here your server became a web server, but you want to launch an application. Okay, so here you have your application, sorry, here you have your web server configured now. So the next thing you can do is, first of all, in your web server, there will be something called networking. Okay, so here if you see networking, see, scroll a little bit down, there you will see something called as there is security groups. Is it in security? Yeah, sorry, not in networking. You need to go to security. I just clicked on the web browser instance. In the bottom there is option called security. So I'm navigating into the security groups. Here there will be something called inbound rules. Click on this edit inbound rules. Okay, inbound rules, edit inbound rules. Previously while launching the instance also you can do, because if you see right, SSH 0.0, that's when I showed you. So what you can do is in the inbound rules, you can just add a rule, click on this down mark and select something called HTTP. Okay. And here you just give the open port. That means you will be able to freely access the website using the HTTP port. All traffic is allowed. Okay. Now I'm just saving the rules. See, first of all, what I did, I went into the server, launched the web software, and now this became a web server. And the next thing I want to do is I went into the security groups, networking, and then I modified the inbound rules and provided the HTTP open to 000. Okay. So once after this is done, the next thing we should do is we need to let us create a small application using this HTML. Okay, using HTML we will create a some small front-end web page, and based on that we will try to troubleshoot. Let us not create the complicated frameworks and everything, which is not our job as an SRE. Okay, now
Okay.
you are in the home directory. So what is our next action item going to be? So now we are going to create a HTML file. Okay, you know, right, HTML, that is the syntax or something which it is the smallest actually in the front end, which most of the developers that we're gonna use. So let us create a HTML file, but you need to create the HTML file in the specific path. Okay, in the HTML, always the configuration where we will do, it will be mostly on the etc. But what you can do is here for the HTML file you can directly give it in the where directory. cd, let us go there. ls, do we have www? Yes. cd www, web browsing, and cd What are all the, yes, HTML is available, CD, HTML, ls. Okay, so let us create a file here. What is the command for creating a file? There are two methods. One is like touch, you can use it, or you can directly use vi command or nano command to directly give the file name, index.html. Okay, so what you can do, let us write a small mini program or mini HTML code. Let us not call it a program. Okay, HTML code starts. Let us give the header. Let us give the title. Let us close it. This is just a simple thing. Okay, you don't need to learn it out actually. You need to close the header. Hmm. You can always take any code, okay, whichever it is available in a normal Google. Actually, you can just download any HTML code or anything, and you can use this code in the normal page. I'm just taking one of the code. Every indentation is accurate. Yeah, it seems. Sorry, no. Yeah. Okay. So now let us restart our service once. In order for this to reflect changes, in the place of status, you can just keep restart command httpd. Let us check the status again. It is active and running. So in order to access any website, right, let us go to our instance, our web browser. This is our public IPv4 address. This was the one which we hosted, right? On our public, welcome to our website, which we wrote the code. And this is the best basic HTML hosted on my website.
Right.
This is just a random, okay, this is the just minimal HTML program which I took, Sashi. So first thing you need to understand is, let us say we have the software, and now how we are gonna troubleshoot. this particular if it goes down. So that is our motive actually on how we can, where we need to check what and all things you can do whenever it something happens. So that we are going to go into deep dive today. The entire application won't be hosted on a single server. Okay, it will be divided as the microservices, you know, right? Microservice. So
Yes.
those microservices will be installed or configured on this web servers, and from there you need to understand what is the particular issue or which particular it is getting affected. That you will have your own documentations or your guides. There will be for you guys to guide, and from there you need to understand what is actually happening. And also in any organization there will be won't be a single site, there will be multiple parent sites, child sites, there will be multiple guys who will be collaborating, third party sites and everything. So all those guys, there will be multiple teams for you to handle. But as an SRE, what you will see as a common is, so whenever something happens, right, for all these websites or whatever it is, first of all you will get alerted based on from your monitoring tool. So at that point of time you need to understand, like there will be even tools like if you have in your organization, you will see something called Cloudflare also and so. Okay, so based on that you will see there, you will get to know the backend endpoint, I mean on which particular website or web server it is hosted. So after checking that, that will be vary on the that will be vary on the uh, company to company. Okay, that process will be entirely different, like how you will check it can't be again you need to check, like for let us say some you have Flipkart website. Okay, let us say that is one of the many website in your organization. So at that point of time there is something called Cloudflare. That means on which particular endpoint or backend server it will be hosted, on AWS server or is it on the on-prem or so you will be able to get the particular details, or you will be able to get the particular details by checking the ping on your web directly on this Bastion host. Okay, so once you get the details, then you will be able to see the server details. So in that particular server details you will be logging in. So there will be different error status codes, right, which we discussed in our previous class. So once after discussed, you will see like is it a client error or is it on the website error? Okay, server error. So once after you get it clarified, then first of all the first thing you will do is, first of all you need to check the what type of it is hosted actually. I mean to say what type of uh, software, web software is hosted on that server, so it became a web server. So the first thing you need to understand is you need to get it right. Okay, so the first thing is, let us you can directly go to where and just search ls, and then you will be able to see most of the times here log. Okay, then again ls. So here you will be able to see what type of software it was there. Here if you see httpd, if it was sometimes apache 2 or sometimes it was engine, so you got to know like okay, so httpd is installed on it. Okay, so you got the first idea, right? The first troubleshooting is you filterized what type of web software is being installed on that server. Sashi, if you want to note it down, note it down. Okay, so all these points won't be in our notes. I will forward you the notes on how to install and the commands that you can troubleshoot. But if you want to understand more deep or something, if you feel that may be important for you in our organization going forward, you can note it down. So here if
Okay.
you see, so I went into the where folder and then I went into the log directory and then I went into, I can see the httpd is installed on it. So you filtered it out. Then again just come to the root directory and check the first of all the status. Okay, systemctl httpd, sorry, status httpd. So currently if you see the status is running, but let us say the status was disabled at that point of time. So this was the first scenario. Okay, your website is down and you saw some one of the 503 or 504 errors, and the first thing you saw is like so the first thing you answer after recognition, you saw like the status is inactive. Okay, so you got the incident, I mean you got the issue, you got the alert, and the first thing you is you logged into the server and you found it what type of the service it is. And once after the service was found, the first thing you need to see is check the status. And let us take the scenario where the it is inactive. Okay, so the first thing you need to do at this point is just start the http. Okay, so let us say just now I stopped it, right? So what is our website status going to be? See, it will go into something like page not found or something out. See, site can't be reached and refuse it to connect. you will actively see this type of error going forward in your application as an SRE. So at that point of time, again, you need to actively look into here, and actively, once after you found out the issue, then just again start it and then again check the status. Okay, so now it was active again. Let's check our status of the website again. Give it a minute. Okay, so as it was our basic one, you got the answer right away. But in your normal organization, as your application has many dependencies, it will take for the HTTPD service to process for some time. It will even take 1 to 2 minutes. So you need to be patient. You shouldn't think like, hey, I just restarted the service and why is our website still not up? Okay, so these will be like basic mistakes. Even when you give the interview or when you work, you should avoid these mistakes so that people won't be able to find out like you have less experience or you just learned it. You need to make them think like you have everything as a practical experience. Okay, so the
Okay.
next thing is, once after you started out, then you will be able to see, okay, your service is up. That means you resolve the issue. Okay, so the next case, let us say the service, when you checked it here, currently it is active, but still the website is down because of some other error, which you are not able to see whatever it is going on. So at that particular point of time, there are two cases. Okay, there are two logs. So always you will check the logs in two locations. Okay, so first of all, in order to check the logs, where you need to go? You need to go to the where directory. Okay, so now you are in the where directory. I will keep the screen clean for you. So now you are in the where we will be able to check the logs, that is in the log directory. Here if you see, you have something called log. Okay, so let us go there, cd log. Now in the log directory, let us check out it. So here you will have multiple files. Okay, so but where you need to see what is the complaint that is going to be, that is HTTPD. If it was Nginx, then you need to go into Nginx. Okay, see, you want to troubleshoot. The Apache service is still up, but still the website is having issues. Either it be intermittent. There will be a word coming out. People maybe in a practical location, they will use a word called intermittent. Hey, facing intermittent issues in our website. Okay, if someone says that word, you shouldn't worry about what is happening. You need to understand, like, let us say currently this welcome to our website is loading. Maybe it is loading for only a certain amount of users. It may not be loading for the other amount of users. That means there are some intermittent issues. Sometimes the website is up, sometimes the website is down. So there are some issues that may and that are intermittent. Okay, so that is the meaning of intermittent, which you may see or which you may face going forward. So at that point of time, you need to understand what is going on. So whatever the issues, you always find it in the where log. So what you need to do, you need to go to where and you need to go to log. And the next thing you need to see is what type of service it is and you need to go inside it. Now it is our HTTPD. I'm going inside it. Now here you will see certain files called access log and error log. Okay, so this is the main important thing in our organization, which you always see, like there are two things called access logs or error log. So what you can do is, whenever the user, let us say the client errors, okay, or client, whenever the particular user or particular times, so there will be sometimes called bots. Okay, so they will be trying to attack our website. So that will be through the web browser. So whatever the requests that are made from the user end or the traffic that comes, so always the records that you will be able to see in the access logs. Again, I am repeating you, the logs recorded by the every request. Okay, so by from the web browser to the web server. Okay, all the user requests that will be provided in the access log. Whenever a user is doing all the traffic or he is requesting something out, that you will be able to find out in the access log. In order to check that, there is a command called tail. Okay, tail means you want to check out the logs that to the latest. Okay, so I am giving something called -f. Okay, this is one of the flag. If you give this flag, you will be able to see the logs, access log. So when you see this, you will be able to see some of the information, because we haven't made much thing, right? I mean, we haven't done too much uh, requests or anything. It's just a normal thing. And if you're able to see Windows 64, I am using it from my Chrome browser and some of the details. Okay. And if you see even the IP address that was visible, 54.226.97.89. Okay. The same web instance. So you will be able to see like so and so for this particular thing, some guys are accessing it from the Chrome website. Okay, so all the user requests that are made from a particular web browser, for all the details you can find out in this access log. So in a normal practical organization, you will be able to see what is going on with the latest timestamp. See, it is 22nd January. Okay, and you will be able to see the timeline here. I think it is most of the times either GST or the EST. Okay, based on the timings. So you can just convert into our normal timings and you can check out the latest timings. The latest timings will always be at the bottom, and here when you give the -f flag, you will be automatically able to see the latest. And whenever if some other new user is also typing out, you will automatically get the latest logs. So that is the main use of this -f log. Let us say some 10 or 2 browsers, and you want to actively see what are all the users that they are doing the entries or accessing. So at that time, if you give this tail -f flag with access log, so the you won't come out of it. You will be able to see the most entry and the most recent logs that will be still going on. But if you want to come out of it, you need to enter Control C. Okay, so there is one more command which we can also call as like tail n tail -n. And if you want to see only the some certain amount, okay, let us say in the log file you have like hundreds or thousands of entries, but you only want the latest log. So at that point of time, you can give this access, you can give this -n along with the numerical number 10, and when you enter this, you will be able to see the last 10 latest logs. Okay, -f for whenever if you want to see the latest logs without coming out of that particular log file, then you can give this -f. But if you want to see out this particular only the latest logs with the certain number, you can give this 50, 100, so and so. Then it will give you the last latest entry, and you will be able to find out or troubleshoot what is going on at that particular point of time. Here, what you learned now, you learned about error access logs. So the next thing is error logs. As the name itself says, right? Whenever if you face some issue, then it will obviously give you the answer. That means if there is anything on the servers, warnings, errors, certificate errors, database errors, whatever it may be going on the servers, right? So the first thing always, whenever a SRE comes is the first thing whenever if he sees something is going on is he will directly come to this HTTP logs and he will check it out. Tail-f error logs. So here if you see, right, you will be able to see what was going on. Let us say httpd apache foreground. See, first of all, in the initial the httpd was running. Okay, system httpd status running. See, right, first of all we enabled it. After it was running, then if you see, in order to shut down, we once shutting it down. That means httpd was shut down gracefully. So at that point of time, you can tell like, hey, something happened. Okay, that means this particular shutdown was happened on the httpd service at so and so time. You can tell them at this particular time it got shut down, and that is the reason our website went down. There was an issue or something happened or some user logged in at that particular point of time, and maybe he disabled it or enabled it, and at the time because of the httpd shutdown, our website also went down. Later, as I restarted it, and if you see resuming normal operations and httpd is running. If you see, right, you need to understand the logs. There won't be many much information like clearly, but you will be able to understand from each and every log what is going on. Similarly, if you see, there will be some logs like certificate is expired, you will be even see that. Okay, so it may be or not be directly, and sometimes there will be database errors. So all this type of errors and logs you will be able to find out in the latest information in the error logs. So once you found out, then you will go into their particular directories, and from there you will troubleshoot it. And there will be something called system logs. Okay, let us say I'm not sure if we have here like syslogs. Cd double dot enter ls syslog. Okay, in a normal organization, okay, like practically, currently you are in varlog directory, na? So what you will see is in the log directory there will be something called syslog. That means whenever if the system is having some information like server issues or errors or anything impacting the websites, if you haven't still got any information clearly, that will be called as syslogs, varlog, and that means system logs. Okay, based on the name itself you will be able to get to know. And sometimes if some external network or some bots or something is attacking, and it is getting your system based on whenever the application gives you some information. You can find out such information in security logs. Okay, that may be called as like auth logs. For security logs, you can find information in anything related to security. If someone says like, let us say you are in call with security team and they asked you to check like, hey, can you check, they confirmed itself like it's a security issue, and they asked you to check, can you please check the latest logs that which may help to us, as we don't have the authentication or server level access. So when they told to you that it was a security issue and they asked you to check the security issue level, then where you need to check the logs, that is called auth.log. Okay, there will be a file called auth.log, or there is another file called secure. You may also find out this auth.log or secure file. Okay, so in any one of these files you will be able to find out the any security related issues or any security logs, any authentication issues. So anything that related to security, that will you will be able to find out in the auth logs. Okay, is that clear?
Yes, sir.
And anything related to database, right? Again, you can go into the where log. You just need to understand. Okay, so the first thing is you always come to logs. So here in the logs, if you see any database related files, then you need to go into the database logs to troubleshoot it. If you need any error, system security, then you need to go to system logs. If you need any application logs, let us say php or something, then you need to go into the php logs. Let us say if they need you some database, maybe some MySQL or Postgre is launched on it and database is facing issue, you can go into the other logs, as well as if you have the direct logs here, you can directly access it and you can check out the information. Okay,
Okay.
so you understood, Sashi, how we are going to troubleshoot in a direct practical way. Okay, this without anything you can directly explain like what are all the steps you are gonna do. What is a shell? Shell is a program, right? It is a special user program that provides a interface. Okay, interface, I mean screen to the user, where the user can execute the commands. Okay, we already discussed there is a part called kernel, which is used for the operating system to, I mean the software to communicate with the hardware, and kernel is like a hot. Okay, so whenever this shell provides us program, and whenever you type some specific programs, right, it can communicate with the kernel, so that kernel will understand and it will give us reply back or whatever the information that is needed. So we are providing the commands and executing everything through the shell. Okay, so what is the main motive with the shell scripting? Okay, so whenever you use the shell scripting, right, we are giving some commands, we are giving some instructions from which end, from our user end. Okay, and we are trying to execute them. In this shell scripting, we only use a bunch of commands which are called Linux commands. We won't use much. All we use is Linux commands, and using those Linux commands, we are giving some instructions which the kernel will understand, and it will give us the required output, whatever it was needed for us. Okay, so that is what shell scripting is. In the shell scripting, all we use is Linux commands.
Okay.
So is that clear? Go ahead.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, so in the shell script, right, there are different types of shell scripts available. Okay, we even call like different shells available. That means in different shells, similarly like how we have flavors, right, in Linux, like CentOS, Redshift, sorry, not Redshift, but Red Hat. Okay, Ubuntu, SUSE, we have multiple flavors, right? So similarly in shell scripting also we have multiple types of shells, and such types of shells, one of those are called bash, which is the most commonly used shell in most of the organizations, and that is called bash is another name as born again shell. Okay, this is one of the most commonly used shell in the Linux systems. Okay, and it is default, actually you can even find it in any Linux system default. Okay, so it can also be installed on the Windows OS. Anyway, we can do that, not a big problem. So the next shell we have is C shell, and the other is corn shell. People also called it as K shell. Okay, so all these are some of the normal shells which we can find out in any of the other organizations. Whatever it is, the functionality will be the same. Okay, as we already discussed, but our most commonly used is born again shell. It is the most widely used shell in all the Linux system. Okay, and it is already default installed or configured in any Linux whenever you install it. I will even show it to you. Let us go to the Linux instance first. This is the just instance which I launched just now, right? So that's why I wanted to show it to you directly. So that's why I launched a new instance. Okay, so let us go cd bin ls. Okay, here in the bin folder, bin directory, if you see, you will find something called bash. See, bash. That means bash shell was already pre-configured and it was already part of a system whenever we launch it, and you always found it. So that is why bash is the most commonly used shell. Is that clear?
Okay. Okay.
And next, where we write a program. We always write a program. We will create a file using touch or vi, and once after you create a file, right, the file name always ends with .sh. Here sh means shell. Okay, so always whenever you save a file after writing a program, that should end with file.sh. I mean anything, whatever the name it is, the always ending should be with .sh extension. Okay, if you write your script like my script or your script, whatever script it is, that should end with .sh extension. Okay, in this particular file you will be noting all your commands, instructions, programs, scripting and everything, so that it will be being interpreted by the particular kernel of that particular Linux system, and it will provide us the required output whatever it was needed by us. Okay, and the next thing is, you always see like why we need this, because you always can ask that like, hey, we are using the commands, right, but what is the use of it? So what we can do is, we can perform automations using the shell script. What do you mean by automations here? Let us say you have repetitive work. Okay, let us say in our Linux system, what you have is like you have trying to install one service. Okay, uh, sudo space hyphen clear yum install httpd yes enter. Now status, I just installed, okay, httpd, so I am just trying to check the status of it. Okay, currently if you see, it was like inactive status, right, which we already discussed. Once you launch a http, it will be in the inactive status. But what if you see the status was in down? Anyway, it was in inactive. Let us say you just the service was running, but again you stopped this particular service. Okay, so and if this was happening again and again due to some issue which you are not able to find out, so in order to do that, again, you need to come into the server, log into it, and again, you need to restart the service manually. So all this is a manual work, and if you want to perform it, there may be even some cases where, because of to reduce the overload or CPU usage or memory usage, what users will do is, during the output, whenever the traffic of users is very low, they will do the operation. Okay, they will do the production deployments, or they will do these changes where they will do the manual work of restarting the services and everything. At that time, even the production servers will be down and the websites will be down. They will give some maintenance on it. You can even see in like maintenance is going on. That means some work is going on in the background at that point of time, whatever it may be. But you can do all this in an automation without doing the manual work. That means you can restart the HTTP service, and you can do it something like, let us do it at every Sunday. Let it restart this service at 10 at so and so 10 time, or so and so at 11 o'clock, or so and so at 12 o'clock. So you can configure that in such a way that you are doing automated and you are reducing your work. So that is one of the main important work of our SRE, reducing the toils, which means reducing the manual work and increasing the repetitive work, sorry, increasing the automations. Okay, and the next thing is, right, like whenever the system admins also will do it, like whenever they want to take some backups, and if you want to do some monitoring, again we can do that. And if you want to add some new functionalities or install new services into the server, we can do the shell scripting. So there were many uses where and where you can use the shell scripting. Sashi, is that clear?
Yes, sir.
What is shell? What is shell scripting? Where we are gonna use it? and what is the file extension that is gonna end with. During software development, right, what will actual developers do? So developers will write a code, okay, and in order to develop an application or in order to develop a feature, okay, in order to develop an app or a feature, that is their motive, or any fixing the bugs, okay. So developers will actually write a code in order to consider all these factors. So a single developer won't be able to do all the things. Let us consider in any organization, when you take a developer team or for any feature, there will be multiple developers working along with it. Okay. So at that point of time, let us say you are one of the developer and you are writing a code or developing for it. Okay. And another developer is not aware and he is also writing the same code. Okay. And they are not even actually collaborating in that case. Okay. So at that point of time, there comes a system called version control system. Remember this term. So what this version control system does? So whatever the changes or whatever the developments in a file that are being done over a time by the developers or by any other members, okay, it will keep all the versions and it will keep on the progress. So version control system just keep track of the changes that are being done over time. Okay, and it will give you, or whenever if you want to recall any versions, or if you want to know what are all the changes that are being done, so that is when a version control system is being used. Okay, so the main use of this version control system is whenever if you need any projects, or if you need to whenever if you want to manage your project, or if you want to keep a track of whatever happened or what are all the versions released, or in order to improve the collaborations between the developers, or in order to see what and all the history each developer has made in that particular code, everything, version control system is used. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Clear, right? What a version control system does and how it helps the developers. Next,
Yeah.
so after that, even in the version control system, right, there were many cases like, let us say, first of all, there was no DevOps. How DevOps came in, how SRE came in from the Google guys. Okay, so everything is like a development after a decades of progress. Similarly, right, version control system also, there were many modified or upgraded version control systems came. First of all, the version control system that was introduced at the very start is called local version control system. Okay, in the local version control system, it was there at the very early stages of the software development. At that point of time, using these developers, right, they will only use the databases. Okay, they won't use any other things to keep track of their systems. They will have the database servers. So whatever that was there, right, they will use this database servers to keep track of the changes whatever they are being done in their codes. Okay, so whenever like let us say a programmer is doing any changes and the other programmer is not aware, so even the database was not able to keep track of all those things actually. Okay, so whenever if a multiple developers are working and if they want to keep a track of it only using a one database, and in order to develop the entire software, it was not possible. So there were a lot of changes came up when this local version control system was there. So this was the initial stage. But in order to sort out these issues, there comes another one called centralized version control system. It was also known as CVCS. Just nothing, CVCS. From the name itself, it took. So at that point of time, there came some tools, okay, known as concurrent version systems. Just like how we have GitHub, all these tools, right? Similarly, during this era, we have one more tools that came at that point of time, like SVN, which is known as subversion, and also one more tool or application which may call it as something called as CVS, that is concurrent version system. Okay, so what happened, let us say you have some again software developers and a lot of software developers trying to develop a lot of complicated system or a complicated project. Okay, so at that point of time, what will happen, you will have a central server. Central server means you will have a server something like a GitHub. Okay, that is on the web based. GitHub is on the web based. On the web, you can directly go and you can work on it. So let us say you have some similar central server on the web based. So at that particular point of time, what developers can do, developers can, like multiple developers can parallelly work on any feature, whatever they want or whatever the progress they can do. So as long as they parallelly work, they can make their changes, they can collaborate with each other, but and then they can store their information in the central server, which is on the web based. But the one of the main issue is it is storage limited. They won't be able to do as much of the changes they want, or there will be some storage drawbacks. And one of the thing is you always need the internet in order to do this. So if there is no internet or something else, you won't be able to perform it. Even if something rise, if the developers are having an issue, even the tracking was not easy at that particular point of time, even this centralized version control system. Okay, so a lot of challenges came back one after another, and that's when we got this distributed version control system. Our Git is a distributed version control system, which is the most updated one and which is the most important one which we are using. Okay, and it was uh, again I think even the Linux was developed by Linus Torvalds, and even I think even the Git was also developed by Linus actually. Let me check that. Yeah, Git also developed by the Linux guy only. He is brilliant, it seems actually. Okay, so what happened with this DVCS? DVCS means distributed version control system. So what we can do is, let us say we have a number of developers. Okay, you will have Git at the bottom. First of all, maybe before explaining distributed version control system, I will explain you what is Git and what is GitHub. Okay, so Git is a distributed version control system where what one person can you do, I think we need to explain distributed only before explaining what is a Git. So in distributed version control system, you will have multiple developers. Okay, and you have a central server which is GitHub. I'm just directly taking it. You will even have the GitLab and many other tools which you can use in the place of the central server. Okay, so using the Git, what you can do, so you will have changes. Let us say you have a feature. Okay, you are developing on it, and let us say other guy is also working on it. So in your local system, you can use Git, and using that Git, you can create multiple branches, like multiple folders. In that folder, you can write your own code. And let us say I am writing my own code, and Sashi is also writing another code. Okay, so in my own development. But the first thing what Sashi has done is, before me developing the code, he has already developed that code, and he directly already sent into the central server for the changes. Okay, the central server here is GitHub. Okay, so whenever that happened, so at that particular point of time in the Git, now I didn't know, like Sashi made the changes and he already sent his changes to GitHub. So in my local system, which is in the DVCS, that is Git, I am trying to make the changes from my own end. Okay, but still I am not aware, like Sashi already make his changes and sent into GitHub already. So at that point of time, again I am trying to send the changes, and it is not possible because there was already some changes are there. And when you trying to send the same changes or something else, you will be able to see all the version history, what happened, who sent the code, when was the last changes made, is my code and the other guy code, whatever it was sent, is same or not. So you will be able to keep a track of it. And even if you want to develop some new features, again when you are about to send the code into the main GitHub repository, there you will be need some accesses. Yeah, there you need some merging needs to be done in that existing code. So there will be a lot of restrictions, and it will actually help us the user to keep a track of changes, what is actually going on, is there any changes or is there any wrong being done in his code. So all these things that can be done in a distributed version control system. Okay, and also let us say in a Git you don't have internet available. So what a user can do, in his local system, even when he's developing his code, he can just normally write his code, or he can normally develop his feature without having a normal internet. So once he got the internet, then he can send his changes to the GitHub. Okay, so all these things can be done. Okay, and the one more thing which Git can do actually is branching, as we already said, right? Like multiple developers can create their own branches, just like how the tree has different branches and how the different branches will have their own fruits. Similarly, let us say if you have if the tree is like an application and the branches are the multiple developers, so multiple developers can create their own code separately, and once after it only got approved, they can directly merge into the GitHub, the central repository. Okay, in that central repository is the where our actual code exists. That is where in the GitHub, and that is where you will be able to configure, or that is where based on the code your application is being run on. Okay, Sashi, here in your code, you know, in the Git is actually, if you want to understand, in a multiple developers in a project, they can use it to develop their own codes. They can use it to keep their changes. And once after everything is sorted out, the GitHub is actually where the code will be stored, or it is like a repository. It is like a folder where your actual code, the finalized code is stored, and using that code, your application can run using other tools. Did that make that clear, Sashi, or you are having any doubts?
Yes, sir. Clear.
You understood, right? On Git, what you actually do, you know? See, I'm telling you in the shortest way. You don't need to again remember all this. You should remember this, like what you need to know, distributed, centralized, it is important. But what you want to know, you know, this is how the GitHub looks like once after you launched it. I mean, once after you created your account. Okay. So what you will have is, you will have the repositories here. Okay. If you see here, the repositories looks like this. Okay. You can just click on here and you can create the repositories however you like. Okay, so after creating the repositories, or what you can do, you know, so here you can store your codes, you can store your files and everything. After storing codes and files, everything here, these will be again interlinked actions and everything, and that will be performed in the software development cycles, which will be done by the other guys. But what you need to understand is, this is the web-based interface where you can store all your programs. But here, this is like a master. Okay, here you need to have only your fixed program. Let us say you have your application, but where is your code that helps to run your application stored? All this in the GitHub. But what you will do actually in a GitHub, Git. So what you will actually do in a Git is, in Git, what you will actually write is, you will write some codes here, and after writing the codes, then you will send this code into your server, which is like GitHub. Because even if I tell you like something repository, so and so, some other branches and something, you need to understand what I am actually all speaking about. So the first term is repository. Repository is nothing but a, you can call it as like a directory, okay, that contains all your project work. Okay, repository is nothing but the information, or the everything, like directory, like let us have how you have the folders and how you have all the files and everything which contains actual information. So similarly in the GitHub, the repository, or in a Git, what which is nothing but where your files or everything will be stored related to the project. Next, something called as local repository. Now we called as repository. Now we will see what is a local repository. So as the name itself says, right? Like let us say you have a folder, okay, in Git itself. Let us say I'm working on some folder called mkdir apple, okay, cd apple. So let us say I am working on this apple. So my local repository now will be, let us say I'm using git init. There is a command called git init which will be initialized to work on that particular. So ls and l. So initializing empty git repository in C directory is apple.git. So before, if you see, we have created a directory called apple, and then we run a command called git init. So this means local repository, my current local repository is apple. So that means this is my local repository. So once after you run a git init command, you can initialize a local repository, and you can track all your changes in this particular repository. So that means all your changes, or whatever the things that you can do in the future, that all you can do in this particular repository in the apple. So this is your local machine, and you can track or keep track of all the files, changes, everything in this apple. So that is why, again, see, before there was nothing called as master, but when I ran the git init, there is something called master came in. So that means git initialized in this command, and whatever I do from now on, all the changes will be keep a track of in this particular apple directory. So that is why this is called as local repository. Next is remote repository. Remote repository is nothing but the GitHub. So in the GitHub, whatever the changes you can do, you can keep, like, see, last 2 months, last month I have done this actually, like way back, and then last 2 commits, what and all you can do, everything. So this is our remote repository. Remote repository is our GitHub, and local repository is in our Git. You simply just need to understand that. Okay, repository is nothing but where you store all your information or files related to your project. Local repository is your Git, and remote repository is in your GitHub or GitLab or maybe some other tool. Yeah. Moving on. Next is called commit. Okay, you will hear other word called commit. So this commit word you will see it in Git. Okay, we will use some commands, but first of all you need to understand what is a commit. So a commit is like a snapshot. You know snapshot, right? Like you will do in VMware. Whenever you are going to make some changes, you will take a snapshot of the VMware, which means you want to keep a track of what are all the existing things are there, or what are all the changes that comes after. Even if it is not successful, then you can take the snapshot, you can revert it, and you can keep your existing changes. Similarly, a commit is like a snapshot of your project state. So whatever the changes that are done in a specific point of time, you can use this commit to keep track of it. Just nothing.
So
It is like a snapshot of your branch or whatever it is, and then you can keep a track of it on what are all the changes you made of.
got it.
Next, another thing you will see is called branch. Okay, so a branch is like a mm, there will be number of commands actually, like whatever you want to do. So yeah. So Sashi, if you see here, right, ignore these two lines. But if you see here, first of all, we are in the Apple directory. But in the Apple directory, you are in the master branch. That means whatever the local changes or everything you will do, right? Like let us say you are fixed about your changes, and all the changes you are confident about it. That changes you will store in your master branch, and from the master branch you will send it to the GitHub to store those or merge those changes. But before doing this, so all your code, let us say you are not the only developer working on a Git. In this account, let us say there are multiple developers. Okay, even before merging your changes in this master branch, multiple developers can create their own child branches, other branches. Okay, let us say I have created one Mango branch. Let us say I can even create another new branch using the other command. I will tell you the commands later on how you can use all those. But let us say I'm working on Mango command. Let us say other guy is working on some pineapple. So he can click like git checkout -b pineapple, and whatever the changes he can do pineapple, right? He can do without any issues. So any changes specific he want to do without causing issues to the other developers or to the code changes in the main master branch, he can do whatever he want in his own branch. It will doesn't affect anything to the code. So let us say you have your main code in the master branch. So he can simply bring that code. Whenever you create this, right? Whatever the code that is there in master, it will actually directly comes into the Mango. You don't need to worry about it. Okay, so at that point of time he can make whatever the changes he wants. So but whatever the changes he does in the Mango, it doesn't reflect in the master until he merges into the master. So there is no need to worry about it. So all these changes they can keep track of it. So that was the one of the important feature of what we can do in the branches. So she is that clear about branches, like how the master branch is there, how the other branches will be there, how you will work on your child branches. If you want to do this from Mango, your code to this master branch, then you will use merge. Or else if you want to merge this code from the send it to then no. This is one merging, and the next merging is code and merge into your master code. So there will be two types of merges. One is in the just local merge, and the another is in the remote merge, which is in either GitHub, GitLab, or Bitbucket. So once you got to know the till now you only got to know the Linux commands, right? If you are about to work in something like this PowerShell, at least some basic Windows commands you need to know. So I will try to explain the Windows commands first, and then I will go through our first, like what are all the commands you will see, how you can usage it, how you can work from Git to GitHub. We will see everything tomorrow. Is that fine?
Okay, sir.
Okay. Make sure, Sashi, all these commands are really important, the ones which we are going to discuss tomorrow. So that's why I want you to have the Git and GitHub account handy. GitHub, you just create an account and make sure it looks like this. Okay. This is just like a free one. So now let us go into the basics of Git. Okay. We already saw like basics of Git. Now let us today check the Git commands actually, like what are all the commands that there will be there and how you can effectively use it out. So Sashi, first of all, right, you are, let us say you are configuring it for the first time. Okay. Even in your organization, when you have your Git, you will obviously download your Git. That's not a problem. But what your organization will do, they will provide you your GitHub account. Okay. So the first thing you need to do is, if you are developing something or if you want to push some code from your Git to GitHub, okay, to the remote server. So at that particular point of time, the first thing you need to do is you need to configure. I mean, you need to link your Git with your GitHub account. Okay. So the first thing what you need to do is you need to enter git config. There is a command called --- global, and then you need to give your username first. Okay. And then my username is here. You can find out your username, that is Hussein 3333. Okay. Or else you can find out here as well. Dashboard, home. This is marketplace. Yeah, here itself. My username is Hussein 3333. So simply give that. Okay. Next is, it is always advisable to configure your email address as well apart from your username. Okay. So git config, and for that the command will be same -- global. It will be now user.email. Just in the place of name, you just need to give like user.email. Okay. Now you have configured your Git account. Now you can check like if it was properly configured or not. In order to check that, the command is git config --- If you run that, if you come into the very bottom, you will be able to see like username Hussein 3333 and email address is gmail.com. And here yesterday we have discussed like what is a branch, right? So if you see, our default branch is master. That means if I run git init, yesterday I have told you like what is a git init command does. It initializes a new git repository in the current directory. So let us say, for example, I am creating a directory called again scripts here, not cd script, sorry, touch scripts. Okay. So now let us just go into the cd scripts. Looks like it hanged. Shit. Sorry. Touch is used for creating a file and mkdir is for the. Okay. Let us create another file name called something else like my project. So currently, right, I am in a directory called my project. Okay. So now you have configured using the git config --- user.name, and you have provided your name, and after that git config -- global user.email, you have provided your email ID, and then you have checked git config -- list to check all your configurations. So the next thing what comes out is you need to initialize your directory. Okay, so in order to do that, so you will enter a command called git init. Okay, so now if you see, there is a default branch came in, that is master branch. So whenever if you want to push something, right, there will be two types. Either you can directly push from your first of all, there will be two cases. Okay, currently we are in our master branch. Okay, there is another case where we have feature branch as well, as we discussed yesterday. Okay, in master branch, let us say you have a file name called as scripts. Okay, so this from this master branch, let us say all your users. Okay, all your users, when I said that, let us say all your users in the means all your developer team members, okay, are working on that. So what they will do is they will create a separate feature branch. That means their own child branches. Okay, so whatever they do the editing in these feature branches, that doesn't reflect in the master branch until they merge in it. So as long as you do whatever you want the changes in it, it is safe for you. So always whenever a developer is developing something, so first he will create a feature branch. So whenever he create a feature branch, whatever the file that was available in the master branch, it will automatically come into the feature branch. You don't need to move it to it. It will automatically, whatever the information that was already available in the master branch, it will come into our feature branch. So what you can do after you can make the changes in the feature branch, you can add it, commit it, and then you can send it to the master branch. And from the master branch, you need to push it to your GitHub. So that's how it actually works. But let us see how it do it in the practical. Okay, let us first of all, you are in the master branch currently. If you see, there are no files in our master branch. So let us create one of the file. We can either use vi and file name, or I am just using the echo command to just input some text. This is a test file for git test.txt. Not good. First file.txt. Okay, so let us just see what are all the contents in it. Yes, we have that. This is a test file for Git. We have it. So now let us check what is the current status of it. In order to see what and all status you have done till now, you can just enter a command called git status. Okay. Now if you see git status when you ran it, now you are able to see all the information what and all it is there. But it is telling you are on branch master. Yes, I am on master. Okay. No commits yet. So what does it mean by no commits yet? So commit is used to track all the information whatever you are there to keep all over whatever the changes you are made. But before doing commit, you need to do git add, and then you need to give the file name. This is a mandatory step. So whenever you have made some changes, the first thing you need to do is you need to run a command called git add and then file name. Okay, so let us do that. Let me just again do that so that git status, and now it will be happy for you, clear for you. So now if you see git add, and then you need to give your file name. Our file name is first file.txt. But what if you have multiple files that you need to directly put it? Then you just need to give asterisk in the place of it. Okay, that will directly work out. So anything is fine. So now if you see, we have added git add. So the next thing is git commit. Why we are doing this git commit? So the next thing is, here you want to commit the changes. Okay, like whatever the changes that are done, that will be added into the file. So the next thing is you want to keep a track of it. Okay, so you want to do that. So the next thing you need to do is the message is git space commit -m, and then you need to provide the message here. Like let us say this is your initial commit. Even after you do this, and let us say you have made some more changes again, okay, in the master file, then again what you need to do, you need to again run git add command, and then you need to again write git commit -m, then it will be like second commit. Let us say after the second commit you made again changes, then again what you will do, again git add file text, then again git -hyphen third commit. Here the message can be whatever you want, just to keep the track of the file. Okay. If you do that, create mode, one file change, one insertion, and initial commit is done. Okay. Now let us say currently where we are in master branch. Okay. Let us say whatever the file we have is in master branch, but what we need to take this file, whatever we have, like what we have the file, cat first file. If you see, this is the current file, this is a text file for Git, but you want to add some input. Let us say this is some code. Okay. But you want to add some inputs or something into that particular code. So what you need to do, you shouldn't directly edit it here. Okay. So we are in master branch, right? So what is our next thing? So let us say you are a developer and you want to take this file and you want to edit it. So you can't edit it directly using VI directly here in the master branch, because there may be other developers who will be actually working on it. So in order to do that, what you actually do is you will do something called as, you will create a feature branch. In order to do that, and you want to go into the feature branch, there is a command called git checkout -b, and then always in practical environment, Shashi, when you are creating a feature branch, you will give the naming convention like this. Okay. So first of all, if you see git checkout -b means you are creating a branch here, that is which is feature branch, and you need to give like the feature branch name here. That means people will be easily able to identify and tell them, hey, this guy here, it is giving a feature branch. Okay. So now if you enter this, switch it to a new branch called feature branch. So now let us just enter clear and enter. Now if you see, you are in the feature branch. Now if I enter ls, see, I haven't done anything. I just created a feature branch. Automatically the first file dot which we have there, it automatically came down. Okay. So now let us make some more changes. Now this time let us use VI rather than using only one file editor. Insert. This is for feature branch code, something, whatever it is needed. Writing this program and program complete. Escape, shift WQ. Let us check that did it came or not. Now if you see, we have our program. So even here also, again, you need to follow the same process. Before you need to merge into the master branch, the first thing you need to do is git add again. So you can simply use something called Sashi, sorry, I told you asterisk, right? It's not asterisk, it's dot actually. You can just click dot and enter. And if you see, you have done this. Okay, git add dot. It's not git add asterisk. If you want to do all the changes, all the files, it is git add a dot. Okay. But if you want to do only for a single file, you can just do git add and file name. Anything is fine. Okay. So the next thing is again git commit -m, and then you just need to give your commit message. Let us say this is my second commit for feature. Okay. I have given this. So one file changed and two insertions. That means I have written two insertions here, right? Like what and all insertions I have done in this particular file. So let us say now we have it here. So what I want, now I want to go to the master branch. I want to merge all the changes, whatever that was there in my master branch. So in order to do that, there is a command called git checkout. Checkout means I want to go into my master branch. Enter just git checkout master. Okay, git checkout master. Now if you see, currently I am in master branch, and if I enter ls, let us say if the changes from the feature branch are here or not. Okay, first of all, tab, enter. If you see here, there is only one line, but in our feature branch we have written two more extra lines of code. So what is your current motive here? You want your feature branch code to merge into your master branch, because from this master branch you will push your code into your GitHub branch. Okay, that is your actual work or actual process which you want to do. Even in a practical organization, it will be the same. Whatever the file, okay, even if they give any type of the file, the process will be the same. You will just take it from the master branch, you will get it in the feature branch, and then you will again push it after the changes. You will push it into your master local repository, and then from you will send it to your repository through the GitHub. Okay, so now you have your, this is a test file for the Git, which is your master branch. But what you need, you want your feature branch to merge into the master branch. That is our current motive. So there is a command called git merge feature test branch. So now if you see updating fast forward, that means the particular, now let us again check like what is the file we have in our master branch. See, whatever the changes that were done here before in the master branch, there is no information. But after running git merge feature branch, all your changes came here. So sometimes, Sashi, there will be some cases. Okay, now the next case I want to explain is, uh, can you go to the GitHub? So till now here it's clear for you, right?
Right.
Okay. So now if you want to see, the next thing you need to do is, now you need to go and create a repository here. Till now you have done here. But in order to push the changes, first of all, let us create a repository. Okay. So let us do that. So you just need to click on, see, I am showing you again. You need to come here and you need to click on name. Sorry, new. Okay. Here you need to provide your repository name. Okay. Whatever the name it is, whichever you may feel something it is more let us just give some first program. Okay, first program is available. Now you can provide the description here, writing my first program. Next, here when you give public, right, all your users will be able to access this repository if you just give the URL from this. If you make it private, again you need to provide some extra. It will be like restricted access. It will be only for you. Here there is a something called add a readme file. If you select this, you can write like what and all information you can do. Like let us say you have your project here. Let us say this is some programming about integration. So then you in the add a readme file, you will be able to explain like what it is all about. In the integration, what are all the steps you have done? What is it actually there? What and all commands that can be used? Every information will be provided in the add a readme file. So you can always tick it, and it is ideal if you see that. So next and all, it is not important. But here if you see, there is something called, this will set master as the default branch. Change the default name in your settings. Okay. Let us try one more command. Git fetch origin. Now let us see if we are able to do that. Did it came? Yes. Sashi, this is the case, Sashi. So so here you saw this, right? Like let us say, rather than using the git pull, right, you need to use the git clone command. So when you use the git clone command, you will be able to directly get all the contents here. And after getting all the contents, you will be able to see it. So now what you can do, in order to make the changes again what you can do again, if you create another branch, right, like what is our command? Git checkout -b and feature / and what is our branch name? Some fruits. Okay. So now if you see, we are in feature fruits. Now if you enter ls, now you got your same, whatever the contents that was there. Okay. Fruits.text. Okay. Now what you can do, again, you can simply edit whatever you want. And after editing, again, you can switch back into it, merge into it. And then again, you can send your content again into this particular branch using the first method, which we already discussed. See, there are two methods which we discussed. One is directly creating a file and sending it to the GitHub. Second is Whenever you have already a file existing in GitHub and you want to bring it to your local repository, then you need to use the git clone command, copy the files, then make the necessary changes in the feature branch, then merge into the master branch, and then push from the master branch to the particular GitHub remote repository. You understood the two ways?
So every time we made any changes, we need to create a new master there, or a
Master branch you won't create,
new
Shashi. You
branch.
need to create the feature branch. Yes. Because multiple developers will be working on feature branch, Shashi. You can't directly edit it everything in the master branch. It is not advisable. Everything you
Okay,
do, you
got
do it in a feature branch, which is the feature you are developing. Let us say you are rectifying or restarting something. Let us just say feature start, restart some script, or say feature edition of restart script. You get it. Give the relevant name, whatever it is, so that once after it is done, right, whatever you do here, it doesn't impact our main code. So once after you feel everything is fine, send this feature code and everything to your team and tell them, hey, my feature code is done. Once they validated it, right, and then you merge into the master code and push it into your GitHub.
So let's say now you have
Hmm.
changed that and you created a future branch, right? Fruits.
Okay.
Again, today some changes are required, and I made another changes. Then again, I have to create another future branch, or the same.
No, 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 no. You can do in your own feature branch. Whatever
Okay,
the
there will be
changes it is
one
there, you
future
can do
branch.
in your own feature branch. But if it is all about the same one, let us say, Sashi, you are trying to add some code or add some feature for a application called Flipkart. You are trying to add some top now, okay, for product t-shirts. That is your code. You have written it down, okay. But let us say you want to make some more changes. Rather than creating a new feature branch, in the existing feature branch, you can edit the changes. And one more thing, if you are doing some big changes, obviously your it needs a lot of approval. There will be meetings. What is the feature about? Did you tested it in your test environment and it got succeeded? Okay, test environment means UAT environment. Then it will go to development environment. Then it will comes to your production environment. It won't be a simple cycle. Okay. So always when you do in the feature branch, if it is all about a single development, then you will do it only in your feature branch as number of times it is required. There is no
Okay.
need for you to create separate branches again and again.
Okay. So how the versions will be there? We this is all about
That we will
versions only.
discuss it tomorrow. You can just give the Git versions. The names are simple. Okay,
Okay.
you can
Okay.
just give the Git version command -v and then you will be able to give v 1.0, v 1.2, and v 1.3. GitHub Actions. Okay, so this is one of the most important topic. I will explain you the theoretical part now, but we are not going to do it practically because in order to cover this topic, you need to know a language called AML. Okay. AML scripting. You need to write the scripting. I mean, whatever the actions you want to do in the GitHub actions, you need to do it in the AML scripting. So you will tell like, hey, what the GitHub actions need to be done. So in order to learn this YAML scripting, we need to complete a topic called Ansible first. Okay. After completing this Ansible, then we will come back to GitHub actions and then we will do some more projects about it. Okay. But let us just see like, let us not explain it GitHub actions right away. Let us complete the Ansible and directly we commit because or else it will create some gap. But what I can tell you is GitHub actions is like for integration, CI/CD. Okay, there is a topic called CI/CD, like continuous integration and continuous deployment, which means let us say you have a GitHub tool. Okay, what you are doing in GitHub, you are storing your code in GitHub. Okay, but let us say you have one more tool called Ansible. Okay, this Ansible is none other called as configure management tool. Okay, configure management tool. So what it does is, so it will automate the process. Okay, it takes out the it like you can configure multiple servers and you can eliminate the repetitive work. When we discuss the Ansible, we will discuss more about it. Let us say in Ansible you want to perform something, but you can always need to update the code, so and so it will create a lot. But what in GitHub you can do, you can integrate this GitHub with the Ansible. So whenever some code changes are happening in GitHub, so once after you integrate this with Ansible, it will recognize, like let us say, hey, some code have change has been happened, so a pipeline can be run, and then Ansible will make the changes. Okay, so similarly, like New Relic, you can do any number of, you can integrate with any number of tools actually using this GitHub actions. Okay, so it can be used as a CI/CD, which we will discuss after we discuss the Ansible tool, and we will also do one of the project. Okay, like um, we will configure the automation build and we will deploy a sample web application, and then we will and we will also explore the various workflows, and we will see like the code quality checks, like if it was passing or not, and then we will put it in the so we will check all the CI/CD practices using this GitHub actions. Okay, for now what you just need to understand is, till now I hope you are clear about the GitHub and GitHub tags and how you will do the normal project, how you will create the repository, how you will clone it, how you will add it, commit it, how you will push it, how you will merge it by requesting, how you will post it, and everything. Okay, so Slack is okay, uh, communication platform, as you just said. Whenever if you have something, you already aware of Teams, right? Microsoft is also like for communication between the groups. I mean, let us say you have your family group, right? Whichever something you want to post it out, you will post it in your family group regarding any events or any upcoming whatever it is, or any discussions. Similarly, if you want to do some chats with your friends, you will have your individual messages. Okay, so you have everything separated. If you want to communicate in a single person way, you have it separated in WhatsApp, and if you have it a group name, then you can have it in the group creation of groups in WhatsApp. Yeah, you are already aware of how to create a group, right? I mean, WhatsApp and everything. I don't need to tell about it. So similarly, what organizations use is, there are two terms. Okay, in most of the organizations which they will use is either Microsoft Teams or Slack. Both are used for the communication purposes, and apart from the communication purposes, we can integrate these tools. Okay, I mean, integrate with this communication platform with other applications. Let us say you have a monitoring tool and you want some alert to be notified. So when you configure it, right? So from whenever some alerts triggers or something happen, you will directly get to know in Slack or Microsoft Teams. You don't need to go till there. So there are a lot of advantages you have in your Microsoft Teams or Slack. Okay, now let us do that. You can always create your own account, Sashi. It's not a big thing. Here, if you see this, right, mindmagicslack.com. So whenever you create a Slack, right, what you can do is, it will ask you like workspace. That means, let us say you are working in a company called Accenture. So their company will be like accenture.slack.com. Okay, let us say you are working in some another company called my Amazon, then there will be amazon.slack.com. So it will ask you like which workspace you want to be created. So there they will give their own company name. Similarly, as we are using it for the MindMajix, I have given the MindMajix company's name, sorry, MindMajix name. Okay, click on open Slack to launch the desktop. Not working, you can also use Slack in your browser. Yeah, let's use that. So this is how the Slacks looks, Sashi. Okay, so first of all, here if you see, here you will have your company name. Okay, so whatever the company name it is, let us say you are going for an interview. Okay, so you should assume like whatever I am trying now is only for your interview. Okay, so the next thing is, let us say you are working in Accenture. So the Slack, whenever you are working on the Slack, here you will have something called Accenture, like accenture.slack.com. See, workspace name, I can even change it. Okay, so let us not do that. So once after it is there, you can even configure everything here. Like let us say you have your people. Okay, you can give their Gmail account here. Sashi, can you tell me your Gmail?
Yeah, Kiran 52891 KIRAN
Repeat it, please.
KIRAN
Yes, yeah.
KI
Okay, RAN
52891
52891.
891 at gmail.com.
That's it, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Can you check if you have got any link? See, your ID got created. If you have signed in, right, using this workspace and everything, then obviously you will get it. But this is how you will invite a person into your workspace. So you need to give your ID, but we won't give the Gmail ID in the organization. Every company has their own, like let us say Kiran at the rate of accenture.com or Kiran yes or Kiran yes, whatever it will be. So you need to give whenever you invite the people, right? So you just need to give Kiran yes at the rate of that company name. So whenever people log into the Slack using that, then you will be able to communicate with them. So if you want to direct message, like let us say, how you do it in WhatsApp, you will do it normally, right? Like let us say whatever it is, you will go to the search the person name and you will do it. Similarly, here it is same. I'm searching for Kiran, and obviously I went into the Kiran, and you can post the message like hi. Okay, and here if you see, you have everything for attachments, post, upload the computer from documents, everything. Okay, you don't need to worry about anything else. So after that, here you can have emojis, charts, everything. Okay, so I don't need to tell you all about this because these are all the WhatsApp features. Actually, there is nothing more than that. Okay, and the next thing is creation of a channel. This is one of the important thing. Okay, so in channel you need to click on create channel. That means whenever you have incident management process, right? You remember, whenever you get an alert, you need to act upon it based on the different scenarios which we discussed. But let us say people, like let us say 30 number of people are working on it. Okay, but how you will make all the people like communication, you want to go out either through mail or either through Teams or whatever it may be. How you will get all that info? Using this Slack. Let us say you have some information like warehouse pickup. Let us say warehouse packing is down. Okay, so what I gave here, warehouse packing is down. Like let us say in warehouse packing, whatever the application or instruments are there, it went down. So I'm just giving it here, create. Okay, automatically add anyone who joins MindMajix. So that means anyone who is there, right? Automatically this will be added. So here if you see, we have something called Slack bot, just like how we have everything like in anything, right? Any application you will see a bot which they have, it will be easy for the help. Similarly, what this Slack bot does is it will add anyone who joins in the MindMajix directly here. Let us say Kiran is the one. Okay, currently you are already part of this. Okay, so I'm not able to do that. Let me remove it. Actually, how I will remove the Kiran? So you just need to go over here and you need to see something called members and you need to click on remove. Now Kiran will be removed from here, but how I will add Kiran back again? So let us just tag his name and just click enter to channel. Simple. Okay, the most simplest and efficient application is Slack for communication. Now what you can do, so let us say like 30 members or infra team, let us say some infra team is working on it. Okay, some warehouse team is working on it. Okay, some SRE team is working on it. So what you need to do, you need to tag all of them and you need to inform them, and once after it is there, now you need to explain the issue. Hey, we got an alert from so and so application. Like I am not telling you like whatever the application, because there will be multiple applications. Okay, we got an alert from so and so applications, and let us say the application is like server is down in warehouse. Okay, so and simultaneously multiple people also raised issues about warehouse packing up. Yeah, packing is not working. Here are the servers, because we told, right, like we got the server is down. Let us say some servers is like uh, I12345 6. That is the server name. Okay, so and then what you need to tell, can you please help us on that? If you are not aware like what is the exact issue, because you already invited the particular infra team and related team. Okay, but what if you are not aware of the issue? Like if you are aware of the issue, what you need to do is, hey, I logged into the server and when I check, the disk usage is full and probably that may cause the server to be down, or CPU usage is high, or memory usage is high, or let us say some service is down, or let us say anything else, some certificate is expired. If you see here, right, I have given you n number of reasons, okay, how it can may go down. So whatever everything was done, then you will RTO it. RTO means return to operations. We discussed during the RC and incident management process. First of all, you will send the updates as long as the infra team and this team started working. They will check it and they will tell you like, hey, so and so happened and it is recovering. Then you will send those updates via through mail or whatever the means. Then what you need to do, you need to RTO it. RTO means return to operations. So you will just rename the channel to RTO. So if you save it, your channel will be renamed like RTO. So here you can post like team restarted the some engine service and application is working now or accessible now, whatever it is. Okay, so you have posted the RTO message, so that means end of the information. Then what you will do is you will complete the RCA with all the details you have it, and then you will share it with your entire team. Okay, so this is how the incident management process can be done through the Slack. Sashi, any queries here? How we will create a channel, remove a person, how we will discuss it, how we will do all everything, how we will create the individual charts and everything.
Clear.
If you want, you can take a screenshot of it, Sashi, so that you can remember it actually. Even if you don't create a Slack free account, just take a screenshot. Nothing to worry about it. So that you, at least you will be able to see like what are all the scenarios we discussed and how we can create a channel, how we can RTO it, how we can chat with individuals, how we can create the group channels. And one more thing, right? If you have done everything right, you can even archive it. So like archive channel for everyone, that means this channel will be archived. Or if you want to leave or delete this channel, every option you can see it in the settings. Okay. So you can even do the integrations as well, which will be like high level, which it is not needed for you as of now. Like you can click on the add an app and then you can integrate with the applications with their endpoints. And then from there, you will get the notifications to that particular channel of their alerts and everything. Okay. But learn this will be the mostly enough. Okay. So now let us look into one more topic. Have you ever heard about Active Directory?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Awesome.
Like
Okay.
Windows.
So
Yeah.
I won't be able to directly configure and do practical because I already told you some applications we can't do it. Okay, because it will be cost effective and everything. There will be a lot of reasons, but I have given you a common run book. Looking at it, you can directly tell or to an interviewer like whatever you have worked on Active Directory, this will be the most you work in any company, even as a senior or whatever it is. So I have gathered up all the information and let us go through it. Okay, so what is an Active Directory? As stated, right, Active Directory is the directory service developed by the Microsoft. So this Active Directory is a functionality or whatever it is, right? It's a software or a service developed by Microsoft. But for what purpose? It is for the identity access management. Let us say you have an application, okay, or GitHub or Slack. Let us say in Slack, if you want me to access my Slack, you need to have some certain level of access. Without that particular access, you won't be able to access the my Slack or any application or anything. In order to manage that identity, so we have this service called Active Directory. So in this Active Directory, we can have the groups, we will have networks, we will have user accounts, and using this everything, we will manage the users and their groups. So let us say if you want to give some access to a person for any application, for New Relic application or for access of for GitHub. Okay, so then identity needs to be managed in this Active Directory first. So how that looks like? So the first thing, you need to go to your jump box. Mostly Active Directory will be in the jump box. Jump box is Bastion host, which you already discussed. It will be in your own company private network. So once after you logged in, the next thing is you need to go to search bar and search for something called Active Directory domains and trusts. See clearly, I went into the search bar and in the search bar, there is something called Active Directory domains and trust, the second one. Are you seeing my arrow mark?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So
Yeah.
you went into the jump box, then you logged in and searched for Active Directory domains and trust. Once you searched it, now you just need to click on it. Okay. So here we have something called test.local directory. Okay. So there in your company, you may have it separate. Okay. But let us say your group name is like something like some domain name it is ending with. Okay. In any company, you have your own domain name. I think even in your current organization, you will have your domain name ending with something like every company has its own privacy domains. Okay, so I won't be able to tell you that. But let us say here we have something called test.local. Maybe if your company has something called Accenture dot some domain name, so you need to click on it. See, just you went into the Active Directory domains and trust, then you went into the particular domain. After going into it, now you just need to right click on it. Once you right click it, you have something called few options. Okay, manage, rise domain function level, view, export list, properties, help. Properties will give you all the information about that particular domain. Okay, but rise domain functional level means, let us say you are in this particular domain, and if you want to go into the another domain, then you will click on this rise domain functional level, and you will give the other domain name so that you will be able to go into the other domain. But it is not needed. So you will be going into the domain. In order to go into that, you need to click on this manage. See, now you clicked on manage. Once you click on it, you will see a number of groups here. Okay, like built-in computers, domain controllers, whatever, users, groups, anything, n number of groups. Okay, after clicking on these groups, here you will see a number of let us say you went into one of the groups. Okay, like let us say called some computer group or user groups. Okay, so once you click on that, you will be able to see the usernames, like let us say Sashi, Kiran, Hussein, Ali, whatever it is, like whatever the users that are there in your organization. In the users, you will be able to see the entire user's name. But here, apart from the computers, right, in your organization, for every group, in the place of groups, you will be in the place of computer, you will directly have something called computers, sorry, groups, or maybe some other name, whatever the group name it is. So once you go into the group name, you will see a number of groups here, just like how we have computer, some other number names and everything. So here you need to go there, and once you went into there, either you can modify the group, just like how you are seeing the options here, like add to a group, disable account, reset account. This is for the user. Similarly, if you go into the group, what you will see, similarly add member to a group, or delete the group, or reset the group. So you will see all these options. Okay, so there is nothing. So once you go into the Active Directory domains and trust, you just need to see like which group it is or which users it is. If you want to add a user, you will add it in the users group, or if you want to add a user to a group, and then you will just go into the group section and you will add the user into the group. Okay, why we are adding a user into the group? Because in the groups, right, even the infrastructure team and the networking team, they will already configure it with the relevant access, let us say GitHub group. Okay, so whoever is part of the GitHub group, only that particular user will be able to access. If Sashikiran want to access the GitHub of a particular organization, he need to part of the GitHub group. But how he do that? He need to go into the group, then he need to go into the GitHub groups. In the GitHub groups, he need to right click, and then he need to add the member there. Okay, when you right click, you will be able to see the manage option similar to this. In any organization, Sashi, most of the guys, based on their project, they will use either ServiceNow or Jira. ServiceNow is mandatory. To be frank, I have seen a lot of guys without knowing ServiceNow, they will come into the company, because obviously they don't have any means to get to learn the tool actually. So that is one of the cases. But as long as you learn it, right, it will be very helpful. So now let us go into one more tool called Jira. And so where is our Jira? Here is our Jira. So again, we already learned everything about ServiceNow. We learned about incidents, generic request, change request, service request, uh, normal request, whatever there is there, we have learned everything about ServiceNow. Similarly, in Jira, what we can learn is, so Jira is like a project management tool. Okay, so you will obviously see few differences between Jira and ServiceNow, and then we will able to see like what are all like how we can use in any scenario. It will be fun actually. It's a fun ride. Even Jira is like good. There is nothing you need to worry about too much. Even Jira also, Rishi, it is a paid tool, and we will be able to get it because all these are sponsored by Atlassian actually, Atlassian company. But I have brought you the screenshots just like ServiceNow, so you will be able to easily understand step by step. Okay, there won't be any issue in at all. Similarly, Sashi, there are multiple tools, okay, which are like we won't be able to take every tool, even if we get 1 month resource, because after that 1 month resource again we will get to cost a lot. So that is why few tools we won't touch it. But as long as the tools which are open source, obviously I will explain you. Some tools, even if they are crucial, and some tools I will show you. Like let us say we have a new Relic, okay? It is a monitoring tool. In our next class, we are going to discuss about it. So there is a premium basis as well as the premium basis. We are going to take the free basis because it doesn't cost much. Okay, so in some tools we will obviously take it. Even after some months also, that free basis also, if you implement a lot, it will cost you. So you need to understand which features you need to take it and which features not to. Similarly, how we are doing for the AWS. AWS for the first 1 year, it is free for you. Okay, after that 1 year, again it will cost you a lot even for the time which you utilize. Even in that 1 year also, there are some resources which it will cost you even if you apply for it. So you need to understand which you need to take it and which you not to take it. Okay, so these tools, it will only offer you less period, and even if you take it, it won't be much helpful to you even if you take it and work on it. As long as you have the screenshots and the explanation, I have it for you. So the next thing is like Jira. Okay, as we discussed, this Jira is a project management tool, and it is an issue tracking tool, and it was developed by the Atlassian. So what is its primary purpose? We can you plan it, and we can track the issues, and we can manage our work efficiently because of this particular Jira. Okay, so we can track our issues, we can plan our work whichever we needed, we can make our sprints, and we can track our work efficiently because of this Jira tool. Okay, and one of the important benefits and objectives of the Jira are, so Jira helps in improving the collaboration. So what is meant by improving the collaboration? So first of all, here if you see here, uh, let us say we have a multiple team members, and multiple team members want to work on any one software or development. In incident, they can work on it, but it will create a lot of bugs. Like in incident, again they need to create the child incidents, and it will be a mess actually. Not that much big mess, but for tracking effectively, Jira is more better when compared to the service now. Here in Jira, we can create the stories or epics, and then based on those epics and GS stories, multiple team members can effectively track their work, and they can collaborate their work, and they can effectively work and complete their work using this Jira. So it is used for the collaborating or improving the collaboration of the team, and we can plan like effectively like which particular team, which particular part we need to complete in which particular period of time, and the other part when we are gonna complete it. So all this we can track it. And the next thing is, as long as the Jira, however you want, you can customize it based on your requirement. So these are some of the most important benefits of the Jira management tool. And the first thing which you it is required is, Jira is nothing, right? Once after you go into the organization, your organization will give you the Jira link, something like accenture.jira/login. So and so this will somehow it will be the link. So obviously you will have your credentials like sashi@accenture.com, and obviously you will have your password. Using this password and email ID, you will log in. You can even keep the MFA, that means multi-factor authentication. You can download an authenticator app on your mobile, and using the multi-factor authentication, you can again log into the Jira. So you have multiple ways to again log into the Jira, just like ServiceNow. The things will be same. And the next thing which you can take is issue types. Okay, when you create a Jira, there are some issue types which you need to know mandatory. So you need to very understand it clearly, like what issue type, how it does clearly. Okay, like let us say the first issue type is story. Okay, so when you come into story, so let us say you have a website. Okay, not a website, or let us say you have 10 servers. Okay, and in the 10 servers, let us say you have it some task like database script needs to be updated, or service down script needs to be installed. Okay, so let us say a person has created a story, that means a ticket. In the Jira ticket, the type is story. So let us say this is one of the example, like you have 10 servers, and the data script needs to be updated, or some service down script needs to be installed. So when this can be used, so from the user perspective on the server, you are going to give some new functionality here. You are going to add the updated script, or you are directly going to add a new script. So here in these cases, what you are going to do is, So at this particular point of time, whenever if you see such tickets, or if you want to add some new functionalities in a ticket, or if you want to do some additionalities in a server or in a website, so at this particular point of time, you will create a Jira story. So that means you can assign this to your ticket. And if you have multiple tasks, right, you can track each task separately, and you can effectively work on it based on the Jira story. Next is bug. Another type is called bug. So here in this bug, let us say in your website, you have something called t-shirts. Okay. So when you are clicking on this t-shirt, it is not going into t-shirts, but it is going into some, or it is routing you into the shorts. Okay. That means there is some broken link here. You are trying to access the t-shirts from t-shirt link, but it is navigating you to shorts link. So that means there is some bugs or errors. In order to track these bugs or errors, and in order to effectively work on it, we are gonna create a Jira bug. Next we have is task. Okay, let us say any task, right? In the name itself it says task. Like a user is there and he tells you to do some patching on a server, or reset his password, or prepare RCA for some incident. So and so task, like whatever the task that comes under, right, you can click on a create a task, and then you will be able to click on a Jira task. Any task that is there and the requirement comes in, you can click and create it under Jira task. Next is you have is epic. So epic is the main important one. Okay, let us say again some patching activity is there. Okay, monthly patching activity. So let us say in this monthly patching activity goes from like entire Feb month. Okay, but this monthly patching activity, let us say it involves something like you need to give, or you need to work like uh, in the monthly patching activity, let us say you need to do the patching on dev servers on first half of Feb, and patching on prod servers on second half. Always remember, Sashi, whenever if a patching is there, right? Patching means installing of software or updating their existing software. Okay. So whenever if patching activity is there in a company, so they won't do the patching everything in a single day or everything in 2-3 days. They will divide all their servers into dev servers, QA servers, and production servers. So the dev servers or QA servers, they can do it any time of the time because they won't impact anything else. But the prod servers, they will do in such a way that where there is no, it doesn't take much downtime, and where there is less user traffic. Okay, so let us say in the Epic, this ticket is all about monthly patching activity. But in the monthly patching activity, there are multiple tasks. So in order to track these individual tasks, like let us say in the Epic, you can create multiple tasks or stories. Tasks or stories. You can even create bugs also. Okay. So in a Epic is like a parent ticket, which we discussed. Under Epic, you can create the tasks, stories, bugs, whatever you want, and you can track it individual based, like clearly. Like let us say you have created a task and you want to do the patching deployment on dev server for one data center first. So first of all, you will create a task and you will put the description there, like let us do the patching on this particular dev server. So you will do the task, and once after the task is completed, so you will first only move the task to done. You won't move the epic to done because there are other activities in the epic that needs to be completed. Only after all the tasks and stories that are created under an epic is done, then only you can move the epic to in the done status. You can't move the epic to done status unless you completed all the tasks or stories or bugs that are created under in it. Once after you open a Jira, this is how your Jira looks like. In any organization, it may vary, but here you will see your work. That means whatever the Jiras that are assigned to your name, that will be under your work. Here in the projects, as you can see clearly, project means, so whatever the project, like let us say you belongs to a team called what is your team name? Development team. Okay, so your team development name will be seen here. Let us say you belongs to some ops team or infrastructure team. So in the projects, you will be able to see which particular team you can select. You can select those. your work, whatever the tickets that are assigned to you, you will be able to see here. In the projects, you will be able to see the different types of projects that are there in your particular organization, and you can navigate to it. You can go into your own project and you can click on it. And the next thing is filters. Again, in the filter, right, the filter option same works as ServiceNow option. You can filter the same Jira, even the screen layout, everything looks same. So I haven't kept the screenshot here. Okay, ServiceNow filters and the Jira filters are same. You can get and track it same. And the next thing you have is dashboard. Dashboards is not necessary. This will be created by the own organization. People, you will be able to see the organization people who are all there as part of the Jira. More, you will get some other options. So the first thing what we need is we need to create a Jira. If you want to see your existing Jira, obviously you will click on your work. But here we are trying to click on a new Jira. So you will click on create. The next thing is here, if you see, we have something called as testing docs. This is your project. If your project name is operations, then you will be having your operations. But let us say you are creating for some other team, then you need to select your other team name. Next here, issue type story. So what is a story here? Why we have kept it? So let us say you are adding some new feature into a web application or something, then you will give the story here. Or you are doing some task for a person, or doing some task to resolve something, or preparing some documentation as a task, then you are gonna keep the task here. If you are doing a bug, then you are gonna select the bug here. So if you are gonna create a epic where you need multiple subtasks in it, I mean, you can create the multiple subtask under it, and the subtask you can track it, those tasks or stories, everything under it. Then you are gonna click on epic. So here the issue type is based on that. Next, you are gonna provide the summary, same as ServiceNow, like what is the issue about. Then you can attach if anything is needed. Then you can click on create, and your Jira will be created. Similarly, if you want to create another story, see the same example. Here we have another project. Here the issue type, based on that you can select. You can click on the summary, and you can give the description as needed, and then you can click on create. And if you want to click on task, again same. Again you have the project, task, summary, description, and save it. Okay. So here one more thing I have provided you. Okay, like what are all the common fields that will be there as part of the Jira. So as it will be easy, right? So that's why I have provided you like each and everything, so that you will be able to see. As long as you know about the field, right, you can create a Jira and you can work on it. So the first thing which you will have it, call let us see for stories. A story, obviously you will have the summary, just like how we saw it here. And the next thing you have is description. Description is just like service. Now you need to tell everything about the incident. Then you will have something called assignee, like who is the person working on that particular story. Always just like service now, right, like who is assigned or working on it. Similarly, the epic link, like if you already have an epic attached to the story, you can provide that link. Priority, it is always there, like what is the priority of the story or priority of the Jira you are working on. Is it P1, P2, P3, or P4? Then you will have story points. Story points is for the developers, like how much effort they have kept on that particular story. They can put it in the points, which it is not required for an SRE. The next is like again bugs. Again you can give the summary, description, assign, priority, attachments of the particular bug, so the application or development team can work on it. Similarly for the task, it is also same. Task, you will have the due date, because a task, like let us say you need to reset the password, or else the user won't be able to work in that particular complete his work. So you need to tell him like, can you please complete it by the end of the day. So because of that, you will give the due date. Similarly, we will have labels. Labels means, let us say you have a Jira. For anything, you will have a label. Okay. What you can do in a label is, let us say you are working for something called uh, add additional design modules to the block CMS. But in order to search it and in order to get the information more quickly, you will have a option called label. So in the label, you can just give some common words like CMS, block, design modules, or whatever it is. So whenever you search it or whenever you filter it, based on the labels, you can get the result more quickly. It will be help you more for the filtering options. So that is why we will use labels in the Jira. And the next thing we will have is additional fields, again like components, affected versions, sprint, like which part of development you are going to make in the Jira. And the custom fields, anything like which version it is, which part of the version of the Jira it is, like version 1.10, are you going to deploy the code. So all these are the common fields. The fields are similar to ServiceNow, so you don't need to worry about it. What you just need to see is the Jira screen looks like this. You just need to understand the fields, whatever I have given here, and you need to know the difference, like when to create a story, when to create an epic, when to create a Jira, and the status will be same. Once after you created, you can create it, and then again you can close it, just uh, first of all you will make in progress, just like service now. After making in progress, then you will make into on hold if it is on hold, or else you will move into resolve. The status will be same for the same both service now and Jira. You just need to understand the name differences, and you just need to know when to create when for which particular type of task and how you can include it. I will forward to you both the documents, okay, the updated service now as well as this Jira. So tomorrow we are gonna look into what is monitoring, what is logging, and then we are gonna check like what is New Relic. Mostly we will see integration between New Relic and service now, or else we will go into AWS and look for a concept called IAM before looking into a New Relic. First of all, if we want to understand, first of all, what is monitoring, okay, and also first of all, any company. So let us say you have an application here. Okay, so when you have an application here, the first thing you need to know is like you have a company and you are $100 billion company. So the first thing when you have an application is daily, even 1 minute downtime causes sometimes a bigger MNC to lose uh, profit or revenue. But in order to resolve it, what we need to do is we need to be extra cautious. I mean, we need to be like we need every bit of minute monitoring, because but what is this monitoring mean and why it helps? Okay, so first of all, let us say your application as it is like a lot of customers are coming in, lot of customers are buying your product. Let us say, okay, this is the UI page session. Okay, in this UI page, let us say, as we already discussed the error codes before, let us say some 503 or 504 error code came and the server went down. Okay, and if you don't have the monitoring, how will you know like this particular server went down? Because of the entire website went down, how are you gonna even serve the customers? How are you even gonna get the profits? How are you even gonna got the sales? How are you gonna satisfy your customers? Okay, let us say then you have your here top navigation bar. Okay, in the top navigation bar, let us say the men's t-shirts is not working, or casual shirts is not working, or the entire fashion is not working, or let us say in the all, let us say when you are clicking on the men's t-shirts, it is not routing you to men's t-shirts, it is routing you to men's shorts. Okay, that is one more, like it's a broken link. So when you are navigating from one link to another link, it is directing you to another link which it is not expecting you, which you are not expecting. As a customer, you will feel like, hey, why am I even coming into this site? You are not even getting satisfied because this. Or let us say you are a normal customer and you want to log in, and the login button is not working, or let us say the cart is not working. Okay, anything, any number of things. If you see a single site, right, there are a number of microservices here, not a single service. You have the baby and kids microservice, home and furniture microservice, you have your categories, filters, t-shirts. In the t-shirts you have many more, like pricing, sizes like XL, double XL, and then you have the offers, you have the pin codes, you have the sizes, like how many images are there, even the duplicate images are available or not. So if you see, right, coming to a site, there are a number of microservices that are there. But how will you know without having the monitoring enabled? Okay, like what is actually happening in the application? Like what is the performance of the application? Let us say I am clicking on this saree. See how much quick it went or routed into this particular sarees. Okay, what happens like if it takes more than 1 minute for me to redirect into this page? Again, customer will feel the dissatisfaction. Okay, so again, so if you see, right, even the performance matters, even the reliability offering to the customer matters, even the security matters. Like whenever you are accessing something, it should be a secure site. Okay, there will be some signs where it will tell you like, hey, this site is not secure and you are trying to access it. We shouldn't even go into such sites. So when a customer access such sites, as part of the monitoring, we will cover each and everything, like if the site is secure, are we having the performance? Are we having the site? Are we getting to know the issues quickly whenever something is going to happen? And are we going to detect the issues in the correct time? Like let us say the site went down like 1 minute back. Are we going to get to know in the next 5 minutes? Or are we going to get to know about in the next 2 minutes? Or are we going to get to know in the next 24 hours? You see the difference, right? Based on the timeline of getting to know or the detection of time, how much impact you can reduce based on the monitoring. So that is why a concept called monitoring came in. Okay, so because of this monitoring, you will be able to get to know a lot of insights directly, like performance, availability of the systems, and we have a number of tools in order to detect those, like New Relic, Grafana, and you have on the networking side something called SolarWinds, NagOS, and many more tools. Okay, as long as we tell, the tools will keep on going on. Okay, or if you want to know the website, there will be like tools called Greylog, Argos, or else we have something called Splunk also in order to check out the logs on the middleware. So there are a lot of things, okay, in order to get to know for everything. So the first thing what you need to do is, and one more thing is, apart from monitoring, there are some more called as logging tools also. Monitoring tools helps you in detecting the issue, whereas logging tools help you in further troubleshooting of the issue. Like let us say you detect that this issue, but how you will know like what to check, where to check, and what and all, and why it cost. That is where a concept comes called as logs. Okay, always where we check the logs, even in the Linux server we check the logs. Based on the logs, you will be able to understand what is the issue, what caused the issue, is there any anomalies, or is there any patterns that are happening. So all this, because of the log data, you will be able to check it out. Okay, so next what we are going to check. So what is again the main difference? Okay, as we already said, logging and monitoring, why is it important? And in order to more differentiate why logging is and why, what is the major difference between the monitoring, and how New Relic provides both logging and monitoring, and really is it that provides the logging and monitoring features? So we will check that out. So first of all, right, so there will be something called events. Like let us say in the Flipkart, okay, so you are going into this particular sari. Let us not go into sari. We will go into one more, like babies and kids, soft toys. Okay, so let us say you have this teddy bear, as today is Feb 14th. So let us say you are going into this particular product, okay, and you want to buy it out. Okay, so whenever you are going to buy it out, let us say you are clicking on buy now. Obviously, if you have a monitoring tool attached for it, this is an event. That means you are going from this particular application. I mean, you are routing this from buy now to this particular add to cart product, and then you are going to the payment address. So because of this, this will capture events. If you have a logging tool, it will capture all the events, and it will tell you like what are all the user actions that performed. Like I have went into the particular toys product, then I went into the teddy bear product, then I went into the click on add to cart. So you will be able to see all the events on how the user took action upon it. Because of this, you will be getting the logs, and you will be able to understand how the system performed activities. Okay, and you will be able to, based on these events, you will be getting the logs, and you will further troubleshoot what went wrong, where went wrong, and is there any anomalies, and how you can troubleshoot on it. So this is one of the most important feature. Next, what we have is monitoring. Monitoring directly tells you like, let us say you have a system, okay, like what is the performance of this entire website. It won't give you the events. Logging gives you the events, okay, but monitoring will tell you the performance of the website. Or if it is a Linux system, it will tell you like how many resources are utilizing, what is the disk utilization, what is the CPU utilization, what is the performance of this, like is this website is healthy or not. So it will perform health checks. So if you see, right, when it comes to logging, it will provide you more detailed or events in order for you to further troubleshoot or resolve the issue. Whereas monitoring gives you the entire analysis of the entire application, is the system performance or resources or how the health is. Okay, so that is like the crucial, like what is monitoring and what is logging. You need to understand the difference. Okay, Sashi, is that clear?
Hmm.
If you don't understand, I can repeat it again, because monitoring and logging differences you need to understand. Okay, if
Okay.
anyone tells like, hey, what is logging, then you shouldn't tell like what is monitoring definition. You need to tell like what is monitoring, what is the log. I will give you the notes, no need to worry about it. You can refer it later also. Okay, so New Relic is a monitoring tool which provides both of these features, both monitoring as well as the logging features. Okay, so that is why it will provide you the entire real-time insights of what is actually happening in an environment, real-time environment. Either it be servers, either it be web application. You can monitoring any type of it using New Relic. Okay, the features it offers, if you see it out, there will be a lot actually. Even I was not able to cover it out till now. Okay, so New Relic offered that many features. So as long as you know, if you want to know about infrastructure, you can cover the infrastructure. If you want to complete the website performance, if you want to see the error rate, like let us say you are clicking on something out, and you are not able to get that result, and you are getting a lot of errors. So at that point of time, again, you will be able to monitor that. And then if you want to monitor the throughput, I mean the speed or the lag, okay. And again, if you want to monitor the particular performance, or if you want to monitor the health check of the website, or if you want to monitor the entire user journey, or if you want to only monitor a only particular one icon, okay, or if you want to monitor the login checks, or if you want to monitor the infrastructure side, okay, or if you want to monitor a mobile application, not the web browser. So if you see, right, every feature New Relic offers, you just need to utilize it. Simple. So coming to the New Relic, right, there are some pretty concepts which we need to discuss about. And if you know about this concept, then we will go into the important concepts tomorrow on practical sessions. But today we are going to cover all the core concepts so that you will have the basic understanding when we are going to do it about tomorrow. Google and search New Relic and open it. And then first of all, for me, I have already logged in. So you just need to click on sign in button. Give your email address and ID, and then you will be able to log into it. After that, I will explain you how to do the integration. First of all, sign in.
Okay, it's done, completed.
So you have logged in, right? So I
Yeah,
will show you
today.
and open your AWS as well session.
Okay.
AWS. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, Sashi. Logged in.
Yes, yes.
Okay. In the New Relic, you will see something called as infrastructure on the left side. Are you able to see here? Click on infrastructure.
Okay, just a minute. Uh,
Okay.
okay, and yeah, I didn't get this window, but it's showing some other window like a
Refresh it.
pickup.
Entirely
Yeah, no,
refresh
no, no,
the New
no, no,
Relic.
no.
Like click on
It
this enter
it,
button.
it had given it had given a
Hmm.
complete pop-up window, but on the left
Can
side I'm
you
able to see infrastructure, browser, mobile, and all the. Yes. Okay. After that.
click on integrations? Because why we are doing this, we are integrating our infrastructure with our AWS because to monitor the resources. Okay. Click on AWS.
Structure and OS.
Let it load.
I don't have AWS actually.
Integrations. Did you see any option called integrations when you clicked on infrastructure?
No. Thing is like, can I share
Hmm.
my screen so you can know that?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
This
Tell
is
us
a
about
new
your
actually.
stack. No, no, no. All this you don't need actually. Uh,
I
very.
cannot get out of this
Just
one.
cancel that entire window and open it again. Open the New Relic again. Just cancel from the core Chrome browser and open it again. Like log in New Relic. If not, we will give the few stacks. This is just asking to configure actually. Okay. Click on that into on the very right side.
Yeah, that is done.
Okay.
Here,
First of all, generate and copy license key on your very right. Store it anywhere, Sashi. It is very important for you. First of all, this license key. Store it somewhere safe.
okay. Here I'm
Okay.
able to see this
Now
part,
select
but
that PHP Java. Click on tick mark. Nothing will happen. PHP Node.js Java. Whenever you work on some data going forward, right? It will just track that actually. Nothing more than that.
okay.
Infrastructure should be uh, Put Apache, Elasticsearch, Linux. Yeah, Linux is already there. Microsoft SQL Server, MongoDB, MySQL. All these are some important. Even if you work on in future, right, in your company, it will be helpful for you. Nginx, RabbitMQ, New Relic Infrastructure Agent, New Relic Infrastructure Agent, RabbitMQ. Yeah, Redis, Windows. Just click on continue. That should be suffice. Let us see if it is asking anything else. No, we won't install. Click on into.
But again, it coming back to here only.
Then uncheck Windows and Linux from that. Then we will see what it is actually happening. Continue. Click on Linux. We don't need all this. Click on into Sashi. All into. Yeah, again into. On your left side, click on AWS Amazon Web Services for. Very left side, yeah. Integrate your AWS account. Let us do from here. Yeah. Continue. Don't have access to this host. Click on that. Don't have these apps. Click on that. Yes.
Now it's not working.
At least let us. Yes. Click on that. AWS integrate your AWS account. Hello.
Hello. Yes.
Yeah. Click on that AWS integrate your AWS account.
I think it's loading. Just a minute. Still seeing.
Oh, loading. Okay.
Okay.
So it's not
You got
routing you to anywhere, or is it loading?
No, you can't see that.
I am currently on a page where you are in add-in.
Okay.
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 This is where we need. Yeah. That's it. That's it.
Hmm.
You are in the correct road. Now scroll down, Sashi, until you see a service called EC2 service. EC2, 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 EC2. You crossed it. Somewhere up. No. That is Elasticsearch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Click on the EC2. Awesome. Okay. Now click on go into that EC2. Now there are many types, okay, in order to integration, but we use the recommended types, which is metric streams. So click on use metric streams.
Okay.
Okay. Now don't do anything. Now go to our AWS. See, first of all, let us read it actually. Before going that, let us read this here. So what it is telling, last time in the IAM, what we have seen what is user, what is user groups, and what is a policy. Okay. And we haven't checked the role. But today we are going to do what is role. So first of all, right, I forgot to send you the document session of the last session, but today I will send you all the integration documents and the previous documents. But let me explain you like what a role does again. So a role is obviously used for the services to communicate with each other. Like let us say if a service needs something from the other service, then in a role need to be created and access need to be provided. Okay, that is the simplest thing. So in order for our New Relic to communicate with the AWS, you need a role to be created so that AWS service will communicate with the New Relic. Okay, so in order to do that, see here it is mentioned, use the AWS IAM console to create a new role. Yes, we will create it later. Then this will allow New Relic infrastructure to secure, retrieve, monitoring data from AWS. As we said, right? So because of the role is created, then we will be able to communicate with AWS and New Relic. Okay, and then it is telling like if you do not have permission, so and so, yeah, all this not needed. Now go to the AWS. First thing, right? You need to have a website launched in your instance. I'm just taking the public IP of this so that we can see if our so we have our website running. So let us monitor this website only. Okay, rather than taking too many things. So we have here our instance also running up. So we discussed yesterday synthetic alert is about you have APM for application performance monitoring, which will cover all the response times and everything, latency, throughputs and everything. So that also we have the synthetic alerts, which is used to check the ping of a site. So let us go to the synthetic monitoring. Just click on the synthetic monitoring option. And if you see you have something called as create your first monitor, click on that. And here if you see you will have several of the options. Okay, here availability ping, which means let us say simple ping using URL. So this is the most commonly used and highly used monitor in the entire New Relic apart from the infrastructure. Okay, that means here we need to provide the URL of the website and then you will be able to track it out. And the next we have is SSL certificate expiration. For every website, right? Currently, we don't have launched the SSL on this particular website. But if you see, I'm going here and if I click on it, here if you see something called as connection is secure. And if you see something is called certificate is valid. So this means even Flipkart has a certificate installed on it. With only this certificate, you will be able to see HTTPS secure. Okay, so similarly, if you want to track if a certificate is available on a certificate or is expired, then you need to click on this monitor called certification check. Okay, the next you have is page link chloral, broken links monitor. Let us say you have in this Flipkart application. Let us say when you click on this all, it should navigate you to this page, and you want to know if this only navigating to this particularly page or not. Or else let us say when you are clicking on women, it should navigate you to saris. But if it is navigating you to jeans or something, then it is wrong. So in order to track these broken links, we are gonna use this monitor called as page link crawler. Next is page link page load performance. This will tell you like the current page load. This is one of the APM monitor which we are going to use apart from the ping. So we will also check like how much time a page is actually opening, if there is any delays happening because of the load or because of the user traffic that is coming in. So people use this monitor to check the performance of a site. Next is user flow or functionality. This is a scripted browser. Using a script called New Relic script or by using the JSON script, people write the scripts and they will do like what a user actually does. Like they will log in into the application, they will go into the profile, they will go into the orders, they will add it to the cart, then they will do the payment. So there will be a lot of process as part of the user journey. So they can use this scripted monitor, your scripted browser to write the scripts. And the next is endpoint availability. Let us say you have an API which is gathering the info or which is taking the info, or let us say you have a REST API or some SOAP API, whatever the API it is. If you want to monitor that API and in order to check the health check, you will use this endpoint availability. Again, same user step execution. This also you can do the same similar to user flow execution. Here also you can do without having a zero code. You can directly give the links, whatever you want. You can include the checks and then it will be able to easily track what is actually happening. So this is our master, this is our target one, and this is our target two. Okay. So let us again once again check if everything is in connection through SSH our authentication or not. Using command ansible allspace -m ping. Success, ping pong. Yes, we are all good. So next session, what we are going to discuss is all about a something called as ad hoc commands. Okay. So for example, now you have connected your master server with the target nodes. Okay. So what is our next case going to be? Okay. So how you are going to use this in a normal practical? Let us say you have one master server and you are aware like 5 to 6 servers are part of this or childs of this particular master server. And you wanted to know the particular results like disk usage or CPU usage or whatever it is. Okay, and you wanted to know it. So how you are gonna check it? You can do it rather than not logging into each individual server. You can do it just by logging into the single server. And let us do that, and let us see how it goes. So first of all, again, all the command starts with Ansible. And if you have the server IP, you can give the server IP. But as I want to see what is it going to happen here, and then I just give the all. Okay. Then you need to give -a. And what is our command? Our command is df space -h. Command, you put it in braces, not braces, sorry, inverted commas, and then again you just put it like you need to give the u after the command in order to get the more accurate results. And then you are telling in which particular you need the results. In root directory you want to see the disk usage, so you are giving root. Let us say if you want to say in ash root slash etc something like that, then you need to give those particular things. Okay, so just enter and wait for the results. Okay, now if you see here, we got all our disk usage of both 107 point this one as well as this one. Okay, see, you can check it out here. Let me try the same command again here to see if the results which occurred are same or not. Let us validate this, something like in root directory here we have 20%. Let us say, did we got the same result? Yes, in root directory we got the same result. So this is how we need to check it out. Sashi, is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Let us do some more, okay, rather than doing not only a single one. Let us try to do one more command, like maybe uptime. What does uptime gives? Like it will tell you like what the server uptime and everything, right? Let us try checking that out as well. So same, let me just modify the same command so that it will be easier for us to actually understand it. So don't change anything, just to change the command. See, I am not changing the everything, just changing the command only within the braces. And I am typing uptime. Enter. Discord Python future changed. See, uptime is 23:39. That means yesterday at the same time we launched this server, right? Somewhere around. And also, what is the average, everything. So it is trying to give you the uptime. Similarly, you can check the same like date. You can run, remove this. I'm not sure if date command is already installed in it, but yeah, see, date also it has provided, like February current date is on 5/39/34. So whatever the commands we learn in Linux, right? So using that you can easily able to get all the details, okay, without any issues. Let me launch an instance and I will tell you like how to install a Docker and how we can work on it. Rishi, were you able to go through all the concepts which we discussed before in your free time?
Yes, sir. I've gone through the documents,
Oh,
not practicals, but gone through theory part and all.
okay, okay. Prepare well, Sashi, like whatever the documents I shared, right? All those concepts and everything, it would be very helpful. All those are rare concepts actually, whichever we discussed before.
Okay.
So let me launch an instance and I will show you like how we can actually work on it. Error occurred. Let it get the health checks passed and let us wait. Yeah. So first of all, let us do the installation of Docker. So again, Sashi, so first of all, let us update our with package manager. Yum update says -y. There is nothing to update. And the command to install everything is yum install docker space -y. Unable to match Docker. Is it small d? Yes. I just directly install like our any package installation is yum, right? So I just clicked on yum install docker space and -, is for just directly giving yes in order for it to explicitly install. Okay. Let us check our Docker version. Our Docker version is 25.0.3 and build model is 40 EB F41 some code. And if you want to know the information related to Docker, like if it has any current images or containers or anything, you can just click on Docker info and you will be able to see all the related information like client version, debug mode, what are all the plugins that are available, and so on and so. Okay, so let us just do some configuration. After installing Docker, we can do this chk config. Awesome. Okay. So one more thing now, let us go and look at the very Docker basic commands. After looking at the Docker basic command, I will show you how actually a build is done actually like an actually project, how it looks like based on a Docker, and then you will be able to get some minimum understanding and how and everything. Okay. So I have already a live project here. I will be able to tell you that. Hmm. So we have our Docker installed. Now let us go and do all the commands. So first of all, right, like let me tell you like what are all the basic commands we have. So the first command is Docker version. Okay, this gives you the current version of the Docker, like whatever it is there. And the next command we have is Docker info. Okay, this tells you like all the installation details, like any information related to Docker can be available here. And the next is we have is Docker pull. Okay, so Sashi, you are aware of Git and GitHub, right? Like what we discussed. So in the GitHub, you can store your files, directories, and everything, and you can either pull it or do it whatever you want into your Git or into your local system as needed. Similarly, in the Docker hub is like a hub, okay? That is where you will have all your pre-configured images. Let us say you need some database image, or let us say you need some web service image, or let us say you need some instance image. So everything in the Docker hub, it was available or it was pre-configured in the form of an image, just like a template. So whenever you need some simple image, you just need to give its name. Like if you need Ubuntu, or if you need some database engines latest, or whatever it is, okay, or web server, so whatever it is needed, you just need to give the name. But in order to retrieve into your local system, you need to give a command. Okay, whatever the image that is there, that is available in the Docker hub, but it is needed for you in your system. So in order to do that, you just need to give some command called Docker pull, and you just need to give the image name. Okay, so anything if you want to pull from the Docker hub, you just need to give something called as Docker pull image name. Okay, so let us try and check that. I'm just running it as well. Here we have some image called hello world in Docker hub. So I'm just trying to pull it, and as well as I'm trying to run it so that my image will become a container. When I click on run, when your command has run in it, that means you are trying to convert your image into a container. Remember it. First of all, if you don't have run, that means it is just an image. But when you give a run as a command in a actual full command, that means you are trying to make your image into your container. So I'm just clicking enter, and here you will be able to see something like Docker pull download it. Docker pull. Sorry. Not Docker pull. Docker run hello world. We don't need to again explicitly give it here. We can just click Docker run hello world. Sorry, I think our Docker is not started yet actually. Wait. Service status Docker. Service Docker status. Service Docker status. See, our Docker is not started yet. So that is the reason you are not able to tell. I mean, you are not able to execute. So it is telling cannot connect to Docker daemon and so and so. That means your Docker service is not running. So what we need to do, we just need to start it. Simple. I just started it, and now check the status, and it is running, active running. Okay, now let us run the Docker command, sudo docker run hello world. Yes, the image got pulled and it got ran. And where is our container? Hello world, hello world, hello world. It should say something like hello world. Full complete. See, hello from Docker. So if you see this message, that means it got successful. Okay. And you how you can see your image, like whatever you pulled, there is a command called Docker images. So if you run it, you will be able to see your images which you pulled. See, here you have your hello world. If you want to see your images, then the command is Docker images. And if you want to see your containers, the command is docker ps space -a. Whatever we have ran just now, see 39 seconds ago, we ran this command, and here you will be able to see it. Okay. So if you want to just pull an image, you can just give something like docker pull. Let me pull one more image. Ubuntu latest. I'm just pulling like an Ubuntu image, like whatever we have it listed. Now let us check what is the images we have. Now we have two images. One is Ubuntu image, we have it. In the Ubuntu, it will have all its dependencies, everything. Now what we want to do, we want to run it. Okay. So how you can do it? Again, Docker. First of all, let us check the containers so that you won't get confused. Docker ps-a. Here now we only have one container. Now let us run the Ubuntu as well. Docker run Ubuntu latest. Okay. Now let us check it again. And now our Ubuntu also ran it. So you saw the difference? Clear till here?
Sir.
Awesome. Now let us go into the container. Okay. So now here you are out of the container. But what is our actual thing? If you want to work inside a container, how you will do it? So first of all, what is working inside a container means? Even that we need to know, right? Simple, nothing. Container is like, see, first of all, what is a image? Image is a bundle of all your software dependencies. So when you have something, you are running it as a container. So inside a container, you will just be able to log in into that particular software and you can do whatever you want. So Hello World is just like a basic one, so you won't be able to do anything. But Ubuntu or any other web server packages, you can go inside, you can do whatever you want on whatever the changes you want to do, everything. So if you want to go inside the container, you can just click on something like Docker run. And if you want to go inside it, you need to give this particular one like -it. Okay. So every time, whenever if you want to go inside a container, you just need to give something called Docker run -it. Okay. So Docker run -it. And here you need to give your particular image name. Like you can give one more something called -rm. And then you just give your image name, which is Ubuntu, and then you provide your this particular command like /bin/bash wherever it was located. Now if you see, you are inside the container. Okay. Now you can here execute any number of commands, like now you are in the Ubuntu image, so you can execute your details here like ls, or you can create a new directory. And same, whatever the Linux, right, in a Ubuntu, whatever you want to do, you can do it here. It's not a big thing. Okay. So here you will be able to do all the things and everything, whatever it was needed or whatever you want to do. So this was one of the thing. Yeah. So that is how a container will be. And if you want to restart a container, right, you can just give simple like docker restart or docker start or docker stop. So all these are the basic commands for starting, stopping, or removing. If you want to do docker rm, and then you can give the image name. Let us say you want to remove some, and if you want to come out of this container, right, just give exit, and then you will be able to come. And again, for docker images, if you see, currently we have this images. And let us say I want to remove the hello world. Okay, I just need to give something like hello world. Sorry, RMI, I think. For containers, it is RM. Unable to remove repository reference allowed, must force container is using its reference image. Docker stop. Hmm. So if you want to remove an image, right, the command is docker rmi. And if you want to remove the container, it is just docker rm and then the container name. So I'm trying to remove the image, but I'm not sure like why it is not occurring. Copy. So now we have the confident Wilbur Docker stop paste. Now remove. Okay, do I need to remove the container first or else? Docker rm paste container, yes. Des space hyphen a, sorry, Docker des space hyphen a. Yeah, that image got removed. Now Docker images, we still have our hello world, and the command to remove that is rmi hello world, hello world. Now again, let us check the Docker images. Awesome. So if you see right, Sachi, first of all, our container is running. If you see the error here, container is in the usage state. So the first thing what you need to do, you need to stop the container, and the command to do is docker stop. After stopping the container, again you can't directly delete the Docker image. So what you need to do next? Again you need to write it. I mean, what you need to say? Again we need to first of all remove the container, which we did, that is docker rm, and then we gave the container name. And once after everything is done, then finally you need to give this docker rmi and finally the image name. Okay, so once after it is done, and you will be able to see only have the Ubuntu currently. All the rest of the hello world got deleted. So this is the process for you to delete or update it, or how to work on a container. Okay, so if this is clear, Sashi, I will go on to the next concept.
Yes, sir. Clear.
Awesome. Now let me see what else is there mainly in the Docker. Okay, Sashi. So now the next concept, which is called as a Docker file. Okay. So first of all, if you see here, Sashi, Docker image. So what is a Docker image? Which is a template which all have its dependencies, everything configured in it, and everything you are taking it from or pulling it from the Docker hub. But what if you have a requirement and if you want to build your own Docker file? How it is going to be? So I will tell you something like how a Docker file is built. Sorry, first of all, how a image comes, and what are all, and how you can create your own image, and how you can configure it, and how you can run it, and how you can turn it out into a container. So sorry, getting some Teams messages. So first of all, you need to understand what is a Docker file, and the Docker image is built from the Docker file. And again, just like how in the YAML file we will write instructions for an Ansible playbook, similarly for a Docker image, you will be writing something in the Docker file, and then you will build the Docker file to convert into a Docker image. So you will write all your instructions in this particular Docker file. Okay, so that is called Docker file instructions or Docker file script. You won't call it any other like YAML script or anything. This is just a Docker file script. Okay, so what you will do, you will define your all your dependencies, libraries, services, everything here. Okay, so first of all, you need to write it like what is from. Okay, say Docker file always starts with from. So what is this from means? Okay, this is means where the new image will be built, or what is all the new image is all about. So something you will be defining something like what is the base image. Like let us say here you want to build some Node.js image, or you want to build some Ubuntu, or you want to build some CentOS. You just need to give here from Ubuntu latest. So whatever the base image or what is all the Docker file is all about, you will be describing it here after from. Okay, so the next thing is you need to define your working directory on where your container is going to run. Okay, so again which you will define is work directory, which is called as work dir. So let us say you have some etc or application or anything anywhere. So let us define just simply as work dir slash app. And next is copy, like wherever you have your like what here in the work directory your container is going to be or getting executed with the instruction. Next is you, if you want to copy any files into the container, or if you want to give any particular instructions in it, then you can simply have something called as a copy command. If you want to copy anything else into the container, then copy command needs to be used. Run is like just running a container, I mean running an image and it turns into a container. The next is run. It is used for during the image building process. And the next is if you want to run it on any port, you can simply give the expose. Expose is for giving it some port like 80, 80, 90, 90, 100, 100, something like that. Okay. So if you want to expose any particular port, you can simply give the command called expose. And finally, if you want to execute any commands like either some uh, where your container starts, after starting what and all your container needs to do, any commands, whatever the commands you want to give, you can just define it here in the command section. From is where your images will be there, and working directory is where your instructions will be executed, and the copy is where it will copy the files, and run is where it executes the command, and expose is where the ports are executed, and cmd is where the container starts, and it is the default command actually, or any other commands can be executed here. So now let us see how an actual Docker file can be executed, and let me run it through. So first of all, let me create a simple file. So where am I? Let us just go to the LL. Here we don't have any files. LS space -a. Yeah. So now let us create one in the Docker now itself. So Docker always identifies the Docker file only with the capital D. Okay. So you always need to make sure your D will be in the cap. VI Docker file. Okay. VI, we are using the VI editor to write it. Enter. So let us use whatever we told before, and let us write it. So first of all, I am trying to write a some CentOS, the latest, and then the next comes is your work directory. Let us tell the container to be executed or taken the instructions from the /app. And now let us say our copy connection pod. Again in the .app, all our files need to be copied there. So now let us install some basic package in it. Run yum install. Like any commands, if you want to get executed in your image, you can just give something here, and you can use the command run yum install -by curl. Maybe we can expose it to port 8080. Which error sort. Let us run some command as we told, any instructions that can be given here. So this is a CentOS, right? Hello, this is a CentOS Docker container. So let me close it. Now let us save it. Again, let us check it, our Docker file. We have our script ready. Now for any image, right? Now we have our Docker file ready and we want to convert into a Docker image. First is file, and then is image, and finally comes the container. So we already checked the image and container, and now we have created a file, and now we want to turn it into an image. How you are going to turn it into an image? And the command is docker build. Okay, and you need to give one more, which is -t, and give your image name. Okay, something like this is my CentOS image. Enter. Now let us check in the Docker images. No, still it didn't came up. Yes. Failed to solve at least, but only your destination could not be determined. Building finished. Load build definition from down transfer and Docker file. Yes. So after dot session, dot means current directory. Okay. So in the current directory, after current directory, we need to give that exact space actually. So without after giving that space, that's why the issue occurred.
Hello.
Just checking this command, actually it is getting failed here.
Okay.
Yeah. If you see here, Seshi, we have our CentOS image. I just removed that command. This is where some error is coming up. We need to install some more packages actually, like dependency packages. Here we are getting some error for metadata for repo app stream. So you need to download some more two files from the Google, which I will give it to you. Once after you make it default that mirrors are downloaded, then you will be able to execute even this command as well. So you can find that in anywhere in our Google, and it's not a big thing. The main thing is we need to understand the concept on how you will write the files. So just now, right after I built it, our CentOS image was built. And if you want to run it again, our same command docker run -it -rm and our image name, which is my CentOS image. Enter. And this is the CentOS name which we provided, my CentOS image. Docker -it -rm. Yeah. Hello, this is a CentOS Docker container. See, it ran. Whatever we have it here, right? And what is the content we have given? This is what it needs to display, like command. Hello, this is a CentOS Docker container. And one of the important concept is Sashi, which is called as elastic load balancer. It is important for we to know like what is elastic load balancer does. So first of all, what is elastic load balancing? In AWS, you will see a concept called elastic load balancing. So again, ELB is like a service, okay? So this service is provided by the AWS. And what this elastic load balancing, as the name itself suggests, right? Load balancing. So that means it balances the load or it automatically distributes the application or networking traffic that coming into the multiple targets that coming across a EC2 instance. Okay, and it ensures like highly availability as well as the fault tolerance of your particular application. So this is one of the most crucial why you will use in a normal organization anywhere. If you have an application in your organization, then obviously they will use elastic load balancing if they are using AWS. Okay, so that means they want to distribute the traffic in an application, right? It is not only distributed only on a single one. So what they will do is it is launched on the multiple instances, but in order for the traffic, either the networking or the load balancing to be equally distributed, so that is where they will use this elastic load balancers. And in the elastic load balancer, there are two types, okay, or three types. So one is the classic load balancers, which are not most frequently used now. The other is the application load balancing, and then third is the networking. Classic LB or application LB, and the third is network LB. So classic LB is like it can be worked at both the application level as well as the networking level, and it is mostly only for the older applications built on the EC2 level. So it is not like mostly frequently used now, but the most frequently used are the application load balancer as well as the networking load balancer. Okay, and the next thing is works at the application. Okay, the application load balancer is whenever if you want to right, like OAS model or something, there will be some 7 layers or something of OAS model. So this application load balancer works at the layer 7 of the networking. Okay, and this is best for the web application. So whenever if you want to route out the traffic for the web application, then obviously you should use this application load balancing. And the next is the networking load balancing, and if you want some performance or for gaming servers, you will use this networking load balancing. Application load balancing is for the web applications, and networking load balancing is for the gaming servers or databases, and if you need some high performance, then you are going to use this. Okay, so this is how we are going to use the load balancers. And then next comes the concept of Amazon VPC, Virtual Private Cloud. So whenever if you launch an instance, right, you will see something called as the which VPC it is there, and what is this particular VPC, and how it is can be configured or something. Let us check it out. So all these concepts are very important, Sashi. So go through all the notes like which way I will be provided in the coming future, so that it will be very helpful. So next comes is Amazon VPC. So let us say, right, like you have an organization, and in an organization, how the environment should be. Let us say you have an application, okay. So the front end application should be accessible by the entire application. Like let us say you have the Flipkart application. So how you will check it out for a Flipkart application? So whenever you have a Flipkart application, the front end UI only needs to be accessed by the customer. The back end, whatever the databases or whatever the endpoints or whatever it is there, it is none of the customer's work. Okay. So the first thing what you need to understand, only the internet access or anything that needs to be provided should be only for the front end, not only for the back end. So the back end should have a restrict access, and the back end resources can be accessed by the users or resources who are part of that particular organization. That is how a mandatory one should be. Okay, so that is how we will look out or we will configure. So in order to configure a particular virtual environment, a VPCs are done. Okay, so most of the times in the VPC, this is how. So anywhere, right, like you will be launching your ECT instances there, or you will be launching your relational databases there, or you will be launching your Lambda functions there. So anything, if you want to isolate out of the AWS cloud, so any resources, what you will do, you will obviously launch it here in the particular AWS VPC. So next comes is like in this AWS VPC, right? In order for you to configure everything, you need to understand some multiple factors or multiple key things. So once after you are able to understand everything, then you will be able to relate a lot of things. Part is actually a Jenkins. Okay, so as we told, Jenkins is a CI/CD tool which is used for the automation, and it is also a open server. Okay, where the developers can build and they can test and they can deploy their software. So anything they can do. Okay, either they can build or they can test or they can deploy a server, and it is a open source server. And the best part is Jenkins is written in Java. Okay, so you need to have Java installed in your server before you need to install Jenkins. Okay, which is one of the most mandatory one. So again, Jenkins is flexible, right? And then we can install a number of plugins. Okay, so how this Jenkins is communicating with the other tools, right? So which is nothing but called as plugins. So we will use all these tools, or we will install this in the form of plugins. And when we install these plugins, we will integrate it with the Jenkins, and then you will be able to connect. Jenkins is able to connect or communicate with each other, and it facilitates. So that is how it works. And then let us see like actual how we will go and how we will actually work on the Jenkins, and let us launch an instance. As I told, right, it is an open source server, so you need to install it on a server. Currently I'm doing it on Linux, but if you want to do it on Windows, it is also fine. Anything is fine. Okay, I'm clicking on Amazon Linux, Jenkins server. So the best part which you need is here, at least you need 1 GB of disk space. Okay, so that is why I'm taking some more T2 medium, which offers me high number of space and other things. Test key. I already have an existing security group, so I just took that existing security group. Let us just increase the volume as well. Here it is telling it is offer us 30 GB of EBS. So let us just take 28 or something around. And yeah, let us launch the instance and let us go through the instances. If you're directly using it in the Windows, see, as you already will be having the enough space, you don't need to worry about it. Only when you are using the Linux, right? So you just need to take an instance type which is having the high space. But when you select the instance type, right, you will be getting more chargeable even if you are in the free one. Okay. So it will cost based on the hourly. So you need to be careful because of that. So whenever your work is done, right, after practicing, please be make sure to terminate or either stop the instance. Let us connect to it. So here we have some instructions. Okay, so how we can install it on Jenkins. So let us just use those. So first of all, we need to add the Jenkins repo in Linux. So I'm just doing that. Paste, enter. So yeah, repo got added. Next, we need to import the Jenkins CI key package. So let us just do that. Package got added. Let us just upgrade our M package now. Yeah, it got upgraded. Now let us install the Java, because as I said, without Java, you won't be able to install the Jenkins on your server. So Java is mandatory. If you're doing it in the Windows, you need to install the Java version before it your Windows, and then you should install it in the server. Okay. Let us go through the other command while it gets. Now let us install the Jenkins. Now Jenkins is getting installed as the Java already got installed. Now once it is done, you need to enable the Jenkins before starting it. Now Jenkins got installed. Now let us enable it. Yeah, it got enabled. Now the next step is we need to start it. It will take some 30 seconds or somewhere around to get the Jenkins started. In the meanwhile, right, while it gets started, so you need to go to the server. You need to go to the security. Here you need to click and open the security group available because you need to provide the in-game groups. One thing you should remember is Jenkins always will default start on 8080. So when you click on the edit inbound rules, right? I just went into security groups, scroll a little bit down, click on inbound rules, and here you will be able to see the default as SSH 0.0. That means it is open to all traffic. So what you need to do is, again, you need to click on add rule and you need to select the TCP and the port range. As I said, Jenkins starts on 8080. So you are opening it for the traffic. And the next is again. So the next thing is, right, as you will be running your web application or anything or opening it on HTTP. Again, I have opened it for the 0.0.0. We used to do it for the web application servers. So you need to configure those rules and you just need to save it. And once after it is saved, let us look at the instance and check if our Jenkins is running or not. Systemctl Jenkins, sorry, status Jenkins. So if you see, our Jenkins is active and running. So now let us open the URL, because what we actually need is we need to start our Jenkins running on it. So just click on the URL. We are not using HTTPS, we are only using HTTP, and we are running it on the port 8080. So I just removed yes and gave the port 8080 as Jenkins will default run on port 8080. Now just open it and click on enter, and then you will be able to see this. See, getting started. When you see this for the first time, right, it will tell you to ensure Jenkins is securely set up by the administrator. A password has been written to the log and this file on the server. So what you need to do? First of all, you need to copy this and you need to go to your instance and click on cat in order to see what is actually there or the password is available here. So, and then you will be able to see the key. Again, copy it and go to your Jenkins server and give the administrator password. It is always safe for you to save your administrator password if you are doing it for the first time. Okay. So I click on continue. Now, Jenkins offer two types. Okay. I mean suggested plugins or select plugins to install. Either you can click your own plugins which you want to install, or you can just tell Jenkins to install all the suggested plugins which it is offering. So I'm just clicking on installing all suggested plugins. So let it get processed. Okay. So this is how your Jenkins dashboard looks like when you first configure it. And if you ever see an error like build executor is failed, that means you don't have enough space or memory in it. So then you need to clear your either disk space or memory space in order for this to get successfully launched. So always please make sure of it. Okay. Now let us look at each and every tab on what this actually means. So first of all, if you see here, right? So this is Jenkins main page and this is our main dashboard. And here you can search your build jobs or anything if you have anything here. And the next thing is new item. Okay, this is the most important one which it is needed for us. So this option allows you to create a new Jenkins job. Okay, so whenever you want to create a new Jenkins job, this option allows you to do so. Okay, so job means like whatever the build jobs, whatever we said, right? Like some action item, whichever you want to create or anything or some pipeline. Here you can create it from the new item. Okay, so the people will be like, it will display information to the all the related users in the Jenkins. So when you click on it, right, here you will be able to see the user. See, this was the user which I created, right? So obviously you will be able to see the details. And the next part is go to dashboard, and the next is build history. Okay, so whenever if you want to create something, right, you just need to click on the build, and then only your project will get built, and then you will be able to create that pipeline. Similarly, we saw in the Ansible tower, if you remember. Not only that, even in the Docker also we have checked out the build process and everything. So everything, right? So when you built a project, then you will be able to see all the commit history and everything in the build history. Manage Jenkins is where you can configure all your global settings, entire settings of the Jenkins. Like if you want to install some more plugins, or if you want to manage the existing plugins or delete it, any administrative task can be done here. Okay, and then the my view is like the personalized view that you can configure for your Jenkins job or Jenkins project. Like whenever your Jenkins job or project is running, you can configure it so you can easily have it handy in the my views. And the build queue is like whenever you have some multiple queues, right, it will tell you which queue is processing or what is the current status and everything, it will tell you so.